Hello, Noel. Hello, Michael. Thank you guys for being here. We apologize. We had a little technical difficulty, but I thought, well, we got a little bit of time. Why don't we all sing happy birthday to Kilmofield? You're live. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Good intentions. We're gonna sing happy birthday afterwards, okay? All right, I think we're ready to start.
Okay, we are live. Yes, again, I am Kahana, Deputy Director of CWORM. One more reminder, for the agenda and the presentations today, there are QR codes posted all around the walls there. So if you're having trouble seeing the screen, just look around and find the QR code and you should be able to pull it up on your phone, okay? Can everybody hear in the back? Okay, thank you. Let's get started.
Okay, I think we're ready to start. Hello, Michael. My name is Dawn Chang, and I am chairperson of the Commission on Water Resource Management. Thank you very much for your courtesy and patience. This is April 28, 2025, the meeting of the Commission on Water Resource Management, and it is 9:50. We are holding this meeting as a hybrid meeting. Some of us are in person in the deal in our boardroom of the Kalani Moku building, and excuse me, we are holding this in the Lahaina Civic Center. And we are also holding this meeting remotely via Zoom, and it can be watched live on YouTube. For those here to testify in Zoom, we will let you into the meeting. Do we have Zoom today? Oh, okay. We will let you into the meeting when we hear the item you wish to testify on. Please remember to mute your YouTube when you are in the main Zoom meeting room, or we will get an echo. When you enter, please be sure to keep your camera off and microphone muted until the commission calls on you for public testimony. We ask that members of the public testifying on agenda items be mindful of everyone and limit your testimony to 2 minutes so that we can get to everyone. Please do not use the chat box for any comments because that presents a sunshine issue. People may also testify via telephone at the number posted online. Please let our commission secretary know your name and what agenda item you wish to testify on so we can call you for that item. You can email your testimony to evalani.hr@ka'a@hawaii.gov or dlnr.cworm@hawaii.gov. For all meeting participants, I would like to stress the importance of speaking slowly, clearly, and directly into the microphone when you come up. Before speaking, please state your name and identify yourself for the record. I'm now going to read our standard contested case statement. In some of the matters before the commission, a person may wish to request a contested case hearing. If such a request is made before the commission's decision, then the commission will consider the request first before considering the merits of the item before it. A person who wants a contested case may also wait until the commission decides the issue, then request a contested case after the decision, but before the close of the commission meeting. Any request must also be made in writing within 10 calendar days. If no request for a contested case is made, the commission will make a decision. The commission will treat the decision as final and proceed accordingly. In addition, the commission may go into executive session pursuant to HRS 92-5A4 in order to consult with its attorney on questions and issues pertaining to the commission's powers, duties, privileges, and immunities and liabilities. Unfortunately, our Deputy Attorney General is not with us here in Lahaina, but she is available via Zoom. I'm now going to take roll call of all the commissioners. Please state your name. And if you are participating remotely, which I don't think we have anyone doing that, please state whether anyone is in the room. I'll first start off with Commissioner Paul Meyer. Paul?
Good morning. Chair. Good morning, Wayne Katayama, present.
Don Chang, Chair of the Commission.
Kaneki Palani Springer, present.
Yes. And this is Commissioner Springer's first meeting. So thank you for the warm welcome to him.
They're gonna have feedback.
No.
Okay, Aurora Kagala Viviani.
Kathleen Ho. Thank you. Our staff for today is Kara Kahana, she's the first deputy of Seaward. Ivalani Ka'a, two Maui girls, you guys should be very proud, two Maui staff. Ivalani is our commission secretary. And Kira, would you like to introduce your staff?
Absolutely. So in the back here, I'll start with the back row. Aaron Strouk, Stream Protection and Management Branch. Katie Roth, Planning Branch. Neil Fujii, also Planning Branch. Next to me here, Ryan Imata from the Groundwater Branch. And you've already met me, Kira Kahana, and Secretary Ivalani Ka'a. Over here, trying to avoid notice, is Dean Ueno, Stream Protection and Management Branch.
Okay, so with that, I'm going to go on to, and provide some updates on our agenda. So first, our agenda item A1, which is the March 18th, 2025 minutes are not ready, so we won't be covering that. I also want to announce that agenda item B1, declaratory ruling number DEC-MA25-G8, petition by the County of Maui Department of Water Supply for declaratory ruling to determine that a water permit is not required for Kahana well, or in the alternative, to determine the use of the water from Kahana well constitutes an existing use as defined under HRS 174C-48A, has been withdrawn at the request of the applicant, County of Maui. However, we did post the notice on the website announcing that the item B1 has been withdrawn. But since we are here on Maui, we are still going to take public comments from those of you who would like to provide a comment on B1. But it is only for information. We will not be taking an action on that item, but really in honor and respect for this community, because I suspect many of you are here for that item. We will be hearing your public comments. Okay, with that being said, I believe we are ready to proceed with item, I guess, Kira, are you going to do a brief presentation on B1? Okay, so Kira will do a brief presentation on B1, and at the request of Kumu, some of the students right after that, we're going to take you first so that you can go back to school, okay? Thank you. We don't give out tardy passes, that's why. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So let me start off by saying thank you all for being here in Lahaina. It was important to me to have this meeting here. You know, I'm happy to be here, but I'm also sad because of everything that that this community has gone through. So thank you for taking the time. I know you've traveled far in some cases to be here, and it's been a little hectic, but I do very much appreciate everyone making their presence here in Lahaina. I am Deputy Director Kira Kahana. On this item, yes, we received notice from the County of Maui that they would be withdrawing this request on Thursday. We posted the cancellation on Friday. I apologize for the short notice. We wanted to ensure that people were aware that the matter was being withdrawn, but still accept testimony because I know that people do have comments that they would like to make on this item. So given that this has been converted to a briefing that we're not taking action, I'm not going to give a full presentation on this matter, but there is a correction that I need to make on the record. And I apologize for this mistake. It appears on page, for your bait stamp copy, page 031 of B1. That's, and it's in the block quoted paragraph at the top. There's some language there at the end of section A that should not be there. That does not appear in the statute. At the end of section A, it reads, an existing use in newly designated areas may be continued. Oh, I'm sorry. It says in the second sentence, a permit shall not be required for domestic consumption of water by individual users, for use of catchment systems to collect rainwater, or, and then this is italicized, for uses of water that are declared not to be subject to permitting requirements by the commission. That language, that passage there, starting with for and ending with commission, should not be there. That should be stricken from this submittal. So I want to make that correction on the record. That is my mistake, and I apologize. I will ensure that a corrected version is posted on our website.
Hey, column Y, here, could you repeat where in the submittal is that?
It is on page 031. If you look at the bait stamps,
29.
yeah, 29,
Thank you.
and it's in that first passage there. Yep. So I apologize for that again. I'm available if you have any questions on this matter. If not, we can proceed to take public testimony.
Find us a really high level just overview. Yeah. Oh, so sorry. Can you just provide us so sorry, a cliff notes of just what this request was originally?
Yes. So the County of Maui, Department of Water Supply, requested a declaratory ruling from this commission to determine that a particular well, it's called Kahana well, will not require a water use permit to be operated. The reason for that is that Kahana well was constructed before designation. It has a pump installation permit and a construction permit. The reason for the county requesting this is that very low flows from Honokohau Stream. Let me start again. Flows from Honokohau Stream feed the Mahinahina water treatment facility, and that provides a great deal of the water that is used for the County of Maui's north subsystem, which goes from Napili to Honokowai. That's also called the Napili system. So that system has been suffering from a lack of water. They've had a few days of zero flows into Mahinahina water treatment facility. Honokohau Stream has experienced the lowest flows we've seen since it's been measured in its more than 100-year history on record. So for that reason, the County of Maui has been having trouble meeting all of the demand on their system, and they need to supplement that with additional reliable capacity, which is why they were requesting to use groundwater from this new well to serve the needs of their users.
Thank you, Kira. Board commissioners, go ahead.
So because we're not taking this item, can we ask questions and have discussion, or are we just merely accepting? Okay.
I think we're going to try to be fairly flexible. And so if you do have questions or you want clarifications to the extent that either staff, I know the applicant, I think Kimo is here. I don't know if he's necessarily prepared to answer any questions, but I also want to make sure we get the students, give them time. But if you want to ask anything of Kira at this time, you may do so. Okay, go ahead.
Mahalo, Kira, being as this has been withdrawn, what happens next? And this might be helpful for testifiers that will be coming up, please.
Yes, what happens next to address the capacity issue that the county has been having?
And the withdrawal.
I am not aware that the county intends to renew its request. I'm not sure whether or not they will. I would leave that to them to answer.
Commissioners, any other questions of Kira? If not, thank you very much. I am now going to take public comments and we're going to do the students first. So I will let you decide how you want to come up.
Oahu, Omako, Kula, Kula Kaipuni o Lahaina. It's an intermediate school, Kaipuni Hawaiian immersion, at Lahaina Intermediate School. And so these are students from Papa'ehiku, 7th grade, as well as 8th grade. And while we understand that B1 has been withdrawn, we still wanted to offer testimony. Yeah, it's part of the information. Although o Kalabai Bayan Tanaka and Kalamai, but yeah, greetings to you, Chair, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing us to be here and to hear what we have to say. My name is Pa'anakala Baibayan Tanaka, from Lahaina, but lived in Kona side for a good part of my life. My kupuna, their bones are in this aina, and we come from kalo farmers in Kahoma and as well as fishermen. And so we know and we understand the importance of Wai, because without that fresh water, there's no way that my ancestors would have been able to survive. And it wasn't until, sugarcane came and plantations and the water starting to get cut off that families started to sell land and move away from those practices. In fact, I only learned recently that I descended from kalo farmers, because for me, for a little part growing up in Lahaina, I never saw Kahoma stream growing. So I had not really a strong connection to it. But today, we're so blessed to see the water go from Mocha to Makai. And so I want to ensure that that continues to happen, as we're starting to see the positive effects in our kai, in our ocean. I wanted to share after reading it, and I wanted to thank you guys for the presentation you did. It was very informal, and it's what I used as curriculum with my haumana to inform them as well too. And mahalo to Kapua folks for also informing our students as well too. But looking at that data, it's difficult to support this well, because if we're already seeing an increase of salinity in our wells, how can we do that? How can we continue to take, if the data is perfectly clear along the coast and we're seeing this increase, I can't support that. And we need to learn from our past, kind of in that story that I shared, when the water got diverted, what happened after that? And we cannot continue to make bad decisions. Yeah. And I know that's a kuleana that you folks hold on your shoulders, and it's a very, very heavy one. Our haumana are here today to engage with you and to actively participate in shaping their future, because this is a ripple effect. And that little stone that we throw today is going to have impacts years beyond. And maybe I won't be here, but they will definitely be here to see that. And so I'm so proud that they're here offering their mana'o as well too. And I know you're aware of this, but all of our case law that interpret these constitutional provisions say that our water uses for traditional and customary practices like lo'i kalo, DHHL reservations, and domestic use, and and resource protection, natural resource protection for all of the public trust. And so that means that we need to prioritize that over all commercial uses of water first, yeah. As CWRM has the responsibility to follow the law and uphold the public trust doctrine, it's crazy. I know it's 77, but it might as well just be 80% of the water here in Lahaina is privately controlled, and that cannot happen. Like, how can that be? That's crazy. Absolutely insane. It's a huge problem, and it's supposed to be a public trust, okay? But instead it's in the hands of private interests. And so I'm just gonna say this, you have the power and you have the kuleana to do what is right for our Aina and for our Kaia'ulu, for them, for our native flora and fauna to correct this inequity, yeah, and restore that back into the hands of our public trust, not private, you know. And so I just wanted to thank, again, your team for the presentation, and just to reiterate that I don't support like a permanent permit for this new well. Like, you gotta show us like something else that will not negatively impact the current water, our aquifer, and what we're taking from it, yeah. Again, water first for traditional customary practices, DHL reservations and domestic use, and natural resource protection for all, for them. Mahalo. Thank you. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Provided a good foundation. Thank you.
Vinumai Kuhuisio, or Nahikupote Bianco, Mana Oma Kulapo Lahaina. I was told that the county wanted to use some of the well water for affordable housing, but to my understanding, the county isn't always responsible with the water. So if SEMA was to give the water to the county, would it really be used for affordable housing, or would people take advantage and use the water for their private pools, golf courses, short-term rentals, and landscaping? The county should not prioritize private pools. It should be the last priority, and the Hawaiian homes and affordable housing should come first. But before all of that, all of the Hawaiian traditions and practices should come first, such as lo'ikalo and the kahawaii must be persevered. It's important to our identity as Hawaiians to be able to survive off the land and ocean like my family has for generations. It's important because I want to keep what my ancestors have kept for generations for the future. And I want to keep the traditions of being able to live off the land because it is a big part of my future and culture. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Aloha mai kākou, o kona kane kua ko inoa, umi kumahao makahiki, o mauna e eka ku'u mauna, o paripo ka o ku'u ua, a o waiuli ko o makani. I'm here today on behalf of myself and my kupuna. I live in Honokohau. I see less vai in the stream every day, but on my way home, I see lush yards in Kapalua and green golf courses. This worries me, and I'm asking you today to better manage the right and stop allowing 77% of our water to be privately managed. I have to live with your consequences. Please do better.
Thank you.
Aloha mai no opu mai ke kaha vai o ka ua ai ke kai o moala. Aloha. O kana I vasquez ke ahi ko inoa no lahaina mai au a hele au I ke kula kai puni o lahaina. I do not kako this new well because we don't know if the water from the well will go to our po'e lahaina or will be diverted to a kanaka vai so they can do something bad with our vai and put it into a project that will not support the community and the land. And the community only has county only has 23% of vai and 77% is being distributed to private waters. That's more water than the community actually has. If the county is using the water for our kanaka vai, then I support, but if the county is using the water for other purposes that do not kako'o us, then I do not support moving on with this plan. Mahalo.
I'm Ms. Maria Hukel. I'm 13 years old and I am from Lahaina. CUM's job is to take care of the vai and to divert the vai to the right people. I don't support this well But if it was for the poor Hawaii, then yes. But if this was for the tourists, then what is the reason for this well? I think that when they are finished with the rebuilding of Lahaina, will the water stay in Lahaina and help our Kanaka Hawaii? Or will they divert the water of the important people for them to use the water for bad and unimportant things? There's no help if the county has 23% of the water and the other 77% is being used for no important projects. The point of this is we don't need the well if we just focus on the 77% of the well. If you let the county have the 77%, we won't have to get millions of gallons of the seawater. Mahalo.
So I'm 13 years old, and I have been living in Lahaina for a minute. I'm here today to say that I do not support the well, because if if we already have 77% of water, why don't we have a right to actually use it in order to rebuild for Lahaina? If we pull out more water from the aquifer, it will be all salty water and we wouldn't really be able to use it. We have a right to use the 77% from all the rich houses instead of just only having 23%. Mahalo.
Is there at the next class? You can take the microphone and then you can pass it around. That might be easier.
Mauna Hawaii, Aina Kahawai e Mamona ai ka aina. Tanina mai kako. O kuhere loa ka puti kona koina. Umikumahiko o umakahiki. Ano noi ka mohana mai au. Aia au I ka papa umikumakai ma ke kulakai kuni o Lahaina luna. Aloha mai everybody. My name is Kuele Loa Kaputi Kona. I'm 17 years old and I'm from West Maui. I'm a junior at Ke Kulakai Kuni o Lahaina luna. It seems year after year, generation after generation, we are in these types of meetings to protect and restore our resources. In Article 11, Section 7, the state has an obligation to protect, control, and regulate the use of Hawaii's water resources for the benefit of its people. See, it seems CWRM really likes to overlook that part of their job. Now that that's been made clear, I would like to add that there are 21 wells in West Maui, from Kapolua to Kaanapali, 13 of which used for private developers and tourism use. 8 for the protection of our people. Our own Maui Commissioner, Mr. Paul Meyer, has worked for one of those companies. He has also worked and manages the companies of Kapolua Water, Kapolua Waste Treatment, their surface water system, including Honolulu Ditch and the Kalihi system. I think that says a lot for where our water goes. There are 21 wells in just this area, majority owned by private developers, for things that aren't benefiting people of this land. These developers had been diverting water since the time of plantations. And as the state's water commission, you have the power of protecting and fairly distributing our water. For 13 of those wells used for those things for other than its purpose, why not use them all for the right reasons? Wouldn't that also help the people of Honokoha as we see the decrease of rainfall and increase of diversion? We all say and know that water is life. So why do you continue to let it fall into the wrong hands?
Why do you choose to ignore the voices of those you are supposed to protect and provide for? No ho ku helelo. No mai ku mohana mai o. A mahalo o ia oko. Ako ho lo hea mai.
No, my kako, o maole to te ko ino. Hello, I'm maole to te and o wau ki kiki au Marvin te la o Ilani te He kama a o wau no ki kula kai puni o Lahaina Luna, a he kanaka wau no momo o Malahina momo ki ahi. I used to live in the Lahaina before a fire. In the Constitutional Convention of 1978, it says that Article 11, Section 7, it states that the legislature shall provide for a water agency which is provided by law shall set overall water consideration, quality and use policies, define beneficial and reasonable uses, protect ground and surface water resources, watershed and natural stream environments, and so on and so forth. I bring this up to remind you of your job and your commitment to our Kanaka. Yeah, I had a field trip the other day to Honokaho, and we went up to the Kapolua area, and I seen hotels and golf courses galore, sprinkling water everywhere. You know, why should we be pumping a well from a new well that's sorry, so sorry. Why should we be pumping water from a new well, but not use one of the 12 or one of the 21 water wells that seems to be used for commercial use? This is unconstitutional. It is in our constitution that you are supposed to use water for Kanaka. How will you look at me in my eyes and tell me that you only control 23%? 77% goes to hotels. Why are we being put on drought restrictions when the hotel uses double the water that we use? You go to the Westin and there's a waterfall. How can you look me in the eyes and tell me that only 23% is for Kanaka? But the hotels and these luxury homes need to pump water for days. My classmate is crying here. Our people are crying here. They are looking for your support. It is your guys' job to be supporting us. Please consider what I have to say. Take control of 100% of our water. It is unconstitutional. Thank you very much.
O wau no waleri wake mai ka aina na kuri mai au, aia au ma ke kulakai kuni o Lahaina Luna, ma ka papa umi a aia au ia na ia kuana, ma mua o ko e hala au e pili ana ko mako aina. In my 11 years of being at the Kulakai Kuni o Lahaina, I have learned how important it is to take care of our land and culture because that is what our Baku is about. In my ELA class right now, we are reading a book called Water and Power. And when I read this, mine not always ehog because this issue about our right being taken has happened for almost 100 years. To this day, we have had to quit for the water rights of our people. All of our owners use the water to grow food, take showers, wash dishes, and many other important ways. But once these big corporate companies like hotels and their golf courses take our right responsibly, it takes water from the many of the Ohanas that live off of it. There are so many streams in West Maui, some flow and some don't. Almost every day we have to drive by Kahoma. Kahoma has been trickling with water, and before the little stream was restored, it was completely diverted. In the late 1800s, because of sugar companies' decision that they deserve to buy more than us, our kupunas had to push through this. In Article 11, Section 7, it says that the state has an obligation to protect, control, and regulate the use of Hawaii water for the benefits of people. I think for the people who come to our Aina,
they think they can come and take our rights for whatever they want without even a care for the people who live off of it. The county said that since our Aina is so dry and in a drought, that the Kanaka have to lessen the use of water, but these visiting people who stay in luxury homes with pools and backyard golf courses don't have to worry about water restrictions. And if the county is telling the Kanaka to lessen their use of water, then why is Article 11, Section 7 a thing? Because if you're saying you guys are here to protect the water for the benefits of your people, then protect it. If you think our Aina is dry now, what do you think our Aina will look like by 2035? Because I can see it and it needs to be fixed now. I just hope that you all hear our manaos, because we are here, we are the next generation of Hawaii and we won't be quiet. Mahalo.
Mai ka pōme ke ao, ka hikina ke komohana, a mai kauka ke kai, he lina mai kapu. O Maluaka Wilson-Motalo ka uinoa. My name is Maluaka Wilson-Motalo. A he haumana wau no ke kulakaya puni o Lahaina Luna. In kulakaya puni, we are taught that water is the foundation for everything in life. Without water, we start to become distant from the land and beyond that. Our history, ohana, and land soon begin to fade into which we once came from, Kapo. To us, water is beyond the resource to increase the revenue and prices of hotels, golf courses, and private properties. He mea ola kawai. Water is life. From my perspective of it all, I think it's beneficial to stick with the WUPA process rather than going straight to the Kahana well without an additional permit, because Lahaina is a water management area and the county should follow the process of designation with an additional permit. I think allowing water pumpage without a permit could cause additional issues to our Aina when the pumping begins, or in the future when our water is scarce due to the effects of climate change. I do hope the Aina and Vai knowledge we gain as Haumana with physical engagement continues on for all of the upcoming Kayapuni Haumana. Ina a'ohe Vai, a'ohe ai, a'ohe ola. Aia ke ola I Kahana. Mahalo.
Mai nā wai e hā, ai kilo I ke kaha wai o Wanoko Hau, aloha mai kākou. O kaliko kalani te ria ko uinoa, he umikumaha o umakahiki a aia au ma ka papa ewa ma ke kulakai puni o Lahaina Luna. Ua hānai ia wau ma Lahaina a me kia wawa nani o Wanoko Hau. Aloha, my name is Kaliko Kalani Teruya. I'm 14 years old and I'm a freshman at Lahaina Luna High School. I'm born and raised here in Lahaina and in Honoko'o Valley, and I'm here today representing my generation. He uia kona auia oi aia I hea kawai a Kane. I ask you, where is the water of Kane? I'll tell you exactly where it is. It's being diverted directly to luxury homes in Laniopoko. It's in the swimming pools at the hotels that are crowding Ka'anapali. It's in the sprinklers for the large golf courses in Kapalua. Aia Ilaila Kawai Kane. That is where the water of Kane is. 77% of our water resources is in the hands of private entities that are not contributing to our community, but instead completely taking advantage of Maui Kumahana's resources, making my generation's future unsafe. Now, I understand that the commission is trying to adjust the inter and stream flow standards within the water controlled by the county, but that's only 23%. For years, when it comes to decisions regarding our water, the 77% of water that private entities divert is never touched. In the staff submittal before the agenda of this meeting was changed, on figure 6, page 11, you can see all the different wells in West Maui, and a majority of them don't belong to the county. Article 11, Section 7 of the state constitution says that the state has an obligation to protect, control, and regulate the use of Hawaii's water resources for the benefit of its people. So why is there so many waterways not going to the community? Why is profit constantly being prioritized before future generations? Why are we still stuck in the same cycle since the plantation era? I am sick and tired of coming to meeting after meeting, testifying, but never seeing a difference. I'm only 14 years old, and I already have seen enough to know that if our words aren't put into action, the next generation will be doing the same thing I'm doing right now. Think about that. We've been fighting the same fight for generations. Walaba, enough is enough. It's time for the commission to take consideration of the 77% of water controlled by greedy developers and convert 100% of Maui Kumahana's water into county water for our community and the Aina. Whoever controls the water controls the future. So I'm here to remind you that every decision you make will affect my future. You have a kuleana and a responsibility to my generation and this Aina. So please remember everything we, the Opio of this community, have said. My future is in your hands. Mahalo.
Aloha, Aina Kapu Noha, Maui Kahana, Makaula Lahaina. Aloha, my name is Aina Kapu. I'm born and raised on Maui and I live in Koula Valley in Lahaina. Mahalo for allowing me to testify in this important matter regarding water in the Komohana. I come from the Lahaina community where we share similar values based on Ike Kupuna, Kuleana, Malama, and Aloha. Our Huakai Malama Aina in Honoka'a is one experience where we all Kaiapuni kids learn about the Ahupua'a and the uses of water for the Mahi'ai Kalo and how to protect the Aina and the people. We entrusted you to manage the water for the Pono of Hawaiian people and our native plants and animals. We know that water should flow in its natural state and to help the future of our people and the lands. If this well is not being benefited to our people and our kupunas, then what is it for? To fill your pockets with money? This is so hewa and you know it. But we need to take water back from the hotels and pools and golf courses. It's been far too long that they've been in control of this West Maui Komohana water resources. We need to change, or we need to create a sustainable future for the people and to make Hawaii a better place for the next generations to come. Mahalo for listening.
Mako, umakalapu hula ko ino. He umikumano umakahiki a he kupa vau no lahaina. Hele vau I ke kula ki e o lahaina luna. A malela aia vau ma ke kula kaiapuni o lahaina luna. Aloha mai kākou, my name is Makalapu Kahula. I'm 16 years old and I'm a born and raised Lahaina resident. I go to Lahaina Luna High School and there I am in the Kula Kaiapuni o Lahaina Luna program. In my English class, we are reading a book called Water and Power in West Maui by Jonathan L. Schuler and Biaka K. Isaki. This book tells the many stories of water issues that have occurred in West Maui for over 100 years. In this book, it also includes the public trust doctrine, which says that if you are to use water, that it must not affect the maintenance of water in its natural state. A question I have is whether or not the usage and pumping of the water well in Kahana will affect that. Growing up in school, we would learn that he ola ko ka wai and that we need to malama. But seeing what happens with our vai, it seems like we don't follow that olelo. So I come here to ask you folks to just, instead of giving the 77% of water to the private water companies, that you try to take it back and give it to the Lahaina residents. Mahalo.
Mai ke kaha vai o ka ai ka muli vai o kai aloha mai kākou. O lai hewa ka ai hue kanoia o ko inoa, he keiki a Chanel ka ai hue lawa o Narme kanoia. Ua hānai ia au ma Lahaina a me ke awawa o Honoko hau ma ka au ko mohana o Maui. He haumana au ma ke kula kaiapuni o Lahaina Luna. I am here today to talk about the Kahana well and how it's being used. There is a bunch of water in West Maui, and it seems like the majority of it is currently being used in golf courses, hotels, and luxury homes because of how green those areas are. The law is to protect, control, and regulate the use of Hawaii's water resources for the benefits of its people. It also says that the agency's duty and authority is to maintain the purity and the flow of our water for future generations and to assure that the water of our land are put to reasonable and beneficial use. When in these statements does it say that our water should be taken to hotels, golf courses, and big homes? The people of Hawaii should come first, before all the hotels and other things like that. There are currently 12 wells in the area that are being used by Maui Land and Pine and Hawaii Water Services, and 8 wells, counting the Kahana well, that are being used for our people. Why is it that there are more wells being used for other stuff other than our people? We went up to Kapalua Plantation area and saw many luxury homes with pools and sprinklers that run constantly. So why we gotta open up a new well? Why can't we just use the water from Maui Land and Pine and Hawaii Water Services wells? CREM was made to protect ground and surface water resource. So why should we have to open an emergency well when 77% of our water is going to private entities? Why do we have drought restrictions when luxury homes have big pools and golf courses in their backyards with no water restrictions? Mahalo for being here today so I can have an opportunity to speak. Please take consideration to everything that I said today. Mahalo. Aloha mai kako o Hawaii Lindsay ko inoa. Aloha mai, my name is Hawaii Lindsay. He umi kumaha o umakahiki a ai au makupapa Eva. Hele au I ke kula kaiapuni o Lahaina Luna, noho au makamoku o kula makamoku puni o Maui. The water is very important to me because it provides many benefits for the land and people, like farming lo'ikalo to the water we drink. Unlike using it for the golf courses, hotels, and commercial water uses. When the water flows from Moka to Makai, it benefits the ocean like providing food for the fish so that we can eat the fish and limu. The water is very important to us because we use it for all our domestic uses like showering, flushing our toilets, washing our dishes, and clothes. The Commission's duty is to maintain waterways for the future generations and assure the water is used with land and Kanaka in mind. This is very important because if they don't assure the right uses of the water, our future can be ruined. It is your kuleana to put the Kanaka and Aina first. Our water has and is being used for private commercial uses, hotels and their pools, and also their golf courses. We have been testifying since the sugarcane era, and we still will until we get our right back. Our future depends on your decisions. The Kanaka of the land come first, not the people who come here to take advantage. Thank you for letting me share my mana'o and hoi hoi kawai. Mahalo.
Lilina mai na hoa makamaka o seaworm, o malako ko inoa, mikmalima o umakahiki, na hoa o malahaina. Aya vau ia na I e wala au pili I ke kahana well. Hello heads of seaworm. My name is Malako Burke. I am 15 years old and I live in Lahaina. I am here to talk about the Kahana well. The history with water in Lahaina has been slippery. Many private groups have taken advantage of the natural resources in the past. It is not fair to the people that are from here that these groups can do what they want while everyone else has restrictions. This has been going on for decades now with cases like Kumuli'ili'i versus Horner. I will go over that case right now. In 1895, Pioneer Mill sued Kumuli'ili'i farmlands and took them to court. Many people lost their lands, so Pioneer Mill could gain more profit. Later on, Pioneer Mill had began to drill wells on said land for their own benefit. This would lessen the amount of water for the people. While that era is long gone, there are still private entities seeking to take the water. According to many studies, 3/4 of the water in West Maui are privatized. This is very concerning that we are in a drought. I ask you to please address the real issue, which is finding out how much water these private entities actually use. It would be important to identify how much water is being taken from these wells first before making any major decisions on this Kahana well. Mahalo for your time.
The people of the Union Business Circle, but this is not easy. No one knows. No one is one of the facilities is one. What is this mind? This book talks about the beautiful problems with the water, how it was taken from us and Kanaka stood up and fought for our water back. Water has been treated like private property, but water should be free. In the past, water has been purchased, sold, and owned. Water should be free and shared for the people of Hawaii. It's not fair that the people that just come here get what we have, and us Kanaka who are from here have to struggle to keep what is ours and have to fight to get what was stolen from us. Our island has been stolen to build big houses or hotels for these people. But what about our people that still don't have homes? Why do we have to give them our island that we were raised on or what we belong on? Yes, us Kanakamoli may not have money like them, but what we do have is mana, aloha, and each other. This is not fair. Why do we always have to fight and they win just because they have money? We do our best to protect and along with the island. Take care of the land and the land will take care of you. Thank you for listening.
Aloha mai kākou e siwa, o pili lani wasu talo whakino, o wau ki keiki a Sabrina Mapuana wasi lawa o Jonah Masao talo. He haumana kula kai puni a, kula kai puni o la haina luna o. Ua hana i ia wau ma la haina nei, he umi kumalima o umaka hiki a i ke ia la makamake wai wala au, e pili ana ka wai o maui kamuhana. Back in the day, according to the law, water was never supposed to be used for money. It is a natural resource to the land. Clearly, it wasn't seen like that. Article 11, Section 1 talks about public trust and about how the locals, the people who live here in West Maui, should get water first, not the hotels, the wealthy, or condos. What happened to public trust? Why is an important resource to the land, the kanaka, and the living and any living thing? How does building a new well benefit the land and the people? The decisions that you are making are affecting our future generations and us Hawaiian today. Do you see how you'll affect our future generations in Maui Komohana? The Kahana well isn't necessary. It's taking more water than we already have. West Maui is under drought restrictions because of tourism, plantations, and hotels were prioritized over the land and the natives. According to declaration policy of the Water Code Agency, who are you guys, SeaWorm, it says the state's water natural resources. It is declared that the beneficiaries is for the use of the people of the state, the Kanaka of the Aina. So why change your policy or go back on your word? We watched our hometown burn down. We watched Lahaina get burned down due to the dryness of the land. 77 of our bite is in the hands of private developers, while only 23 is going to the county. How is that fair? SeaWorm, you were created for helping the public trust and bite. Your number one kuleano for public trust is to maintain the purity and the flow of the waters for future generations and to assure waters of our land is put to beneficial and reasonable uses. It is upsetting. It's embarrassing even that us kids have to remind you of your duty and obligation because we don't feel that our water is being put to beneficial and reasonable uses. I urge you to listen to protect public trust purposes because if not, all of the children will grow up like we are, fighting for the protection of our land and waters from profits and privatizations. So please take consideration on these things I have told you for the sake of the future generations and the sake of the land. Mahalo.
So what hopefully I have like yana maka ana mo mono na ana ai ka mo hala ana mai o ka pualo te lahi kaulana na ko kako home o maui aloha kumehana kako. Hana mo sana ko ino ke kiki a kami he mara lau o jaso sana. He hamana kai punia ma ke kulu kai punia lahi. In our Kahana program, we aren't just taught Olala Hawaii, but we've also grown up learning to cultivate our land like our kupuna. We are consistently gaining knowledge on how our community can work towards a smart and effective system where our land and resources are taken care of so that our Aina can remain healthy for generations to come. Our main source for a healthy Aina is our When you look outside, everything alive and living is surviving off our water. And with the way our water is being treated, the future generations will not get to see the Hawaii we are living in today. We will not be the generation to let this happen, and for you, Commissioner of Water Resource Management, have the responsibility of making sure this doesn't happen. You tell us our Hawaii is being used for us Kanaka, yet the golf courses are green while our mountains are brown, the pools are filled and can constantly have clean water. While we have to stand here today to make sure our next generation, or even our people today, will have water to survive and revive our cultural traditions. How do we truly know where our Hawaii is really going when this is what we see on a daily basis? How can we allow a new water well when most of our water wells are being filled with chloride a'olehiki? We will not. Wamoke o kaina kapana, as our king Kalikeoli said, the life of the land is perpetuated in righteousness. Mahalo.
Mai ko pali poi ko hono ko ko pili ona ne pili mai ka ko. Makana kane ko ino e unu ko mai ko ma makai. Ele au ki kula kai puni ona na no hono ko mai ko. Hello, my name is Makana Kaneko, 17 years old. I go to Lahaina Luna in the Hawaiian Immersion Program. Family comes from Bonafall. Me and my family are currently cultivating and restoring Hawaii to Loikana. We use our land to teach and educate Haumana on how our Kipuni used to malama the Loikana through first-hand education. I believe that water pumping from the Kahana wells could eventually lead to high levels of chloride due to the common trend in the 12 water wells for the Mali. If our water is contaminated, it can affect the land, the people, and my own family. With the expectation to continue educating future generations, I hope that the County of Maui and Seaworm makes the right decision to prevent more damage to our Aina, Hawaii, and our community. We should always consider the future of our mo'opuna and their days to come. The water is the foundation of our lahui, and without it, all.
Aloha, my name is Kaimi Pono Lindsay, Kekeki Kyoki Lindsay, I'm in Monica Lindsay. I am from Lahaina and I am a Hawaiian immersion student at Lahaina Luna High School. I'm 16 years old and I have lived in Lahaina my whole life. Growing up, I could always see the importance of water for this place and would always hear about people talking, protesting, and fighting, not only for the water, but also for our land. I'm testifying today to give my opinion on using the Kahana water well. In Kaipuni, we learn a lot about water and its importance to us Kanaka and the Aina. Water is not only a natural resource, but it is wealth. Everything in life involves water, especially for us Kanaka. He ai oi, he inu oi, he mahi ai oi, he lawai a oi, he Kanaka he enalu oi a pela aku. Whether it's for food, drinking, of course, farmers, fishermen, and surfers, and so on. I think that by allowing people to use the Kahana water well without another permit could possibly cause problems in the future from too many people using it and pumping from it. It could also open opportunities for private companies to use it, since that is where the majority of the wells in Maui Komohana are going to, hotels, condos, and golf courses. I hope to see in the future that these situations with the water between our own people can be resolved and for us to stop fighting over something that we literally need to live. Water is very important to us and should be taken care of instead of using to tear us apart from each other and even worse, hurting our Aina. That is all I gotta say.
Lilo ka ha'aheo i nā haumana, kai liwa kākou. So urunui o Mala, ai ka urunui o Makila me pahoa o iho i nā pea e lua o ka aina o Lahaina. Aloha nei tākou o wau keia o Kanoi Lenny Stewart. No anei i wau, no Lahaina mai au. My name is Kanoi, born and raised in Lahaina, strong advocate for our aina, our kaiulu and our people. We've been voicing our concerns at CWIR meetings for the past decade or so and hoping that hearing the mana'o of our OPO today
we'll urge you guys to do what is required of the law to follow through on the public trust. In 2022, CWARM designated Maui Komohana as a water management area. You guys are the ones that sought designation and the community supported that. But you guys ultimately designated Lahaina as a WMA because of the dire situation that we are in. Not enough rainfall, increasing effects of climate change, and the pumping of groundwater hitting increased chloride levels. The WUPA process is an important part of the process to be able to effectively manage, protect, and regulate all water uses. Allowing the Department of Water Supply to skip the line and not need a water permit defeats the full purpose of designation and opens up the opportunity for others to petition to do the same and goes against CWARM's public trust kuleana. It would be helpful to know what the county's current and actual demand is. What are the actual numbers for Maui Department of Water Supply sources and suppliers, including water from private purveyors? And what are the private purveyors doing with 77% of Maui Komohana's water? Who is using it, where, and for what? As we've heard, county water is under all kinds of drought restrictions while luxury developments are not. CWARM should come up with a solution that addresses the real problem, finish the WUPA process, reallocate water, address the wasteful practices of legacy water diverters, and then if there's still a shortage to meet county needs and no other solutions, then maybe a new pump can be considered. Overall, CWARM should not be making exceptions for applicants that could be detrimental to the health of our aquifer. You guys have constitutionally mandated kuleana to uphold the public trust and protect life for present and future generations, as you guys have heard, and will continue to hear after this as well. So just the wahi ho'opana o maopopo. You know, we come here to these halawae not to we come here to help share that, you know, everything that you guys do as a commission is important, not just for our community, but also for our education. You know, if we don't have access to this water, we don't have access to learning more about all of the resources that are protected by the commission. Mahalo.
Thank you so much. It takes courage to come up here and testify, so thank you, all of you.
Mai ka kuki e kio ana i ka ua na ulu, mai ka ikina a ke komohana, he kilina no I ke ao, ke oloho I Poki Island. O wā o Sesame Shim, I'm a kumu at ke kula kaipuni o ke kaulu. Aloha Water Commission and aloha nui ka ike ana yaʻoe e ana ke Kahana. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify today on agenda item B1. I, along with some of my haumana, are here to support the Lahaina community in their commitment for the proper use of our most vital resource. As kuleana, my haumana keep up with current issues in our government and our resources. They are aware of topics and decisions that will be discussed that impact our rights as Kanaka Hawaii. These haumana choose on their own if they would like to speak up for concerns and injustice, as they know our voice is the main power we hold today. As they learn our true history, they are privy to the strategies of greed and capitalism that has taken power over our land and water, and how 77% of Lahaina waters are controlled by private purveyors, while only 23% are assessed for public trust purposes. With Lahaina in particular, we are paying attention. With so many opportunists looking to take advantage of this disaster to capitalize and profit, we must all be vigilant with the Lahaina community. The natural order of capitalism is lies and greed. Anything to be on top and take all. When we attended the meeting about reassessing the sustainable yield, how interesting that the commission would entertain the idea to use a well as a workaround to the permitting requirements of a water management area. Something that the last administration of the Water Commission fully supported along with the Lahaina community. So when we saw this on the agenda, many of us had questions and concerns. These haumana, so passionate to stand in pono, was ready to voice their concerns. Then to have the item pulled from the agenda was like, just like a diversion blocking their flow. For whatever reason, to first add this ridiculous idea to the agenda, then take it down, makes us all wonder if the commission is really doing their homework. Just as the sunshine laws require, and as we are learning and understanding those laws, we are not playing games, especially games of the benefactors. So we are here, and they will share what they think about this well, along with what should be prioritized concerning the water in Lahaina. We stand with Lahaina. We are doing our homework, and we are hopeful, all of you, to take that kuleana and truly do your homework as well. So I brought a little mana'o. As a kumu, you know, we try to teach our kids and share. I don't want anybody to leave this room today without forgetting the numbers 77 and 23. 77 and 23. When I first told my homana about that, the look on their face, they were so appalled. 77% and we get 23. So sometimes it's just numbers. Some people, you know, they need other learning, you know, ways. So visualization, yeah? 77%, 23%. See, they couldn't even give us the 75. They had to take a bite out of our share of the quarter. 77 and 23. This for this whole community. And the Kahana well analogies. This plate represents the Kahana well, because if we can't all share this 23%, we got to start eating the plate. Appalling. 77, 23. That's L. So please, the power is in your guys' hands. We need accountability. Teach our kids, we all need to be accountable for our resources. Every one of us. We all have kuleana. We all have this responsibility to our face. So, anytime any of us wants to even consider the thought of compromise, think about this pie. We have been compromising and we've been compromised. Please, Hanay Kapono.
Hello, Water Commission, Kahana, and the community of Lahaina. My name is Wally Kimokel, and I attend Kikula Kaiapuni Public Education. I come from a long line of fishermen, hunters, fellow farmers, cultural practitioners. I do not currently live in Lahaina, but I have many ties to Lahaina. I lived and went to the school for 7 years. My family is from Uluwatu and Lahaina, and my tutu wahine and tutu kane are buried at Waiota Church. I'm here to support the Lahaina community and hope you listen to the desire for equity and justice. Please bring their voices to the table, listen to their input, and consider the consequences of your decisions. Your decisions need to be informed, data-driven, and consider the community of not just Lahaina, but Maui. If your decision is to support the approval of the bill, it will cause a ripple effect of more water heating across the island. This will affect our people, our culture, and our aina. It took our aina many years to fill the aquifers and sources of water that wells like this will tap into. Scientific studies report like the USGS in 2024 state that the leeward sides has less groundwater recharge than the windward sides of the island. This recharge rate is affected by rainfall and many factors like soil health, invasive species, and land management. We know that only a fraction of the water makes it into our aquifers. In the 2016 USGS report on groundwater in Hawaii, they state that when water is pumped from our freshwater lens, saltwater can rise and make our drinking water salty. What happens when these wells are overpumped? The answer shall no longer be that we should drill another well. We need to research all water use, including the 77% of legacy water diverters. Transparency and accountability should be focused on at this time, not requesting to further impact an impacted system, especially with so many studies that share that another well is not the answer. We need to know what the current and projected demand of water. Some questions need to be answered. What is the county's current demand for water now? What are the private purveyors doing with 77% of Maui Pumohana's water? Who is using it and where and what for? No matter the number, we know that another well is not the right answer. I encourage you to look at your own research and listen to the people who rely on you to protect the natural and cultural resources of Lahaina. Mahalo for your time. Yo,
Mai ka vai olo ki kua lono I ka ua paupili a hiki I ka hoi ana I ka vai I waina e. Welina mai kako. Ai o kanoa koilani, no hana a waluku mai au. Ai a hamana o mai ke kula kai punia ke kolike. Aloha Water Commission and Auntie Hannah Springer. The County of Water Department Supply wants to construct a well in Kahana for public water access because of Lahaina's water system redundancy issue, which is meant to that. Just think to yourself, let me ask you a question. Why are there redundancy issues in the first place? Putting the well in Kahana isn't the right solution for making the West Maui water system more reliable. What needs to be done is to ensure that all the water is distributed equally to the people of this community. Water usage by our community should take precedence over any commercial and luxury development water uses. Private purveyors have 77% of the water, while the county and community have access to only 23%. Lahaina has a redundancy issue because of the mismanagement of the Hawaii for over the last 100 years to plantations, private industries, hotels, golf courses, luxury homes, and so on. I easily see that the main problem here is the mismanagement of our Hawaii and its usage. Even if the well is built, the root of the problem is still there, the unfairness in water distribution for Lahaina's community. So I say, listen to us, the people, the public, as we say, look past the construction of this well and focus on rightfully distributing the water for the benefit of the people and future generations, as this fulfills the requirements to uphold the public trust. This wouldn't have been an issue if requirements of the public trust doctrine were upheld. If the well is used without going through the permitting process, how will we know it will be properly managed for the benefit of the people? Mahalo.
Aloha e ke kahu bai pono, ana ke Hannah Springer, ame ke kai ulu nani o ka malu ulu o lele. O o Blake Atsushiro, he hamana o ke kula kie o ke kolike. Mahalo nui for the opportunity to submit testimony on the new usage of the Kahana Aquifer well. In Articles 11, Section 1 of the Hawaii State Constitution, it says that for the benefit of present and future generations, the state shall conserve and protect all natural resources, including land, water, and air. By opening the use of this well, while also trying to claim its existing uses to work around the due diligence of a water management area, permanent damage to the aquifer is inevitable. This will demonstrate to some that they are above our laws. After doing this, where will you draw the line? In Article 11, Section 7, the state has an obligation to protect the water for the benefit of the people. Luxury for-profit developers will keep trying for more and more until before you know it, they will regain the monopoly over the aquifer and all the resources around it. After all the progress our kupuna and makua have made to make things pono within this system, how is this a pono you survive? I ask you, what message will this send foreign developers and more importantly, the people of Lahaina? That the experience of tourists and the well-being of resorts takes precedence over the welfare of the local people? I, as an Opio of Maui, want to be able to stay here as I get older. I want my children and their children and so on and so forth to experience the Maui of my childhood. The only way this is possible is if you, the board, and council members alike, keep my generation and generations to come in mind and put a stop to the exploitation of Maui's vai. This is not just a decision that affects Lahaina, but will set the tone for future situations in places all over the island just like this one. Mahalo for your time.
Wawai pono ame te kai ulunani o la haina, o wau oli hau kili o mua kanai la ko te aloha, no ka mana ulu mai au, a he hau mana ha a he wau o ke kula kai puni o te kaulike. I am here today to remind everyone that CWRM has a kuleana to stand by the public trust doctrine in Article 11, Sections 1 and 7 of the Hawaii Constitution. That you should not, as a matter of law, make decisions in favor of private commercial uses of water over public trust purposes. Maui has been overcome with greed, with luxury developers, private diverting companies, and commercial entities who, under no restriction, manage 77% of all of Maui County's water, while only 23 is distributed for public trust purposes. Years of overpumping, diversion, and misuse of water, and what have we learned from it? That the people who manage the majority of our wai are more willing to make decisions that prioritize profit over preservation of resources and protection of kanaka. The devastation in August of 2023 is a result of those unethical decisions, and yet they want more. The Kahana well fully neglects the requirements of a water use permit and could cause irreversible damage to our aquifer. This means that all our lives, our culture, and our future are on the line, and this decision ensures that we're not far from it. I ask the Commission to deny future conversion of the Kahana well. We have to understand that our wai is not limitless. He wa'a, he moku, he moku, he wa'a. A life without wai is no life. Mahalo.
Aloha Water Commission a me ana Kahana Springer. And a pua na mamo o Hawaii mai Hawaii nui puauli I ka lepo ulu o Haumea. I ka halana e pā ana ma ke awawa o iau, I ka wai kuhinia o ke pani wai, I ka oi kapu o kuka e moku, ano ai me ke loa. O au o hoko au aki a he haumana au o ke kulakai puni ki e o ke kaulike. Eia no au e ku e ana no ka pona o ke ola o kākou, a nana hanauna e hiki mai ana. E kākou o pu I ke kaiulu o Lahaina. I'm urging the Commission to oppose any further extraction from the Kahana well in Maui Kumohana. The water systems that nourish our kaiulu are being strained past recovery. According to the data from the county itself, Maui Kumohana faced a daily shortfall of nearly 1 million gallons in 2023. Streams like Honokohau have nearly gone dry. The water treatment plant was left with no surface water inflow for weeks. These aren't abstract numbers. They represent a failing system and a watershed in distress. To take more groundwater in these already stressed conditions is not a solution. It's like borrowing from a future that is already empty. Every gallon we take now is a gallon we are stealing from the next generation. Groundwater and surface water are not separate. They are one and the same, intimately connected in our ecosystems. More pumping from Kahana well will only further drain the streams that hanai our lo'i, sustain native species, and kako'o the traditional and customary practices of us Kanaka Hawaii, meaning streams fed by groundwater like Honokohau and Iao dry out. Native species like o'opu and opai start to die off. In addition, salt water from the ocean can invade the aquifer, permanently contaminating it. The law is clear. Wai is a public trust resource. Kahana well is part of a fragile system already beyond safe limits. To approve more extraction now will only violate that public trust, especially when alternatives like conservation, watershed restoration, and leak reduction have not been fully pursued. We are bleeding our aina dry and future generations will only pay the price. Healing is possible, but only with conservation and regeneration, not more extraction. As an Okio Hawaii, I feel this deeply. Wai is not just a resource, it's our kupuna, it's a relative. It feeds our kalo, our families, our traditions, our stories. To watch our stream dry up, to see our aquifers deplete, is to witness harm to the living systems that sustain us. It is to feel our rights, our kupuna being discarded. I ask CWRM to do what is pono, stand with the Lahui and Aina, say no to future extractions from the Kahana well, and instead invest in real path to water security. Regeneration, restoration, and respect our ecosystems and cultural practices. My future is in your hands whether I like it or not. Our wai is life, please protect it. Ola ika wai. Mahalo.
Velina mai me ke aloha e ke kahu waipona a me ke kaia ulu nani o ka malu ulu wale. O wau ke Kalihi Farm, he mana au mai ke kula kaipuni o ke kauike. According to the commission's staff submitted, if all new and existing use permits applications are granted in full, and the county's requested use of Kahana well were granted in full, this request would leave just 2.86 MGD remaining. Before they decide to pump more water to meet the county needs, they need to regulate the luxury developers, hotels, and other commercial uses. Addressing the needs of the county by first finding where the commercial entities can cut back on their water use. According to the staff submittal, allowing the use of the Kahana well for commercial uses is once again prioritizing the wrong group of people, prioritizing a capitalistic mindset. We are already witnessing the deadly impacts of short-sighted, greed-driven decisions across Hawaii, dried streams, dying forests, and displaced communities. Furthermore, allowing the Kahana well to skip the permitting process that we all had to go through here in Lahaina would be yet another chapter in the ongoing dispossession of Kanaka Oiwi from our own public trust resources. This request isn't sustainable, it isn't pono, and it will be a death sentence for our ecosystems, our families, and our future. We must stand firm, protect our way, our beliefs, and our future generations. Mahalo no kumanawa e olo no kawai.
Mahalo to all the students. You're obviously well prepared and very articulate. Thank you so much for all your testimony. Do we have any other students that are here that wanted to provide public testimony to us? Okay, you know what? I'm going to take a short 5-minute break, and then we're going to open it up for others who are here to provide comments on B1. Thank you. If everybody can grab their seats. Thank you very much, students. I'm going to tell you how we're going to go for another 90 minutes, and I'm going to take public comments, and then we're going to take a lunch break. I am going to ask, I do have a list of everybody who's here to testify. I'm going to provide you, I'm going to call from here. So those adults, I gave the students a little break. I didn't keep them to the 2 minutes, but I'm going to keep adults to the 2 minutes. So if you can look over, Ivalani has got these cards notifying you 1 minute and then stop. All right? Because I got plenty of people. I've got 121 people, 140 people. No, well, although I'm missing between 30 and I'm missing between 30 and 120. But I got plenty of people here who want to provide a comment. All right, so I'm going to start first. I'm going to call 3 people's names. And then if you can begin to come up to the front and speak into the microphone. If you've testified as a student or as a kumo, let me know and I'm going to go past your name. So the first 3 names I have is Kala Tanaka. Was she the kumo? Was she the kumo? Okay. So the next 3 is John Carty, John Katawaki, and Nadine Awana. If you could come up, John Carty is first. Thank you. I do have a request specifically from Commissioner Paul Meyer, but from all the rest of the Water Commission. We were so impressed with the testimony by the students. You were prepared, you were articulate, you were eloquent, and you were your testimony was compelling. And I know that it took courage to come up, and it was good you came up with each other. But we greatly appreciate hearing from you, because as many of you reminded us, our decisions are about future generations. And sometimes we don't get to hear those voices. So we greatly appreciate the opportunity to hear you and in your own hometown. So again, on behalf of the commissioners, we really want to thank you all for your participation and your obvious commitment to this issue. We have seen many of you come up before in other CWARM meetings, but you have spent a lot of time really understanding. I can tell somebody isn't just writing your testimony. This is coming from you, from your heart and from your passion. So thank you so very much on behalf of the Water Commission and staff. Thank you.
So I'm John Carty, and I am testifying on behalf of myself today. Wilmot Kahaili is speaking for Save Honolulu today. And I needed to come and tell you about the effects of wells on Honolulu. And there's a well that's been put in nearby me about 15 years ago. And I know that global warming and reduced rainfalls are to blame as well, but I personally have gotten to know the stream flow very well and have seen a big difference since that well has gone in. And so I know Maui County may have withdrawn their application for now, but you need to know that I have already seen effects from a well, and that's a small well just for one family, not much less one that's going to be water to whole communities. And so even though they've withdrawn their application, the most crucial problem remains that private water companies are controlling and egregiously misappropriating water with no accountability or transparency. And water is a public resource, and it's your legal obligation to regulate it and protect it for all people, but yet this opulent, self-indulgent, free-for-all for private water companies to gorge on water for golf courses, swimming pools, fake farms, estates, lush extensive lawns, rainforest gardens, and arid lands are luxuries for people who mostly don't even live here. And this wasteful gluttony of water for outsiders' pleasure and profits must end first before anyone talks about drastically endangering our aquifer. There are other alternatives. R1 water from Honokawai treatment plant, millions of gallons are squandered daily, harming our reefs when they could be helping us. Private water companies have allowed their reservoirs to go fallow, and those could be used to store turbid water from high flow events and let the turbidity settle out.
So John, your time is up, so if you could just summarize.
It's time for real protection and fair management, 100% of our water for us, for all of us, not just a few.
Thank you very much. John Katawaki, Nadine Awana, and Mahesh Cleveland. Is John Katawaki here? Okay, is Nadine Awana here? Mahesh? After Mahesh, I have John Kelly, and Kainoa Costco. Oh, I'm so sorry, Nadine. Please, come on out, come on out. I apologize.
Mahalo nui for being here. Wanted to for my own, I'm not a great public speaker, but I wanted to aloha and to kind of scream mahalo. Mahalo, commissioners, Don, you're here. I didn't prepare a written testimony, but I wanted to bring some points up. One of which, I do a lot of research for, I used to do a lot of research for Akoni back at Mapula. And today I do it for my home. And so I found some documents that maybe we're not remembering or recalling. One of them is that in 2012, the United States Army actually gave their approval. There's a memorandum of approval to restore Mokuhinia Pond. And so, the customary practices is what we were trying to restore at that time. So it's a big thing, 2012. I know that's a lot of population growth from that time to this time today. And then we also have, in 2003, there was a final assessment with the county of Maui planning. So there's two things on the table right now that maybe we're not taking into consideration when we talk about water. Water is life. But, I think about my mo'opuna, and her relationship with a Lahaina resident. Will she be a part of this residency here in Lahaina? Possibly. And so I'm really concerned about 23%. Yeah. I don't know what to say. It's like really disturbing, and I hope that this commission will hear our concerns. We're very concerned. We need you to help us, please, fulfill that Hawaii state water code. Customary practices, our cultural practices are very important to us. Mahalo.
I was corrected by the Attorney General that since our agenda is 3 minutes, you all have 3 minutes to provide comments. So go ahead.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Welcome, Commissioner Springer. My name is Mahesh Cleveland. I'm an attorney with the Honolulu Office of Earth Justice, and I'm sorry that they maybe jumped the line on the community, but I'll try to say what I have to say quickly here. So we appreciate that that staff withdrew the B1 submittal, but obviously the water issues sort of behind it are not going away, and so we wanted to make sure that we got in here and said some things. We actually submitted written testimony late last night, so I don't know if folks had a chance to look yet, but we hope you'll take a look at it because we know these issues are going to keep coming up. I think the point is that The water situation out here was already so bad 3 years ago that the commission had to designate it for management. And the community rallied behind the commission's decision that way because everyone could already see how bad it had gotten and how bad it was getting. And now we've seen in both DWS's petition and in the submittal, just how much worse it's gotten, even in just 3 short years. I mean, the wells are going salty all over the place. And so one of the reasons we're really glad DWS withdrew this petition is because sinking Kahana well right there in the midst of all those other salty wells is just sticking another straw down in the same salty cup and really isn't going to get us very far. We've seen other places in Hawaii where wells salted up. Molokai, it happened. I think West Oahu, wells salt out and that aquifer is done. You're never getting a drop of fresh water out of that aquifer in our lifetimes. We need to make sure that doesn't happen here. Also, just because we assume that these issues are going to keep coming up and that even a declaratory petition of this type might come back, we wanted to make really clear our understanding of the water code that that declaratory petition was headed nowhere but court. You can't just say that, you can't just exempt random parties from a permitting requirement where the only exemptions for water use permitting are water catchment and individual domestic users, no other exceptions. And so to the extent any declaratory ruling came out carving out that exemption, it would not stand up in court. Also, we understand why DWS is asking these things. The people need water, but you cannot just redefine a brand new well as an existing use through a declaratory ruling. And so we hope, and we know that there are tools in the code that this commission has that it can use to address water shortages, water emergencies and the like. And so we just would strongly encourage this commission to work with the tools that are available to you and not make up new ones in the meantime. So thank you very much for the opportunity to testify and thank you.
Next we have, is it John, is it Healy? Kelly, I'm sorry, come on up, John. Okay, I think that's on our C1. Would you like to wait till then? Yes. Thank you very much. So after that, I have, is it Kainoa, Casco, Kelly, Keahi, and Paele. Kainoa, did you already provide comments? Oh, okay, what about, is there Kelly Keahi, Paele, Alan Ornelas, Julian Lee or EE? Okay, why don't you come on up? I'm gonna take whoever walks, well, if I've called your name, please come on up.
Well, I'm Kelly Kiaki. Just after listening to all those kids today, man, they're smart, and I think it's time as adults start listening to the kids. And if there's ever a time that we really need to pay attention to this water issue, it is the here and now. I really hope that today's testimony with everybody, you guys start taking some action. We need action at this point, and no more delays or anything. So that's what I have to say today. Thank you.
My name is Pailekio Kona. I was born and raised in Lahaina and grew up most of my life farming kalo, both in Honko'au and Kaula Valley. And just like back then and similar to today, we are forced to fight for our right to vote. And today, nothing much has changed. And what I wanted to come and point out today is how we live in a time of consistent paradoxes. So I know that, and I probably don't have to mention, but 77% of our water is still being used by the private purveyors. And what we ask here today is super simple. Uphold the law and do your job. The same people you are afraid to reclaim our resources from and our water from are the same people utilizing these resources and pool to continue to displace our people. They make it increasingly difficult to sustain our livelihoods because in most cases, these people are the ones building luxury estates, hotels, and institutions that continue to drive up prices
suck more of our resources, leaving us dry, broke, homeless, and forced to leave. So a quick recap of what has happened thus far. Plantations came, diverted the water for sugar exportation to be exported off island. As a result, our people's way of life neared complete erasure. Our resources gone, our language and culture nearing extinction. Now fast forward to today, our value and resources are still being utilized by our modern day plantation, which is the tourism industry. And along with that, the private entities and the multimillionaires that continue to drink up even more than before. But today there's a massive want and need for authenticity for our culture and the traditions, and share that and cater to the guests. But vai is the most important aspect of our culture. So here's the paradox. Our vai is being sent to the very entities that are wanting more of our culture to be prevalent in their hotels, in their businesses, in the community, but you are still allowing our lifeline to be taken by the very entities that utilize our traditions and way of life as a selling point, simultaneously killing that which people come to see. Do you not see the irony and the paradox in that? Although the well was taken off the agenda today, I would testify to the paradoxes prevalent in that. I'd say that all of you are educated enough to be able to sniff out BS. So you all know 100% that drilling wells in itself is a paradox. We have laws to leave water in the streams, but drill wells to avoid taking water from the streams. But all of you know for a fact that the well water is the same water that comes from the aquifers which the streams feed. So instead of pulling from the streams, we allow people to drill wells, but we all know that the salinity levels are way above the allowable rate. So what do? Pull water from the streams that they're allowed to, mix it with the salty water that they're pulling from their wells, and bring it up to an allowable limit for the public consumption. Yet another paradox. May as well just let them continually pull from the stream at that point. What's the point of a water designation? At this point, we already see that there are no more loopholes for you to try and jump through and sneak through. There are no more shortcuts or opportunities for you to try and make up what is lacking in the economic sector. You are now chasing your own tail to a place of inevitable demise. It is time for you to just do what you are selected to do, a job that the very people in this room are relying on you to do. It is the community that came together and formulated an entity of governments so that a select few would reflect the broader community's needs, right? You are here because thousands expect you to be the voice. But today, the community, the majority, have unified our voices. So what's the point of having an authoritative figure aimed at it? And that in itself is another paradox. I know many share this outlook with me today. We're willing to give our lives for this place, to whatever extreme that means. Our community, whatever extreme that means to take care of our community. We don't want to have to take it to that point, and today you get to decide. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next is Alan Ornelas, Julin, is it Jasmine Ryan, Elizabeth Ray, Riley Bond. Just please come on up. Deandra Makakoa. Hypo. No, please come on up. If I called your name, come on up.
Aloha, I'm Elizabeth Ray. So I learned that tier 6, the private developers are in control 77% of our water. This blatantly goes against the Hawaiian Constitution and the Water Code. Why are we fighting for a public resource? No more drinking fountains at schools, at parks, at beaches. They're very limited. Our keiki playing in Lahaina's merciless sun with limited water? How? When resort pools abundantly, over excessively flow water in their lush landscape, luxury developed areas. When was vai ever for sale? How do the rich monopolize the #1 necessity, vai? In God's eyes, we are all equal. What about our homeless? There's no water resources. My family will perish living without enough public resources. Closed, bottled water is expensive, it's heavy. Stop. Put the families, the children, the kapuna as a priority, not the visitor. Hawaiians, educate you on VI, listen with patience and understand that VI is the thing which sustains our aina. It is precious, it is sacred. It was never intended to be taken advantage of or to profit from. Never meant to be scarce. This is Hawaii. Mahalo.
Riley? DeAndre? Kaipo?
Morning, welcome to Commission. Thank you for taking the time and allowing us to testify. My name is DeAndre Makakoa. As a displaced fire survivor, but the bigger issue still remains. We cannot keep looking for new water sources when the existing system is broken. West Maui's water cannot keep being managed in fragments. We need to treat 100% of our water as a public trust. The privately controlled 77% is part of the solution. True equity means really we wouldn't even be talking about digging new wells. We would not have to pit the need for housing and the struggle of rebuilding against the need to protect our aina. The Commission's job is to uphold the public trust across all water resources. If we prioritize aina, culture, and aquifer health first, then everyone would benefit. Even the tourism industry would benefit from that. But when you prioritize luxury development first, you destroy the very foundation that this life depends on. And when the solution is this obvious, but you keep ignoring that 77%, it's not hard to believe that this is the result of corruption and backdoor deals. We're asking that the Commission do their job, assess the full 100% of West Maui's water, redistribute it fairly, and manage it as a public trust. Mara.
Hello, Commission. Earlier, somebody had mentioned the lowest flows in over a century. Chloride levels have been already established beyond the DOH standards for us in West Maui. Only months before the 2023 fire, Honokoi Public Water System was issued a hold on one of the wells for high chloride levels. Sustainable measurement methods, RAM, wasn't maybe the best tool to use, but the considered approach is not something I can support. The current conditions as a person on the ground can tell you the impacts are beyond the concern of humanity and have long been a detriment to our environment. It is not a public health concern. It is a public health crisis, and the fire should have been enough. The consideration of yet another well is a slap in our community's face. Putting some last-minute shenanigans and reconsidering priorities is not the leadership we expect. Over 20 years, I've stood in front of this commission, just as my daughter does today. Time and time again, we've worked to find our place. We have solutions. It is acquire 100% of all water systems, get a clean and clear hand on yours, as well as ours, conditions and considerations. Stricten the condition of use across the board, not just on us. When the water is in the hands of the people, the decisions are simple. Corporate interests should not have a role in the decision-making of our livelihood. Priority and permits, VUPA and SUPA. I believe you all understand the process and its importance when it comes to the permit review process. Now, whether or not you will be readjusting or whatnot is yet to be heard. However, the process of review is set, and within it are the priorities. The IIFS is set to first address the top of your priority, the fauna and flora and well-being of our environment. The RFP for human use is then reviewed based on the water code, Kuleana and TNC, individualized domestication, public trust. If no more, then no more. We don't want enough water, no more enough water. Try to find more is not the solution. Better management is. Let's know what we can do with what we have before we start to make decisions based on what we don't know. Action pending on the permits need to be taken sooner than later. The longer we let the life of our motherland be raped and pillaged, the more we are pushed over the precipice. We cannot not wait any longer. We know that housing is a need. Our county has a policy, show me the water before development is built. That policy has been holding up a lot of situations. If we manage our waters better, water can be found to be used for those needs. Oya Malik, Malo.
Next, I have Norm, Lopez, Earl. Is it Earl? Is it Earl? Glenn? Yeah, okay, Earl, okay, Earl, come on out. Then I have Glenn Gasman, and then Keomoku Kapu.
Aloha, good morning. Aloha, commissioners. Welcome to Lahaina. Thank you for taking the time to hear the voices of Lahaina. My name is Oroku Kahiko. I am a lifelong resident of Lahaina. I continue to live here in Lahaina. I retired 33 years of service in the County Highways Division, and for many years I've coached in our community youth and adult programs. It is unfortunate that it had to take a devastating disaster to bring to light multiple challenges our community has faced with for many years. However, I'm not going to talk about specifics pertaining to skimming wells, surface water versus aquifer. We have smarter people than that, and you've heard many of them earlier today. People like Paele Kiokona, who along with many others are very knowledgeable and have been involved in this conversation for many years to address. But I will talk about my home, purchased by my parents, been in our family for over 60 years, right here in Waikuli, which is now gone. But how often I've stood in my front yard, stared into the horizon, and wondered why I have a water restriction imposed to my already dry aina. Why I cannot wash my car or hose down my patio. And yet hotels, condos, and high-end homes continue to stay plush and green. We all heard after the fire 23% and 77. Where is the 77? I've been told R1 water is the reason resorts stay so green. However, I'm almost certain R1 water does not go into maintaining those massive swimming pools and decorative fountains. Swimming pools. But that's for another conversation. We have this opportunity to make things right. And we, our community, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, are counting on you right now to do the right thing for us. There is one more concern I would like to address. We need to stop saying we need to continue or resume new developments using affordable housing as a reason. Where's the water gonna come from to support these projects when we can't sufficiently water the aina we currently have? No more water. Yes, I agree, we do need affordable housing, but how affordable is affordable when our generational ohana cannot afford them? And that too is for another conversation. So until we can figure out a way to get them all, and I mean all of them, to own their own home should they choose to, please stop pushing that narrative. And for those of you who are saying affordable housing, please stop. You're not fooling anyone. Lastly, just moving the drill over into another surface boundary doesn't mean you're not pulling from the same aquifer. I'm just saying. Mahalo.
Okay, Glenn, and after Glenn, Keamoku and Uilan.
Hello, commissioners. Welcome to Lahaina. I was prepared to give a lengthy talk on my phone, but I think enough has been said. You know, you guys heard the sentiments and the concerns of our community. I'm so proud of our appeal. Our future is in good hands. However, my biggest pet peeve is what my brother Earl just said about I drive from Lanipoco to Kapalua, and I'm just taken aback that at my own house, I cannot wash my car. I've been practicing sustainable stuff. I grow my own vegetables. My wife and I, we make our own poi. And now, because of the water restrictions, our yield is not as much. Yeah. And it bothers me that our residents that have lived here for generations after generations have to be adhered to these restrictions. And yet, when I drive to the north end of Lahaina, I see all these luxury homes, and they're lush and green. I had a pretty decent lawn at one time. My fruit trees and my ornamental plants were beautiful. Now, if you come to my Aina, it's totally dry. My plants, my fruit trees, my kalo are struggling to survive. I water once a week. I water my kalo once a week. I try to give them at least 2 inches of water. Yeah, because I grow them in pots. Because no sense growing them in the ground. Because don't enough water. Yeah, and that's it bothers me when I see these luxury homes and stuff, and they're all in the private sector. Yeah, you know, and I feel that if the residents have to adhere to any restrictions, then those people there need to follow the same restrictions that we have. Yeah. And if the private entities that control those waters for those people don't get a handle and monitor their usage, then the county or the state should find them, the company, you know? So everything is gonna be on a fair playing field. Basically, ending this talk, this kuka with you guys right now, I just ask you and plead with you, just do your jobs. Yeah, just do your jobs. Okay, Allah, mahalo.
Aloha mai kapo. First of all, my name is Yamako Kapu. I'm from Kaula Valley, and I'm going to try to get this thing done within the time constraint. So I get some bullet points. One is the in-stream flow standard. Second, designation. Third, pending WUPA's private versus public interest.
condemnation of existing wells for public uses and adaptive management. And I think because the agenda, the two items on the agenda would cover everything that I want to talk about. The in-stream flow standard was set throughout Komohana for Ukumehame, Olowalu, and Tahoma at 2 million gallons per day. But Kaula was set at 3.34 million gallons per day. Now, entertaining the idea of lessening the in-stream flow from 2.34 to 2.7, which will allow for domestic uses and more pending application for WUPAs from who? The private sectors. Now we get lumped up with other new uses is wrong. We've been waiting, and now we have to wait longer for our water use permit applications, especially for our Kuleana families throughout Komohana. It's definitely wrong. The designation, we fought long and hard for years to get the state to finally designate these areas as a management area. So Komohana fought long and hard for the designation so the state can start managing our water resources more efficiently so our Kuleana had the protection of our traditional customary uses, mainly Kanaka to survive for purposes written within the Kanawai. Pending WUPAs, with the Mahiaya Komohana have done every effort to fit into this system of micromanagement, which we are the very reason why the commission is here to assure that we not get cut off of our very resources that are not only protected to allow for Kuleana to the assurance that we can still feed and provide for our ohana and our community. Private versus public interest. Best way to manage our public trust doctrine, I really feel that it should be 77% of the water resources should be for public usage, and the private sector can haggle for the 23%. I cannot see that they not only are taking more of our resources, but allowing them to sell our resources for profit. Wrong. The condemnation of existing wells for public uses. There are wells within Komohana that are drawing over millions of gallons of water for private interests and allowing the public the right to charge 3 times more for the water that comes from a public trust. I think this commission should really tighten up on making sure that the public is priority in all of this, especially when it comes to the resources that are beneficial for our public. And the fire was evident of that. We lost everything within hours because of the lack of water. Adaptive management. I'm not in support of any adaptive management for any reason, especially to allow more resources to be utilized for private interests by creating an adaptive management and lessening the in-stream flow standard would enable all resources Mauka of the adaptive management and cut off Kuleana Mauka of this designation. If that is done, still, then I want to know how long will that take for the commission to change from adaptive management to a full Mauka to Makai flow. That is written within the law. So I don't want to get kind of a little bit pushy, but I've been in litigation for a long time. And I'm not here basically to put my foot down. I'm here to remind this commission that you need to do your due diligence to make sure that the resources are provided for the community's benefit. We are the priority. These private sectors are getting away with everything. Now is the time for change. And with your consideration, heavily consideration, we can make that change for the benefit of our future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll let the students go. After Uri, we have Rina by Philemon.
Yes, my name is Uilani Kapu. Aloha. Welcome to Lahaina. As you guys heard from our next generation, they have spoken out gracefully, educating themselves about their kuleana, which they're gonna be fighting later, and hopefully not have to fight. As our queen said, you know, the pen is much better than going in front and running, fighting. It's stronger. You just do all your due diligence and give your testimony. So my grandchildren have testified. My son-in-law, my son soon, my husband, myself. 3 generations fighting for what is right. 3 generations sharing their mana'o and giving their strong testimony of life, of life, of what it's like to live in Hawaii, and why people come here. They come here for the beauty of our place, but they also want to learn what is traditional. And if our vai is not here for us to teach them and to show them what our lifestyle is, then why even come to Hawaii? So as taro farmers, as fishing people, as people of the land, we know the law. Everybody knows the law. But why is it always being subjected to change? Why is it that we have to fight each other when it has been written for years? So, as you've heard all morning, we need to just abide by it and do what is pono, what is here for our next generation, so they have something that they can say, my kupuna taught me how to fish this way. My kupuna have taught me how to live off the land to feed my family. And my kupuna are looking at me, perpetuating what is right.
Nina and Philemon.
Together, okay? We're the 2 oldest of our generation.
Aloha, my name is Rena Sampson, and I'm from the Sodeng Nali'iha Ohana. My Ohana are still fishers in Kahana, Maui, and that is where I grew up and where I learned how to do the things that we still do today. Our family properties, we had 7 homes, my grandmother's siblings, my tutus, my great-grandmothers, and her church hall. I was fortunate and blessed to have experienced the abundance of flowing fresh water in Kahana stream, so much that we swam in that stream. The water was crystal clear back then, and cold. It was treat to be able to swim in the stream. From the natural flushing of the nearshore area, we had a clean ocean, fish, limu, o'opu, and kupe'e. There was so much life in the ocean that we had to actually kick the limu out of the way so we could get into the ocean. We had to splash to get rid of the iliko, or the Hawaiian silver slide fish, to go swimming in the ocean. Out of the way. We would have hukilau to gather for family celebrations, and all the generations where I lived, participated. We know the fresh water flowing into our marine environment helped to create that abundance. No more today. Maukatumakai is not just a tagline, it's a basic life reality for survival. The Nale'iha Ohana property is located from the Sedangs, where we still are today, to the edge of Kahana Stream, Makai of Lower Honopi'ilani Highway. It is heartbreaking to see the decline in our natural resources over the years, and that my children grew up in that change, and our next generation may not ever see that area's abundance. Over the years, new wells and groundwater withdrawals have impacted our marine environment. Our cultural practices were further impacted by this proposed new well, but our traditional and customary practices were not considered in this Kapa'akai analysis for Kahana well. It is not acceptable to just blame climate change. It is what we cannot fully control as easily, but work on what we can. 1, upgrade, replace, fix infrastructure, pumps, meters, reservoirs, pipes, grates to reduce loss. In this time of water shortage emergency, we cannot be complacent and depend on systems that are broken. Every drop of water counts. Please conduct at least an annual evaluation of private water diverters and well operators. You must be able to provide information to the public about these water sources so people can understand the decisions being made about our water. Evaluate the number of permits already issued to commercial for profit versus community use, such as low EF farming. We need to see more balance in usage. We need a 10-year or more moratorium on swimming pools, building permits. If people in Honokaha Valley and Kaulula Valley cannot bathe the babies, why do we have swimming pools for luxury second homes? As you know, our water is public trust. So why do we have to fight for it? Thank you for your time, and I pray that you are generally listening to our people of Lahaina, and that our future actions will show us that you are listening. I don't know about you, but when I eat a pie now, I'm going to be looking at it so much more differently. Okay.
Hello, my name is Phil once again. That's my niece. Okay, she said enough. I'd like to speak about like 2 dates. One was 1942. August 1942 was an important date. That's when I was born. Okay. The other important date was August 8th, 1959. You guys know what is that, right? From 1942 to 59, we had abundance of water. I should know, because you know, 1942, I was there. 1959, I was still there. And we had abundance of water, uses, going in the ocean, as much as we like. Then when 1959 till today, we still try to solve the problem. Yes, we are still solving the problem. It's time to listen to the people. Changes can be made. Solutions can be made. Simple solutions. In my personal opinion, no water the grass in a hotel, you know, you shoot. Simple solution you can come up with artificial grass. Throw the water in the ocean. You know, you gotta come up with solution to problems. Too much namu already. Take how many years? Too long. Another 83 years, I will be dead. So it's time to do something now. Listen to the people and get our water back. Yeah. You like a feed you 20%. Wow. No. Okay, so that's all I have to say. Maybe you guys got to straighten up yourself and do something better. In the meantime, thank you for you guys' hard work. Work better, okay? Mahalo.
Next is Kuule Palakiko, Chris, is it Funamoto, Justin Dicker, Ryan Went, and Lauren Palakiko.
Aloha mai kako, wau no kule alo Palakiko, mai kaua wau kaula. Aloha, my name is Kule Palakiko. I know many of you folks have spoken before you numerous times. I want to take this opportunity, I only have a couple of minutes, to first and foremost, just reiterate what you've heard over and time again from young ones that are up and coming, that are speaking their passion on issues that I wish that that generation didn't have to go through, and we could already resolve this. I want to introduce you to my mo'opuna, the oldest of my mo'opuna, Ka'anoio Kala Ewe Ko'ulani. He's here today because he's learning about this process at his age. My father stood before commissions like this and spoke on this very issue of life. He's passed. I sit here today and I speak continually along with my community on this issue of life, still unresolved. His daddy is right there, my boy Keone. He speaks in commissions like this and at public testimony about this very same issue. And now I introduce you to my grandson, Heva. If he's going to be a 20-something-year-old man having to sit in front of a commission and talk about the continuation of our fight for us to be pono with our fight. I want to make that clear for all these young ones. They do not need to be upending their lives because they got to come to meetings like this and fight for the things that are supposed to be second nature, supposed to be the basic of who we are as Kanaka, as people. And Vai is at the very basis of that. So I just want to remind you, I don't want to have to come to listen to my grandson when he's in his 20s and 30s, if I'm still around, and take video because we're still talking about the same thing. I just want to make one last, there are ways that we can get around some of this that are very basic things that we can change. We talk about the overwatering of some of these commercial areas, whether they are lawns on these huge estates or whether they are golf courses. How about we take back 100% of the water, and instead of watering those golf courses, let's go water the mauna. Let's go bring back our ecosystem in such a way that it can self-replenish our water resources. Because I'm looking at what you guys have as possibilities for other sources of reclaiming our water or increasing our water flow. Possible desalination is on the list. R1 water is on the list. Let's have serious discussions about the fact that we can change or we can revert our ecosystem into one that's going to naturally capture the water flow. We cannot do it when Lahaina is dry. All that water, instead of watering the golf courses, why don't we water the mauna, the same amount of water? And I bet you will see one major change in our economy. Please don't make me have to come back in 20 years because this boy got to talk about the same fight we're talking about today. Lava. How are you?
If I call your name, just come on up.
Okay, I'm sorry, apologize. Well, can you hear me? Okay, hi, I'm Chris Formoto. I'm the controller over at Kapalua Golf for TY Management. And just my tie to Maui, my dad was born and raised here and I wasn't, but that's kind of our story. One of the things that we all agree on is water is an enormous issue in Maui. And one issue that we would like to help add on is the issue of irrigation. First of all, we do not use any potable water to water the golf courses or anything like that. We don't control any water as we get it through Hawaii Water Service. And we've also been under water restrictions from Hawaii Water Services from September 25th of 2024. So
But we're also, one thing we wanted to say is we want to partner with the state of Hawaii, and that's all its departments in the county, to find out any solutions on the irrigation. How do we get the water? And if that includes R1 water, we would be willing to partner with those entities. Because we need to get a path forward that's sustainable and makes sense. We understand that the irrigation golf facilities for many people are not of public use, public cross use of water. Our crop is grass, but our grass, when we grow it, it does one thing very well. It recharges the aquifer. When it rains, it cleans out the water and puts clean water back in the aquifer. It also serves as a fire for the area around Kapalua. It also serves as erosion control and stormwater and those basic things. But the other thing about the golf courses, it cannot be developed into anything else. It can only be a golf course or a park or something like that. You cannot put a building on it. When the golf courses were purchased, that's all it could be as developed. And one thing that is lost on some of what we do is we've been in business for over 50 years and we've contributed $1 million to the watershed. And one of our directors has also personally gave 200,000 to try and to get the sustainable water that we get from the stream and that we all need from the stream. Also, we employ a lot of people. We employ 135 people at the golf and tennis facilities. Our restaurants employ another 180 local residents. So we provide a service you need, but also jobs for the community. And after the fire, people need jobs. And also for the fire victims, we built 50 small homes for the Lahaina fire victims. And when those, and after about 5 or 6 years, they're going to be given back to the county too, as a donation. Also, we also had the PGA Tour event, the Century, and that has donated $9 million to local Maui charities. And that's all I'll say. But thank you for your time and good luck.
Thank you for being here. It took courage to come. Thank you for being here. We'll ask Justin, Ryan, Lauren, and Tyler. I did see Lauren Palakiko here earlier. Oh, come on up, Lauren. Come on up.
Aloha, Chair Chang, commissioners, and welcome Auntie Hannah. Thank you folks for coming over, flying here to hear our testimonies. I would like to ask if I may speak on all 3 agendas, as we have to leave early for our sons to pick up.
Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Lauren Palakiko. I am born and raised here in Lahaina. I'm a resident of Kaua'ula Valley and the wife of a kalo farmer. Our family has been fighting for the water in our valley for over 20 years. The developer Nauniopoko has been taking the stream water for their ag zone gentleman estates after the plantation shut down in the early 2000s. On June 14, 2022, after you advocated for seaworm to make Maui Komohana a ground and surface water management area, we supported and testified because we had faith that this fighting would come to an end. You folks won that power and authority as Ke Kahuai Pono to manage our very scarce and most precious resource here in Lahaina for our island, our lives, and our way of living. And you're doing it all the way from Honolulu. After the fire, everyone feared a land grab. This is the beginning of a water grab. MDWS has riskily dug a well just outside the invisible line of aquifers in an area that is not defined as above the sustainable yield. It is clear as day that if they were to pump there, it would absolutely affect the Honopo'ai aquifer as well as the Honolulu aquifer. The actions of MDWS are malevolent. Our town supported your water management designation to prevent this exact behavior. You have the authority and you are the state. If you are Ke Kahuwai Pono, Enforce your power on these entities that are damaging our water sources, and surely do not assist and reward this tyrannical behavior. Our town has been leveled because of developers diverting our streams and drying up our land. We deserve authorities that make Pono decisions for our present and our future right now. To continue this legacy of generational water theft is a slap in Lahaina's face and crumbles the ground on which you stand. Seaworm has a constitutionally mandated kuleana to uphold the public trust and protect our vai for present and future generations. Allowing pumping in that area may cause irreversible damage to Maui Komohana's drinking water. And now on C1. My grandparents came from Korea and are both survivors of the Korean War. They lived through some very scarce years, so it is embedded in me to not waste and to stock up for an unforeseeable future. A few years back in a Seaworm Zoom meeting, I was shocked to see aquifers in Maui Komohana being pumped beyond the sustainable yield. And I believe Honokowai, if I'm not mistaken, was 107%. If not, it might have been 111. I could not understand how anyone could allow more than 50% sustainable yield being taken. Is this not alarming to anyone but me? Look at our conditions. You have the midpoint of transition zone rising, and our freshwater lens is getting smaller. Yeah. And your data shows us that the chloride levels are around 250 ppm and is unsafe to drink. Hawaii Constitution Article 11, Section 9 states, each person has the right to a clean and healthful environment as defined by laws relating to environmental quality, including control of pollution and conservation, protection and enhancement of the natural resources. Any person may enforce this right against any party, public or private. So seriously, if you're looking to revamp the sustainable yield model, you need to become more conservative. Everyone's goal should be to recharge and preserve our freshwater lens. As commissioners, you must apply the precautionary principle. Mahalo. And on C2, violations of public trust. So your duties as commissioners are to maintain waters in their natural state, protect the traditional and customary rights of Native Hawaiians, our riparian, appurtenant, and kuleana rights, and ensure adequate reserves of water for Hawaiian homelands and true domestic users. It is also your affirmative duty to promote the reasonable and beneficial use of our water resources. You are to weigh competing public and private water uses with the presumptions in favor of public use, access, and enjoyment. Why are we not looking at 100% of the water resources here and not just the 23 that Maui County manages? Under the law, as I understand it, you must scrutinize private commercial water use at a higher level. The commission must place the burden on the applicant to justify proposed water use in light of the public trust purposes. And we have both constitutional and statutory protections for Native Hawaiian traditional and customary practices for subsistence, cultural, and religious purposes. Yet in our valley, we live with a developer who takes more water than he is supposed to. He has left our river bone dry at times and also dried up our muliwai, wiping out almost an entire stream population of O'opu more than once. And I have photos to show you of that. O'opu graveyards. They've caused crop rot in our kalo. All of this and nothing more than a slap on the wrist for them, if that. Your staff has insisted that we print out a paper to file a complaint each day and snail mail it to you. How is this upholding the law? How can this happen in a designated water management area? We all hope to see better management of Wai'a Maui Komohana as soon as possible. We have faithfully participated in the water use permitting process, but our patience is wearing thin. Perhaps start by scrutinizing each user's daily usage and putting a cap on it, not just higher rates or fines. If you won't do this with designation alone, then declare a water shortage or emergency. This is truly an emergency situation for those of us in Kaua'ula and Lahaina who live with this every day. It is unjust. No, it is cruel to put our local residents on drought restrictions while allowing golf courses to water their grass at noon. hotels to keep multiple pools filled, especially factoring the water lost to evaporation, and allowing new developments to continue adding pools. It's like the Kahana well. This was all done in either ignorance or pure disregard for the situation of this place and the drought that we face and the worsening of it year by year. So I trust that you folks can see and understand what we're all saying here. If you would like to see these things with your own eyes, we would love to have you come and take a look. Take a look yourselves and get to know the kanaka of this place and the precious vahipana that we protect so fiercely. Mahalo for your time. Eolei kawai.
Tyler, Melissa, Nishiki, why don't you, I see you're up. I have Miles, Gretchen, Katie, 11.
Hello, commission members. I concur with our community's sentiment and want to address the county permit specifically in my testimony. So the county is asking for more water. And I would think that if the county is asking for more water and they know that they have control over the minority amount, 23%, then they would manage that resource with great care. And I think that there is a couple of things that should be required of the county. And this would be, one, require the county to amend the plumbing code to allow R1 recycled water. So for toilet flushing in multifamily, commercial and public facilities. And this would add on the conservation side and displace potable water if we're not using potable water to flush doo-doo, might as well use the doo-doo water to flush the doo-doo. And so that's one thing that could be required of the county. In addition to that, there's the county's water system standards, the domestic consumption guidelines, and these are old. It's like from 2002. And they should be required to amend those to reflect actual use and that would reflect conservation strategies. And if you look at the domestic consumption guidelines that the county utilizes, Maui County has the highest. So what that really does for the county is it allows them to overstate what their need is. So should definitely look at that and require that. Also, the county should be required to establish and enforce a hierarchy of domestic water use and have enforcement capabilities. So, if they're going to have control over a certain portion of water, then they should establish what is the highest and best use for the community. Most people here would say that is not tourism, vacation rentals, golf courses, pools, and all of that. And the county will come up and they're going to say like, oh, we're going to prioritize this water for the rebuild of Lahaina. Well, the rebuild of Lahaina also includes resorts, vacation rentals. Kuamana is 75% vacation rentals. It is a resort. There's enough, and all throughout Mauna Kauai, which the county services, Weston, and hundreds of vacation rental condominiums. And so, if they're going to be asking for more water, they need to prove that that their calculations are accurate and correct, and then they're not overstating their need, like I said, and then that they are being responsible with their water, water use. And if the county did that, then we wouldn't have headlines like this, that Kabaiola has, every day a local family moves away. And what it says in there, or what is the beginning part of the article is, for 7 straight years, Hawaii's population has been declining, and for Native Hawaiians and Kama'aina, it is primarily the lack of affordable housing combined with high cost of living and low salaries that have driven them out. And so I would argue that the county doesn't need more water. They need to manage the water that they have control over appropriately and serving the community. And we can solve a lot of problems if we do things responsibly. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. The last 3 I have is Gretchen Lozano, Katie Austin, and Elena Bryan. Please come on.
So I think every time oh, I'm so sorry. My name is Gretchen Lozano and I live in Honokohau family. And I appreciate being able to give testimony again on this subject. We've been doing this for years now. And I feel like every time we know that one of these meetings is coming, it's like we got to try to figure out a new way to say the same thing that we've been saying for years. And a new way to say the same thing that will get you guys to finally enforce these private water companies to manage their resources properly. So an earlier testifier, a very brave earlier testifier, talked about everybody has needs. But he was talking about golf courses, right? So I wanted to bring up the difference between needs and wants. So we have needs, food, traditional and customary practices, which provide a lot of food for our community, and domestic uses like basic cleanliness, being able to wash your dishes, take showers, and do laundry. So things are not needs. Things that are not needs are golf courses, not a need. Swimming pools definitely aren't needs. Ornamental palms, specifically, grown with copious amounts of water and then sold to hotels. A lot of that is happening in our agriculturally zoned areas, but our agriculturally zoned areas are really supposed to be for growing food for our community. And a lot of that is happening in Loniapoko area where a lot of this water is going. It's going to the swimming pools. It's going to ornamental palms. And these are things that are not needs. They're not needs for our community. And we know that according to the state water code, water is supposed to be going to customary and traditional practices and domestic uses before it's supposed to go to any of these things that are not needs. 77% of the privatized water disbursement systems is really unchecked and unregulated. And all you have to do is drive up into Laniapoko and see that. It's really important that we start to, I know everybody's like, do your guys' job, but like for real, please, please. It's so many years of saying the same thing over and over again. And all of these wells, if you just look, I was looking at all the water the water use applications, all the different pages of the water use applications in Oluwalu, 8 out of 9 of those are the same guy for private water use disbursement. Same guy, different names, but same person, different names. How many different ways can you try to steal water from the community? So please let this be our last meeting where we come and beg you guys for the same thing. We're like, we got other stuff to do, you know? I had to take off work today to do this, and all the kids had to miss school for this. Like, everybody has to do this over and over again, so please listen this time. We're very hopeful. We're continually hopeful. So mahalo.
Commissioners, my name is Katie Austin. It's kind of hard to go at the end of everything amazing that everybody has spoken on. And I just wanted to say, I'm proud to sit on a few different boards in Lahaina. And, if our board has the same conversation about an issue in our meetings over and over again for even just a couple of months, I really view that as extremely unproductive. And we're not getting to the root of the issue. We're not addressing what really needs to happen. And the more that we continue to say this, I mean, the community's been saying this for, I think, more than just a few months, it's been decades. And so with that being said, and this permit request that was pulled, I do request that you folks really look at that 100% for any further permit requests that come through to you. Whether it's from the county or private purveyors, we need to look at the bigger picture. We need to look at that full 100%. I don't care if the county comes to you and says, if they do need more water for our rebuilding and stuff, it shouldn't be coming from these wells. We shouldn't be changing our IFSs to satisfy what little we already have for the county. We have to look at that other 77%, and it's a possibility, and it's within your right sitting on this commission. You have the authority and you can do this. It's not controversial except for these big money entities. And like we've said multiple times to our county council and to everybody, like, we will have your back if you make these hard decisions and you really stand up and you do something amazing that like the Keiki would be proud of. Like, we will have your back and we will be so like, it's just believable. Like the hotel lobbyists and all of those people and the golf courses and stuff, like that's not community at the end of the day. And you have the chance to make these decisions. And I just hope that going forward, somebody said it earlier, we do need to know what the county's current and actual demands were. Currently, we need to know what the actual numbers that, Maui's Department of Water Supply sources and suppliers. We also need to know these numbers from private purveyors, that 77%. And I do feel like, once again, before anybody goes through any permitting for wells, whether it's IFS standards, like we need to look at that 100%. And yeah, so mahalo.
Thank you. And that is the last one on our list, but I would take others who want to try something.
Aloha Chair Chang, Commissioners, Deputy Kahana, and Commission staff. My name is Elena Bryant, testifying on behalf of Earth Justice. First, we just want to start by saying mahalo to Deputy Kahana for canceling decision-making on this agenda item. We believe that was an appropriate decision for 3 important reasons. First, while we appreciate the apology and the corrections made on the record, there's been no explanation of how this serious and blatant misstatement of law got into the submittal in the first place. We have grave concerns not only about how this misstatement of law found its way into the staff submittal, but how it also serves as the basis for staff recommendation on the county's request. And we provided you with a side-by-side comparison to show what the code actually says versus what made it into the staff submittal. But all that to say, we cannot recall a time in this commission's history where such a serious oversight of law has been made part of staff recommendation. And so going forward, we urge each commissioner to take a careful and independent eye in reviewing these recommendations, especially when it's your decision, commissioners, that will have profound and generational impacts to our public trust resources. Second, you've all heard the community's demand for accountability and the need to get a full picture of the fresh water supply and demand in Maui Komohana, not just looking at the county's 23%, but looking at the entire pie. The reason this commission decided on its own to designate Maui Komohana as a water management area was to give it the administrative tools necessary to holistically and comprehensively manage Maui Komohana's limited water resources. The commission cannot make well-informed permitting decisions without an accurate picture of the entire freshwater supply and demand, both public and private water systems. Last, we understand what the commission is trying to do with this agenda item, and we fully support that intent, but reclassifying new uses as existing uses and allowing the county to jump the line or avoid permitting entirely isn't the legal and Pono way to do this. We must be fair, especially given all the community members who have been patiently waiting for their permits. We're all sympathetic to the county, but the solution needs to be within the bounds of the law. The recommendation in the submittal would not only undermine the water code and the designation and water use permitting process, it would be a slap in the face to Maui Kumohana community members who have invested so much time and effort into designation and complying with water use permit requirements. Instead, we want to remind the commission that it has other tools available to address the county's water shortage. For example, the commission has the authority to declare a water shortage pursuant to HRS 174C-62B, which provides that the commission may declare a water shortage when, and this is straight from the water code, insufficient water is available to meet the requirements of the permit system, or when conditions require a temporary reduction in total water use within the area to protect resources from serious harm. That is exactly what we have here. An emergency rulemaking via HRS 174C-8, HAR 13-167-45, and HRS Chapter 9 provide this commission with the authority to engage in emergency rulemaking to expedite a water shortage declaration. And I just want to discuss one more tool in this commission's toolkit, and that's the authority to declare a water emergency pursuant to HRS 174C-62G. And it's our position that this can be done without the need to promulgate rules, because under the statutory provision, if an emergency condition arises due to a water shortage and water shortage plan restrictions or lack thereof are not sufficient to protect the public, the commission may issue orders requiring any actions the commission deems necessary to address the emergency, including, quote, apportioning, rotating, limiting, or prohibiting the use of water resources of the area. So either of these tools would allow the commission to address the county's shortage in a manner that's within the bounds of the law and the water code. So we urge this commission to take these things into consideration prior to bringing the Kahana well matter back on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. So I had indicated that was the last person on our list. I am going to take others. How many others, because I did also say I was going to take a lunch break at 1 o'clock. How many others are here to provide us comments on item B1? One. About 10? 10? Oh, 10. 10. I've got 10 on Zoom and 10 in here. So you know what we're going to do? We are going to take a 10-minute bathroom break. I'm going to go, if all of you who want to provide a comment, come up front, because we're going to take, and then we're going to finish this item before we do lunch, okay? Just out of respect for everybody that's here. So 10-minute bathroom break, but those who want to provide comments, please come up in the front. Okay, can we get everybody to come back? Those of the 10 who wanted to provide comments, could you please come up front? Get this right. Okay, aloha everyone. We're back in session. I'm going to, so this is how we're going to proceed. I'm going to take the additional names who signed up for item B1. Then we're going to take like a maybe 1, 2, 3 minute break because we got to switch over to Zoom, and then I'm going to take the people on Zoom. So if you're here and you want to provide a comment and you didn't provide a comment before, come up front. So with that being said, I'm going to call the names of the people that I got. And then hopefully you're up here. I have David, I have Key, Tiffany. Oh, wait, let me see. No, these are the people who want to provide a comment. I'm hoping it's correct. Key, Kekai, and then I have Karen and Willie and Michelle. Oh, and Councilmember Paulton, you are the first person. You sure? Okay. Okay, those of you who I called, come on up. And then you can sit up here and you can go, you can speak in the mic. That's okay, yeah. You can either come off it. Just to make it go faster, you come up to the table, we're just gonna move the mic around. But if you could, please, for the record, introduce yourself and as much as possible, try to stay within 3 minutes, but please go ahead.
Hello, Kumiana Kako, Kalamaya, and sign up on the list for my name, so I'm just gonna, sorry, I'm gonna leave with the kids. Anyways, hello, Kumiana Kako, Okoino, Kalamaya Takahashi, Haze, Kalamaya Takahashi. We live out here in Kahana Palimoku and Lahaina Ma, Nolila Kama, or Poe Kiki Meka Obahime, Kikumu, no Kiku Kaipuni, yes. So, let's talk. So I'm usually, I get nervous, so I just ask. Audience participation, please. E ho pili mai kako, ina lepo ke kumu vai. Ho pili mai, ina lepo ke kumu vai. E ho ea ka lepo I kai. Yeah, so ina lepo ke kumu vai, e ho ea na ka lepo I kai. This is an olela moia that talks about if the source of the water is dirty, then that dirt will usually run down to the muli vai, yeah. Basic, and then the underlying comment that is where evil is sourced and it has an opportunity to run, it will. In our case, I think in our context, it's interesting that we speak about these Kahana wells and then this sort of process of trying to get these wells approved, kind of sidestepping the whole UPA process and then not prioritizing our 23% that we were just so given. I would ask that the committee look at that 100%. As a holistic resource and stuff like that, and start talking about how we can, rebalance the equation over here. I think, and evil sounds like a weird word, but I believe that anything that prioritizes the monetary and capitalist benefit of these private purveyors and these developers and large scale companies over the lives of our, ohana noho papa na keiki noho papa e kune, e noho ne mahopio kato, aole kila maka ao kahu vai pono, yeah. So to me, it's like between pono and heaven, we can't really have that gray space, yeah. We need to understand, and this is not directed to anybody directly, but understanding we need to remain pono, yeah. The kumuvai we talk about, the dish, like Diversion 770, that's not our kumuvai, yeah. Our kumuvai is the mauna, our kumuvai are our punavai, our kahavai, and they should they should have that opportunity to hoe e kai. Unfortunately, as we all know historically, that is not the case, yeah, where we only have a handful of streams, if that many, that reach kai. To me, it seems a little, these processes for the benefit of this capitalist system are unnatural. Yeah, that's, I think, that unnatural ability for us to take all of these water, the unnatural inequity that we have to prioritize these purveyors and their lifestyle over the lifestyle of the kua'aina and our kuleana to these places. That to me stands on the other side of Pono, if you will. And then I've got 1 more minute left. Wasn't as nice as I thought it was gonna come out, but we're gonna go one more time. Ikialo, hope you know my Ikialo no. Kaulu, ahala. Ikialo no. Kaulu, ahala. And the manao disolala is that there was a time where these appointed people, they have these sort of manao. There are these vai that stand right in front of our faces and stuff like that, and yet they're missed. And so I hope that we don't get to the point where we have to employ this out to its fullest, but please understand the vai of our resources, the vai of our community, and the vai of our hanana that are here to speak on behalf of these resources. On the support of the Commonwealth, mahalo.
Alana Kako, Commissioners Chair, Ovo Karen Kanekwa, no Lahana Mayo, no Mahokuha, Meku Hana, Ho'omeka Ianake Hannah, congratulations on being here with us today. The Keiki and everyone before me pretty much said everything that I wanted to say. But there are still things, that are uki in my now. So when I came here this morning, I came really frustrated, tired, upset that we're here again, over and over again. And I'm a little confused too, and angry, all the emotions, but it just, you guys have heard this all day long, right? 77% and 23%. It just baffles my mind that we're even talking about that. It's pretty ridiculous. And it was this commission that decided to designate Lahaina, Maui Komohana. And yet here we are still talking about 77% and 23%. Which, from an outsider looking in, it just reeks like corruption to me. Like, how come you guys only manage 23%? Like, do we have an answer to that? Like, is there a reason why? Because you do have the mana to oversee it all, correct? This body can say, we're gonna take it all, we're gonna manage it all the way that it should be. But as an outsider looking in, it makes me feel like you guys get paychecks every week or something from these private purveyors. Because if not, then why wouldn't you manage it all? And then we wouldn't have the situation of talking about making another well, when that's obviously heavy. We don't need that. If you're only looking at 23%, then, oh yeah, maybe we don't have enough water. And I'm sorry, but grass is not a crop. You cannot eat grass. The literal definition of crop is something that you grow to eat. And I understand, people are here to protect their assets and their paychecks, and that's great. Well, I'm here to protect my asset also. And that's my keiki, the keiki. I'm the kahu, the director for Punana Leo Olahaina. Had to come here today to do this because it's that important to me. Ka'onoi, the little handsome little bugger that was here earlier, is one of our haumana. So yeah, I'm here to protect my asset. And I'm sorry, but keiki come before grass. So, yeah. Um, and, you know, I'm speaking out of passion and love for this INA for my community. And as you know, we're struggling right now, right? Our whole town is gone. And now we're seeing big homes being built, right? Understand, I get it. People are coming back. They want their whole family to live together. Well, they're gonna require more water than they had before. So even more so. We don't need these golf courses. We don't need corporate greed. We need you guys to stand up, you know, Kupa o Lahaina, right? You guys claim to be Kupa o Lahaina and stand for Lahaina. Well, actions speak louder than words. We'll be here to kako you 100%, Kira, but please put your people first, not corporate greed. How come they show up and they sit in the room as stakeholders, but we don't hear one word out of them? No kiaha. Makes me feel like they meet privately with you guys and they're only sitting here to look at you and remind you that they're a stakeholder because their grass is crops too, and they're gonna drink their swimming pools. Oye, vale, Kalamai, it's out of frustration, but you guys have the ability to change that, right? And like everyone was saying before, I don't want my keiki to come and sit here and do this as an adult. I don't want my mo'opuna to do this. And also, sorry, I know my time is up, but I live in Oklahoma, the stream is right next to us. There's drastically less water, Every day we see that. Even more so, 77%, that should be going to our people, not to the hotels, not to the rich people who only come here and stay here a few months out of the year, not to the golf course. Golf is boring anyway. So, yeah. Mahalo nui, kalamai.
It's Michelle Lincoln, and I apologize today. I did not hear about your meeting until like minutes before it started, so I'm not super prepared. But I just want to address a couple of things that weren't discussed that I think are important. The life of the land is perpetuated in righteousness is our state motto, but it's also our law. And if the 77% of the water purveyors followed that law, did what was prono and right, we would not be having these discussions. But because they're not, that is why everybody in this room so far pretty much has been asking you to help them, push them to do what's right, or if they don't, take away that right and make sure it's done. On the day of the fire, I lived in the Kahua Mill Camp behind a smokestack for over 40 years. And I had about 4 minutes to get out of our house with the clothes on our back. We drove up through smoke and flames. And I will say that of our community, the majority of the people died on our street because they went down instead of up. There's already been a fire on that field since then. Since 2012, I've been advocating for agriculture out there, water. I contacted Kamehameha Schools and said, why aren't you guys doing something out there? It is a fire hazard. And they said, we do not have a reliable source of water. So since then, I've been trying to convince the county to use the R1 water, pipe it over there and recharge our aquifer and get agriculture and forestry over there. They're talking about maybe doing that now, but we're rebuilding right now. I do not have nightmares about the fire. I have nightmares about it coming back. So we need to do something about getting water on all this dry land, agricultural land, start growing food, start irrigating, but make a safe environment. And I would agree with the water purveyors that we need to have more of it put into safety and provision for the community. I know a lot of jobs come through the hotels, but there needs to be some accountability and some fairness there. And so I do hope that
And I don't know what the resolution is, because if they're not willing to open up new wells in the, along Lahaina Luna, I don't know how they're gonna get water. How are we going to do that? So I hope that's a priority for you guys. If they can't drill wells, if they can't divert water, how are we gonna get water to those 1,200 acres that are surrounding Lahaina and still posing a threat to our safety and our community as we're rebuilding? So, I know that's not exactly on the agenda, but it's all part of the same issue. If they would have been doing what was right all these years with the water, we would never have a fire in the first place.
Aloha o wau o ilangi te wanga o mauna kalawai ku umauna o alamihi ku ukai o kahoma i ku ukahawai o maui i ku unohona mai kaupo a I hona kawai I kahehi o ko umau po e kupuna. I only learned about this last night from my son Ma'a, who spoke earlier, and he's living as a boarder now because our home is gone, and I have Keiki rather than our 10-minute loop up Lahaina Luna. We're spread across 5 different parts of Maui. So being at meetings and being involved is just not in the cards when all of my children have, clinical PTSD, and we're just doing the best we can to rebuild our lives and pay rent and mortgage and la 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 la. So I don't know all about what bill. I just put my name down because Tita Gretchen was like, you came all this way, and I brought him lunch. That's why I'm actually here. But I've been coming to meetings. I went to Honolulu in 2023, the month after the fire. Who's your sound person? There's like reverb. Musicians. Okay. Oh yeah. Anyway, so it's like crazy to me because you think you're moving forward, but today, like you're in this loop, and then I see Kupuna, like Uncle Philemon, and it's a nice, little reunion because I'm not in Lahaina as much as, hello, we're not living here anymore. And he's like, I tired this coming, tired over here. And yeah, Uncle. But to see our keiki, and it's like, we put them as the warriors, but they're really the saviors. Yeah, all of us adults, we think we know what we're doing. We're setting up all these logistics, running around, talking like we know. We don't know. It's the kids that know. Like they have these beautiful codes that they've come at this time. And I'm going to be a little esoteric in this manao of like, Western mindset says, oh, putting Lahaina people at the fires. No. If you look at Hawaiian mana'o, it's when the material world obliterates, we are more close to kupuna. Like it's clear. We don't have the stuff that is keeping us in consumption mode. We know what is most important. Like we're really living in the things that are sustain life. And this is one of them. We talk about wine as if it's separate from us, but we are made up of this clean water. We are Pacific people. Our kupuna use the waters to bring us all together. I was watching a documentary with my ohana not too long ago, and it was about the people of Tuvalu, how the people all across the world, because of the overconsumption of goods and manufacturers and climate change, are sinking our Pacific Island people, and they're going to become the first digital nation of the world. Oh, and I just cried because I said, this is our cousins. This could be us next. And we are also sinking. I'm not going to stop. I came from Wailuku. We're also sinking, but in a different way. We burned up. Like we're sinking our own way. And I'm so grateful for the kumu that are teaching our kids to hold it down, and all of these people that claim to be Lahaina, oh yeah, like where are you staying? Because we was all in this fire together, but this not my problem mindset. Oh, well, this is my water, I pay for this 70%, I'm a part of this. No, because it affects everybody. And as a kaya ulu and as a community, there has to be that level of community care. And that is the indigenous way that needs to always be perpetuated. It cannot be this individualistic lifestyle or this my yard, this my house. No, you lucky. We all living and we're all so blessed to live in one of the most beautiful, abundant places. And as kahupono. It's not righteousness, well, no, it is balance, right? Because that is what pono is. It's bringing the balance. And I crack up, I think that was you, Kai, that brought that cake. That is hilarious, but it's also like, oh, to have that visual. And again, I'm not a scientist. I don't know all the whales. It's very overwhelming for me. I have 5 children. It's a lot. But it is so important to know, are they going to have water? Are they going to be able to even live in their aina kupuna? I don't know. And I hope that all these meetings, because not only Lahaina is telling you guys these things, I hear this over and over on everybody's moku, So please really look at the effects of this community as you drive to Kahului Airport, get on your airplane. Remember the people that are begging you to make this pono. Mahalo.
Aloha Seaworm. My name is Willie Wood. I'm Honokohau Valley resident, Kalo farmer. Some of this stuff you guys heard already, but we'll do them anyways. First off, the Kahana well is not an existing use. The well was not in operation at the time of designation. Because designation requires all users to go through the process of getting water use permits, the county should not be able to skip that step. It is very insulting to our community when we've all had to go through the lengthy process. There should be no exceptions to that at all. The county says the Kahana well is needed to make up for insufficient IIFS. It is my experience as a taro farmer in Honokohau that our IIFS is sufficient. What's not sufficient is the private purveyors regularly failing to comply with the IIFS. This winter, we've seen record low flows in Honokohau stream, but it's not as simple as just low flows. The large water diverters do not respond quick enough to manage the ditch effectively during high water. Therefore, they're not quick enough to respond when the stream flow goes back to normal, and that results in violation of IIFS. And this negatively affects the stream's ability to recharge. Yet when driving through Kapalua, we're seeing sprinklers going full blast in the middle of the day. And that leads to all the rot that we're finding in the Lo'i systems. The last meeting held on April 7th, Seaworm staff was saying how extremely efficient Honokohau ditch was. Dealing firsthand with the ditch system and the operators, I thought that was far-fetched. Hawaii Water Services and MLP have used 2x4s and plywood to fix the intake to Honokohau ditch. Excuse me, when they were directed to make more permanent metal infrastructure years ago. There has been very little maintenance done to the system in the past 2 decades. The trail access to the intake is almost non-existent and extremely dangerous. The reservoirs that the ditch does fill are so poorly maintained that some leak water out as fast as it goes in. And when there is enough water to make it to the Mahinahina water treatment facility, it is too dirty for them to use it. They refuse it and put it into another decrepit reservoir next to Honokowai Valley. Moving forward into summer, it would be interesting to know if Seaworm has an enforcement plan for the IIFS, such as fines to be used to maintain the ditch system more properly. Also, a request to have all the data from the gauges located in Honokohau ditch publicly available. Thank you for your time.
Oh, I promise you, me and Cess, we never talked story before this. She brought up pie. This what happened. I went to a bakery and got on cake. But on the cake, you will see 77% and 23%. Take them home. Kind of bust up already because we've been waiting. But again, that number, that 77%, been ringing you guys' ears all day long. And this is something that back when we did a Native Hawaiian convention, I think we CHNA, Kapua was the moderator. I was sitting on the panel with Neil Hannes and Hopewell Pellegrino. And at that meeting, I promise When I told the committee that 77% will go back to our community. And I made it an effort to make sure that we pushing out to in front of everybody that we need to focus on getting that 77%. That 23% right now is where the county operating. They only operating within that 23%, and they're trying to take care of the bulk of our community with that 23%. But they don't go beyond, and they do get some water from the Department of Water Supply. But the department, when they get that water from Hawaii Water Service, they thankful for that water, as if that was their water. Their water belonged to us. That water was you guys made sure that water went to the county so it could service our residents. And I don't understand why the county no move for some kind of condemnation of all these water systems along with you guys self to bring all of that back into public control. We suffer because of this. You cannot leave us. We've been saying this so many times. You cannot leave us in this state. With the situation of our wells, and then we looking again, the county looking for another well within an area that's already beyond a sustainable yield, because they cannot venture beyond that 23% because they control that 77%. But you have the authority. You have the authority to give us access to that 70%. That's not just a Lahaina thing. 80% of Maui's total water is under control of private purveyors. 80% of the entire island's water. So what we're saying and what everybody's saying is, soon we're gonna get one point where you guys gonna have to. We're not telling you. We're not asking. We're telling you guys, because it's a public trust. You're gonna have to take care of our community. Stop feeding. Tamara, I think she was working on some kind of moratorium for swimming pools. We're not gonna build swimming pools on the west side because we cannot afford that luxury. That's how far we're going. But then if you're gonna leave that 77% in their hands, the county doesn't have control over that. And they're gonna continue to build their swimming pools. So anyway, hopefully by the next time we meet with you folks, we get some kind of something happening that is moving towards changing what we in now as far as the 7% and making it to the point where, you know, at the county, instead of going to you folks and asking for get that 70% and doing what they gotta do, you know, they tell us, no, maybe we gotta move to desalinization. What? Why are we avoiding this 77%? Why are we avoiding the private purveyors? And now they say we're gonna move to desalinization. Oh, that's terrible then. Why are you guys so afraid of these private purveyors? Because if not, let us do them. I guarantee you, we take down those diversions and we will take over those wells. Another thing, these kids that this will talk with for you. I was on teacher. I got my bachelor's from the UH and I got my master's in education. A lot of these kids are my students. And when I heard them talk today, they just bless you guys. They bless you guys, but they also ordain you guys with the responsibility to do what you guys are supposed to do. And for all the private purveyors who will dig out because they found out was getting too thick and heavy for them, that's the future they're going to deal with. Because when we first started this, it was a handful of us. And we grow into a massive community. If you guys will hold this meeting after Kahana, too small this place. So again, please, I'm asking you guys, make the adjustments. Look at the community first and go home and tattoo 77% on you guys' foreheads. When you look in the mirror, you guys gonna be reminded every day you guys wake up.
Testify on my own behalf as a community member, but I can't
take away the knowledge I have on the county level, so that might get sprinkled in. Similar to Udi, the main reason I was here today was to bring my son lunch. And that's how I got educated about this meeting as well. You know, we just emerged from the budget process, which was, out of control. Don't even get me started, but, so we finished about 7 or something last night, and then my son wanted to discuss his testimony, and I was doing the best I could to inform it. And you know, his first question is, okay, who's the good guys and who's the bad guys? And from my perspective at that time, I was like, you know, there's not good guys and bad guys, there's hard decisions. But being educated by the Haumana and stuff, I think the bad is not enforcing the Constitution soon enough, not enforcing the laws soon enough, and trying to navigate the path forward, especially in the aftermath of the fire, where our community was 80% renters and don't have that control over the destiny to rebuild, and defining what is affordable housing, where it should be, and if the water really will get to the affordable housing that we talked to. And the county also services vacation rentals, also services all these commercialized speculative uses, is a problem. If we're pouring millions of dollars back into Lahaina, but we don't have protections that these rebuilt houses won't become speculative, a speculator's dream. And so one smart person on water said, why don't you approach the director about enacting HRS 174C 48-48B and urge the commission to delegate to the County Board of Water Supply the authority to allocate water for municipal purposes, subject to the limits of Department of Water Supply, I guess, or the water supply allocated to the County Board of Water Supply in their role as purveyors. And when I approached the director, he said, oh, the board doesn't know the needs, we know the needs. But my way I see the Board of Water Supply is community oversight over what the department does, because the department sees the shortfall in water and they try to meet it. And nothing negative against our director. He's a very Akamai guy in systems and numbers and things like that. But you need to ask yourself, where is he from? When did he move here? Where does he live? And what are his hobbies? Because all this time, the idea was to take the R1 south because it's desperately needed for Lahaina. You heard the field, they can't do agriculture because there's no water. And that's what surrounds Lahaina town. So the idea of taking the R1 north to make sure the golf course has water is not really palatable. And the other disconnect I wanted to address is that how Seaworm looks at the county and their WUPA as just municipal uses with no prioritization at the county level. So one of the bills that I'm being asked to pass by the administration is to increase density countywide, not just for Lahaina, but in light of Lahaina rebuilding. And the idea of we're gonna increase density when already the road infrastructure was so narrow and so small, and the lots were so small and close together that over 100 people passed away because they couldn't get out. Being asked to increase density is a scary thing. And when I asked the Department of Water Supply, is this considered a new use? If they had one house on their lot and now they're being allowed to have 4 houses, isn't that a new use of water? And at the same time, a fully entitled project that's only being held back because of its water, that would have curb gutter sidewalks, landscaping, appropriate space, is about to die on June 30th, 2025, because they can't move forward. Housing units, first phase, 240 affordable. And so, that's my perspective, is like, it doesn't make sense that the county in the burn zone can allocate increased density, which to me seems like new use for never existing before houses. But we can't build a project, first phase, 240 units, 100% affordable in the community plan, zoned correctly, at the county and state level, has funding from the county and can't move forward. Gonna die June 30th, 2025, 1,000 more units for renters who have no control over their destiny. And so, like, I guess I'm echoing the testimony of people that are asking CWRM to have that data from the county and have them prioritize their usage. Obviously, traditional and customary usage, stream flow is the priority, because that is the ecosystem of what sustains us. I wanted my son to say, you know, his dad taught him to dive, and he wants to keep doing it, but he didn't feel comfortable saying that personal. And then the next priority, because of promises made in the law, DHHL. And then we go to affordable and workforce. Everything else is next. But those are the priorities. And make no mistake, municipal water is used for many vacation rentals, thousands of them in West Maui. So if we have the authority to prioritize municipal use, if we can put that on us, or if we have that authority, I think it should be done. And community knowledge, traditional ecological knowledge, I think that should all play a role. Just because somebody understands water systems and they did the job on the continent, that's only half the picture here in Hawaii. And if you think that the things that I said right now doesn't align with the students, forget everything I said and just listen to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm gonna take one more testimony.
Aloha, thank you. I'm so sorry. I just ran into my friend here, in the hall. That's why we hadn't signed up. But she's, homeless O'opu. She traveled from Kohao this morning. That's why she's a little late. But I just wanted to reiterate, that one of the public trust purposes, that you folks are tasked with, enforcing is, the protection of our streams and our water in its natural state. So I just wanted to ensure that you folks didn't forget about my friend, the O'opu, when you make your decisions.
Thank you very much. While we take a little break to go to the Zoom, I did want to clarify, I hope many of you stay for item C2. Because I think that's going to address a lot of your issues with respect to 23%, 77%. And that is the purpose of the water management process, is that at that point in time, then CWRM can manage all uses. So again, I would urge you to stay for C2. I wish the students would have stayed too, because they had a lot of questions about why aren't you regulating 77%? Why are we back here? The water use management process, we haven't started that. So Kira's going to talk to you about that, which is going to provide you some background on how we can manage 100%. But it's not as if CWRM is permitting, we're only managing Department of Water Supply and not the private purveyors. This water management process will allow us to regulate all uses, prioritizing public trust. So again, I would urge many of you, if you can, to stay for C2, as that will provide you a much better articulation of our process than I can. Kira will do that. So with that said, brother, are you here for this last one? Okay, okay, go ahead.
Aloha, my name is Kapali Yahi, and I want to testify today. I wasn't sure exactly, what I signed up for, and not exactly sure what the agenda, like what the direction of the agenda really is. I do want to state specifically that I come from Lahaina. My family comes from Mala, Kaula, Kanaha, and Kahoma, all over the west side, actually. I do represent a direct interest to Vai, of course, in Kahoma, where I currently raise Kalo, but finding it difficult to deal with the outside forces who continue to pervert their claims over land, namely the developer Peter Martin. I have a direct interest to the use of this water in the valley, and I want to say that I'm confused and I'm troubled by the idea that developers and other private purveyors continue to act as if they have right to any water. I know as a Kuleana that our rights are based in law, that our rights have never been extinguished. As of the Kuleana Act of 1850, as well as the Civil Code of 1859, are still established. I fail to see how the private purveyors have any rights to water because they have forfeited their rights. They forfeited their rights because they have the blood of our Hawaiian kingdom and our Lahuli on their hands. I guess I would want to ask that the commission, and I have my reservations, but asking the commission to take full control of the resources here on the west side of Maui, shouldn't be a big ask. It should be required already. Because none of these private purveyors actually have any rights to the water. So in order for you, I don't know how you're gonna deal. I wish I could read your minds, but I don't know how you're gonna deal with all the problems that we face, other than trying to take control of the management of 100% of the water resources on the west side of Maui. That wouldn't necessarily be a clean slate either, because the state of Hawaii also has the blood of the Hawaiian kingdom on its hands. But we need to stop the bleeding. I see all of us Kanakas coming to who come to these meetings, and you cannot help but stare, because there's something sticking out of your backs. The knife still sticking in our backs. For all the betrayals, for all the false promises, all the broken trust, and we're still talking about the same thing generations down the line. So I would like to see that the commission does take control of 100% of the water resources and manage it. Until such time as the Hawaiian Kingdom is strong enough to take over management of the water resources ourselves. Anything else would not be immoral. To get taxed always heavy. We, the very ones, would like to get past it. But if the Water Commission cannot do their due diligence, the Water Commission cannot do their part, we're never going to move forward. So it just pains me to see our community move from one dangerous situation to the next. And we cannot afford to do that. Mahalo.
Okay, on the Zoom?
Sorry. I'm gonna sit down, like I stand up for my rights, that's why. So, but, my name is Kahana from Lahaina. I live Punalong, which is in the upper fall of Punahou. And I just like to share one thing that I actually got shared to from former Commissioner Uncle Neil Hannes. We don't look at our resources as something that needs to be managed at. We look at it as, like you guys look at it as a resource that needs to be managed, but we, Kanaka Hawaii, we look at it as kupuna that needs to be loved.
So you guys ask for us to come to you with solutions. And really the only solution is flip the script, give the 77 back to the Hawaiians who have the right, put the vibe back in Hawaii and back in the hands of Kanaka Hawaii. Mahalo.
Yes, sir. Sorry, I wanted to go jump early because I gotta go work on my second job, yes, sir. Aloha waka, e na kanaka maoli, e na kamaina. I'm gonna say, you know what? I gotta stand up for this. I'm gonna be like a HKT. Vai is not a luxury to Kanaka Maoli. Vai is not a luxury to Kanaka Maoli. On a whole, Vai is not a luxury to Kanaka Maoli. And Kamaina in la Haina, Ihi Kapalau Maiava, and Maui Nui Akama, and Kohawaii Pai Aina. In the 1800s, Lahaina is Momono, kind of like me. You cannot walk from one end of Lahaina, from Malatulua Ehu, without being soaked by the abundance of vine, right? Fruitful ponds, fish ponds, right? Flowing streams and lush vegetation. Now let's go to 1990s. Pioneer Mill shuts down and breaks their lease of 103 years. And that's where the original vine, right? That's the theft of vine. That's where it starts from. 24 years later, August 8, 2023, the loss of vine and mismanagement burns and destroys Lahaina. Down to the ash, loss of homes, lives, and the place where I was born. And like Uncle Kiamoku says, yeah, I am of Lahaina, not from Lahaina. I'm born and raised here, live here all my life. And this is the continuity of theft, corruption, genocide, colonialism. When will it stop? When are we going to be lava? When are we going to be power? 77% for private use. Why is not private? 21 wells in total, right? But 13 wells for private. Why is not private? 23% and is left for Lahaina, Kanaka and Kama'aina to share. Why is not private? Why might be a luxury for Malihini, yeah, for the snowbirds and the guys that gotta go serve later on tonight. Developers, we already know the guy. Military, and the greeds in between. Rob them of their luxuries, right? Of unnecessary pools, water features. Why do you need a water feature? Anyway, lush landscape like golf courses, right? We cannot eat golf course. And then, you know, hotel properties in there, whatever. Vibe is all for us, right? It's life, Anakamoli, because it's not private, yeah? And it's not profitable. So here we are, April 28, right? 2025, standing in front of you guys, right? I dare you guys to go drive through, or if you guys never go drive through Lahaina, you guys cannot do the same thing from Malatulua Ehu to see all these things, right? All these abundance of vibe, right? It's dry, it's desolate because of the fires. But even before that, if you guys was to drive through, you guys wouldn't be able to see that. You know? I believe 100% should be given. So this whole cake over here, not just that cake over there, the whole cake, right? Solution, I got a solution. Desalinization in R1 can go to the Malahinis, not to us, can go to them. I don't know why they need one pool or one heated pool on top of that. I mean, we live on an island. Come on, guys. But why is life for the Kanaka Maoli and the Kamaina? It's not a luxury. Mahalo.
Is there anybody else that I missed? Before we take on the Zoom? Are we ready for the Zoom? Okay. Thank you to the faithful who are still with us. So we're gonna now take on the Zoom testimony on item B1. And I do hope many of you stay for item C2 as well. Go ahead. I'm gonna let Eva Lonnie is going to call up the members on Zoom, which we can all see on the screen, and she will call them in the order that she has. Thank you.
Aloha Chair, I have Dominic Diaz on Zoom. Dominic, if you are ready, please unmute and start your screen.
Oh, sorry, just observing. No testimony.
Oh, Dominic Diaz is just observing, no testimony. Next up, we have Dominic Castillo. Dominic, if you're ready, please unmute and start your video. Next up, we have Hi'ialo Palakiko. Hi'ialo, if you're on, please unmute and start your Zoom.
Aloha. Aloha mai. My name is Hi'ialo Akaikili Palakiko. Sorry if my connection is not good. I'm actually still at work. I am a mother and a fourth grade kumu here in Lahaina and a farmer alongside my husband, Keone, and two boys in Kauula Valley. I am born and raised Kanaka of this beautiful Mokupuni of Maui, and I'm here to voice my concerns about the current and future integrity of water supplies in West Maui specifically and Hawaii in general. As a Kuleana resident in Kauula, I was always brought up from a young age about the importance of wai and how it can help our aina grow, as well as our whole entire Kaiulu. Looking at our history, we can see that the cause of water mismanagement has caused many environmental issues across our Pai'aina. And what kind of is really heavy to me is that 77% of our wai is under the hand of private sectors, which is kind of mind-blowing. As a Kanaka that comes from a long line of kalo farmers, I am here testifying on behalf of my keiki, who you saw today sitting in front of you with his grandpa, Ku'ulealoha, my kupuna, my lahui, and those who will come after me. I do not support the input of any more wells here in Lahaina as well as anywhere else. And for sure, I do not support the fact that private sectors are being controlled of our life. As a Makua, as you all saw earlier that my 5-year-old was with his grandpa sitting in front of you, every day when we're driving to Kula, he's constantly asking me why our wai in our streams is in the state that it is, why Lahaina is so brown, and why when you go towards Ka'anapali, towards Kapalua area, that area so green. For my 5-year-old to be telling me and asking me all these questions is very heavy on the heart. And I just wanted to share that with you folks as you continue to make your decision that if my 5-year-old is seeing all of these issues, other keikis around him are also seeing it. He is a haumana of Punalea o Lahaina, and they have been actually learning about the importance of stream and the muliwai. And to hear that he wants to help fight, even as a 5-year-old, is very heartbreaking. And I hope that when you guys continue to make your decisions, that you will know that there are keikis watching, as you also saw before you. Seaworm, the only thing I wanted to just say to you guys folks is it is your kuleana to malama or vai for not just the present, but the future generations to come. And just like my dad said earlier with my son in front of him, I do not want to have to come back 20 years with my son testifying about something that not only his great grandpa, Daniel Palakiko, has testified against, but also all his other ohana. And like my cousin Kalena said earlier, it is time to huli the system and ho'i the vai back to the stream to make our aina green again. Mahalo.
Mahalo. Next, we have John Pele.
John, if you're ready, please unmute and start your video. Okay, up next, we have Yukari Murakami. Yukari, if you are ready, please unmute and start your video.
Sorry, I'm not testifying.
Mahalo. Chair, that's all that we have on Zoom.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for those on Zoom who were here to listen. This was not intended to be an action item. The matter was withdrawn, but we did decide to take public comments from everyone. I greatly appreciated all of those who did provide comments and the students who had to leave and those who were here in the Lahaina Civic Center, as well as those who are on Zoom and those who have left. Again, I want to be very clear, this was not a decision item. The County of Maui decided to withdraw their application. It is unclear what their future decision may be. However, we will be moving forward on the West Maui, the Lahaina Surface and Groundwater Management Area Designation process. So what I heard from many of you was follow the WUPA process and let's address those permits at that time. So with this, again, does the commissioners have any questions for staff? Thank you. Okay, if not, I'm going to close this agenda item. Again, it was information only. So we're not going to take we're going to take a 25-minute lunch break for the commissioners. We're going to come back at 2:45 and then we'll complete agenda items C1, C2, and I think those are the information ones. So again, thank you, everybody. Please send a note home from your. Standard operating procedure for me. Nothing new.
Okay, I'm sorry for the delay. Thank you for your patience. So, I am Deputy Director Kira Kahane. As previously mentioned, this is item C2 on our agenda for this morning or for today. We're taking it out of order because, well, we've heard a lot of testimony about what are we gonna do to holistically regulate all of the water resources in West Maui? How are we gonna get from to 100% of water being regulated? So I'm going to present some ideas on how we can handle this process that started with the designation of Lahaina as a surface and groundwater management area. And if you want to follow along with the slides, again, there's a QR code posted all around the walls that you can use to follow along. So I had hoped to come to this meeting with answers. Instead, I had questions. But I think maybe it's better this way. Because your 6 heads or 7, if Commissioner Mike was with us, are better than my 1. There are a lot of problems here that have persisted for decades, centuries even. And we are looking at how we are going to move forward. How are we going to manage our water for the next few decades or few centuries? And that's a big task, and it's too big for just one person. But together, with all of you and with staff and with the people sitting here behind me, we can make a brighter future. So let me just get started. By way of background, of course, most of West Maui, from Ukumehame all the way up to Honokohau, was designated as both a surface and groundwater management area on August 6, 2022. Within designated water management areas, with few exceptions, any use of water requires a water use permit. And in a bizarre stroke of coincidence, existing use applications were due on August 7th, 2023. The very next day, a fire destroyed most of Lahaina and claimed the lives of 102 people. You've heard people mention it. I mean, it is still something that impacts the lives of everyone living over here. And so it's difficult for me to talk about it, but I think that it needs to be said that that is part of the history that we are now contending with. So I'll start with the duties of the commission as trustee. As trustee of Hawaii's water resources, the commission has the responsibility to uphold and prioritize 4 public trust purposes. Or 5 if you count appurtenant rights as their own. Maintenance of waters in their natural state, traditional and customary practices of Native Hawaiians, adequate reserves of water for Hawaiian homelands, and domestic use. We'll sometimes call appurtenant rights kuleana rights because they are the rights that went along with kuleana lands when they were first apportioned. The commission has an affirmative duty to promote the reasonable and beneficial use of water resources. The commission must weigh competing public and private water uses with presumption in favor of public use, access, and enjoyment. There's a higher level of scrutiny required for private commercial water usage. The commission must place the burden on the applicant to justify a proposed water use in light of the 4 public trust purposes. The commission also has the responsibility to apply what we call the precautionary principle, which holds that the lack of full scientific certainty is not a reason to postpone cost-effective measures to prevent potentially irreversible harm to water resources. So with those guiding principles in mind, I'll turn to the permitting process, which began when we designated Lahaina as a water management area. There are several conditions to obtain a water use permit from the commission. It has to be able to be accommodated with the available source. It has to be a reasonable and beneficial use that does not interfere with any existing legal use of water. It has to be consistent with the public interest and with state and county general plans and land use designations. And here I've just broken out a couple of the conditions for water use permits. Existing uses cannot compete with another existing use of water. If 2 or more existing uses compete for the same water from an area, the commission has to hold a hearing to decide the quantity and the conditions. For new uses, very similar. If 2 applications compete or conflict, the commission has to try to accommodate both, and if not possible, it shall approve the application that best serves the public interest. Here I have an overview of the applications that we've received for water use permits. And this is for surface water, and they're broken out by both the hydrologic unit and the type of application. So we have our existing use applications and our new use applications here. This next slide shows for groundwater, same thing, hydrologic unit and existing versus new use. So for Launiupoko, we have the most. Honoko'ai is second most with 11 existing use applications and 1 new use application. And we have begun the process of sending out letters to the various applicants to correct certain mistakes or errors on their applications. But I don't think that these tables quite put the scope of this into perspective. So I included this slide to kind of give an idea of the size and scope of the process that we're talking about. And this is by number of end uses. So the number of meters or the number of parcels that are on each application. The highest that we have on here is Maui Department of Water Supplies North Lahaina system with 1,138 different end uses. And you can see for a lot of the larger water purveyors, they're in the hundreds oftentimes. So those could all be on one application, and staff is in the process of going through and checking for each application. If it's an existing use application, for example, was there actually a use in existence on that parcel at the time of designation? Along with other things like, is the application complete? Is it missing pages? Does it have the correct tax map key number for the source of the water in question? So staff is currently going through that process, and we're being as thorough as possible. There are a number of things that require a little bit of back and forth with the applicant. I've also included some maps that provide a bit of context for the scope of the permit applications that we're working through. I have to caveat this a little bit because these are based off of the groundwater use permit applications for existing uses that we have received. And those have come with certain amounts of water use. Staff is still working with all applicants to understand the data and the context and correct any mistakes in these applications. And I also want to emphasize that no decision has been made on any of these applications yet. So just because you see a certain amount in this map, these maps I'm going to show you, does not mean that the applicant is going to receive a permit for that amount.
Sure, good question. So this is just reflective.
So this map on the next page, I think, is reflective of current conditions. for
It is-
existing Uses, assuming applicants are citing what their current usage is, right?
Right, as of the time that we received the application, these were the existing uses. So in a way, these applications for existing use are kind of a snapshot of what it looked like before the fire.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
And so this is Maui Department of Water Supplies application for the Honolulu aquifer. This is, well, Honolulu and Honokowai serve their north system, and you can see each parcel is colored according to how much water was requested for the application. This is Hawaii Water Service. So you can see all of the little tiny parcels, all of the big parcels. That is their existing use groundwater use permit application. And that is for their Kapalua system. This one here is for the Ka'anapali system. And you can again see even down to the individual parcel, some of those requested amounts in each application. And just to go over the key really quickly, the bluer it is, the more water, and the red ones have less water use. So staff has gone through each application and kind of broken out how much water is being requested for each of these end uses, each parcel.
Sorry, one more question as we go through this. Since there are different colors on those TNKs, does that mean that they had like meter specific data from the utilities to make this map?
For the utilities, yes. I mean, in most cases, it is based on their meter data.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm about to talk to you about our proposed approach to the permitting process. But first I want to talk about why I'm recommending a cautious approach to permitting. As you can see in the submittal for Kahana well in particular, data from the Mahinahina Deep Monitor well shows worsening conditions within the Honokowai aquifer system over the monitored period. So that's from 2001 to today. Some production wells are getting saltier. There are signs that the freshwater lens is shrinking. The midpoint of the transition zone is rising. And we've heard a number of community concerns, and these include use of water for pools, resorts, golf courses, landscaping, etc. And in particular, the inequity in water use and the impacts of shortages don't necessarily affect all communities the same way. In many cases, they do not. So what are we going to do about it? Under the water code, existing uses continue in newly designated water management areas until the commission has acted upon the water use permit application. So this means that the commission can cut back existing uses when it issues water use permits, but in the absence of any other action, those existing uses continue. So that is the status quo that we're dealing with right now. Here are some of the tools in our legal toolbox to address this. Interim permits is one potential path forward. It's the one that I am suggesting. The water code gives the commission the power to issue interim permits. And those are for existing uses only. They're valid for a limited time. They can be renewed. They can be increased or decreased by the commission. They're also subject to the reasonable and beneficial analysis, and they have to be in the public interest. And eventually a permanent permit is issued. The commission hasn't always issued interim permits when a water management area has been designated, but it has in the past. Interim permits support flexibility, and I would say the kind of flexibility that we need given the fluid situation with our water resources. We need more monitoring and more data collection. Alternative sources like recycled water and desalination may become available. And as you'll hear in our briefing C1, sustainable yields need to be reassessed. Interim permits will allow us to make adjustments as data improves, to integrate future alternative sources and changing conditions into our analysis, and will also enable us to make faster changes to the status quo, knowing that we can come back and revisit those permits if they need to be decreased or if they need to be renewed later. So this will enable us to act faster to cut back excessive water use and assess alternative sources. And as we go through this permitting process, we can continue to learn, how is reducing use going to affect our aquifer? Are we going to see immediate improvement? Will it take a few years? Are we going to need to reduce uses further? Currently, people, as I mentioned, can continue their existing uses as is. So we need a permitting tool that can regulate water use and monitor the effects that it has on Lahaina's water resources, especially our aquifer. Another reason to go through this process sooner rather than later through the use of interim permits is that an alternatives analysis is required to obtain a water use permit. And this analysis asks, what other sources are available to meet this water need? It's another tool that we can use to encourage conservation, the use of new sources, and improvements in efficiency on these water systems so that we can start to use less water. So I'm proposing a potential framework to phase permits. As I've shown you, we're working with an incredibly large scope of permits. And I would humbly suggest that it is going to be very difficult for us to issue permits for all of Lahaina all at the same time. So we need to do something to triage this permitting process so that we can start to get moving. So staff has previously proposed, beginning with the Honokowai groundwater hydrologic unit, which is the aquifer, and the Honokohau surface water hydrologic unit, more specifically Honokohau stream. Honokohau stream has had an interim in-stream flow standard set for it, and many of the applications on that stream are for traditional and customary practices, which make it a prime location for us to start the permitting process. For Honokowai, the applications we've received exceed the sustainable yield. And as I've mentioned, Honokowai aquifer, well, the conditions are worsening. So all the more reason for us to take action on that aquifer first. We're proposing a tiered framework to prioritize and expedite the permitting process within each unit. We could also take a more holistic view within each unit, put all the permits out on the table and act on them at the same time. That's a process that's available to us as well, but as I mentioned, we're working with a very large scope of permits, and so I would propose that we get some of them done so that we can move on to the next phase. And I have on this next slide a potential framework to phase permits, but as I said, I'm coming to you with questions, not necessarily with final answers, and I think that some of the testimony that you've heard today that you may hear could help us to determine whether or not we need to rethink or reshuffle this framework, or maybe you don't want to have a framework at all. Maybe you would like to take all of the permits at the same time for each hydrologic unit, and like I said, lay it all out on the table and act on all of them at the same time. That's an option. I'm just here to present options. So here's what I've come up with. Tier 1, Kuleana rights, pertinent rights, existing and new. Traditional and customary rights, existing and new. Tier 2, municipal use for existing uses and new sources only. Not new end uses or increases in the amount of use, just keeping to what was existing on the date of designation. And in addition, other public trust uses, mainly domestic use, existing uses and new sources, but we may want to wrap some other things into this tier, like if water is needed for watershed restoration, maybe we put it in tier 2 so that we can get that process going as soon as possible. Tier 3 could be other existing uses, and then tier 4, new uses, and I've put down there a question mark, and I'll come back to that question mark in a little while. So why put Kuleana and traditional and customary permits applications first? Well, here's my logic. Kuleana water rights and traditional and customary uses are protected by the Water Code and by the Constitution. There's a specific section of the Water Code, 174C-101, that talks about how the appurtenant rights of Kuleana and Taro lands, along with those traditional and customary rights assured in this section, shall not be unreasonably withheld and shall not be diminished or extinguished by failure to apply for or to receive a permit under this chapter. As the Hawaii Supreme Court has recognized, it's not even really clear that you need a permit for traditional and customary practices. And so we're proposing to do those first, get them finished, get people their permits that they've been waiting for before we move on to the next tier. But I am going to present a couple drawbacks to the approach that I've proposed. So the main drawback to me is that the first to be permitted are also the first to be regulated. Existing uses, as I've mentioned, will continue until applications are acted upon. So as a result of being prioritized, public trust uses, especially, domestic use, it could be the first to face cutbacks, especially if we're looking at the county system first. So the delay in permitting non-public trust uses or uses on private systems might mean that those users will continue business as usual in the meantime, while we're working on everyone else's permit. So there is a little bit of a trade-off to this. And I'm very hesitant to even suggest this, but if we act on permits for non-public trust uses or for private systems first, we'll cut them back first. I mean, that's the way that this process kind of shakes out. But that's not what I've proposed. I've proposed working on the public trust uses first, and I think it's pretty obvious why. We want to make sure that people get their permits and also that they are counted and that they get the rights that they're guaranteed under the Constitution before we move on to the next. Okay. What about new uses? So this is the question mark that I mentioned before. Water availability is unknown. Recycled water availability, timelines for desalination are uncertain. We're currently working to consider what impacts groundwater withdrawals on traditional customary practices and ecosystems have and to quantify them, but that will take time. And the Maui Department of Water Supply may or may not choose to supply new uses at its own risk within its total allocation of water, because it has the power to reallocate water within the amount of existing use, acknowledging that its permit conditions may change over time if we choose the interim permitting route. But that depends on them having the amount of capacity that they need to supply new uses. And that is by no means guaranteed. And one question is, where does new housing fit in? So over the next 2 or 3 months, commission staff is going to study 2 aquifers in particular, Honolua and Honokowai, to better understand the trends that we're seeing and the causes of those trends, and then recommend action. So that may give us some more information that we need to make these decisions, but this is not to say that we're certainly going, this is another option that I'm presenting. One possible path, if we do want to look at new end uses, is to prioritize water responsible housing. And so what do I mean by that? If we do look at permitting new end uses, maybe we could prioritize certain projects with a low projected use per unit, conservation designs like climate appropriate landscaping, efficient fixtures, capacity to use gray water or recycled water, full entitlements already in place. And one thing that we could talk about is maybe looking at projects that meet the state or the county definitions of affordable. But again, the course is up to you. I'm just here to present some ideas. As it relates to the timeline here, I think there is the need to anticipate legal challenges. And so I've just described the process of prioritizing things among tiers, but I should note that any party with legal standing can object to a permit application within 10 days of its final posting. And this will start a contested case hearing. It may be appealed directly to the Hawaii Supreme Court. And the reason I mention this is because it will very likely cause multiple applications to be pulled into one contested case. And so I'm talking about tiers, and I'm talking about a proposed framework to do some triage. That may not actually be how this shakes out, but that's okay. We do plan to encourage the use of alternative dispute resolution, meaning mediation in this case. If an objection is filed, given the need to take timely action on these water use permit applications, I think mediation is a path that we're hoping will allow objections to be resolved without the need for a contested case hearing. And so on the slide, I just have a flow chart that shows how this might shake out. First, it starts with a proposed staff decision on permit applications and then publication of a public notice. If no objections are filed, then the permit can be issued, modified, or denied by the commission. If an objection is filed, we will go to mediation. If that's successful, then again, it will result in a permit subject to the commission's approval. If mediation fails, then we'll end up in a contested case hearing. So what will happen next? Throughout spring and summer, this is what I'm proposing for a timeline, to draft an interim permitting framework to, in summer, allow the public to comment on it with a little bit of targeted engagement. And in the fall, to return to the commission with some updates, a summary of the input we received, and possible commission action or further deliberation. We're going to invite written public comment to inform the decision that the commission ultimately makes. And so I just wanted to close with, I'm sure there are going to be questions. I have a few questions for you to think about. Is it best to begin with interim permits? Should we proceed right to permanent permits? Should we engage in the exercise of doing interim permits to start with? Should we prioritize within and among hydrologic units, and how should we do it? That's the idea about tiers that I presented, right? Should we triage permit applications in that way? What kind of principles are going to guide this approach? And how do we balance both the urgency, the need to take action with the uncertainty of what the picture is going to look like a few years from now? Should we process new use permits or should we wait until we see if our aquifer stabilizes? And what permitting strategies can help us prepare for rebalancing 5 or 10 years from now? And so with that, that's the end of my presentation, but I'm sure it's not the end of our time discussing this subject.
As always, I have questions. How much of the designation findings of fact have you leaned upon in developing this sort of proposal? I mean, did you use the extensive at all? Was it a resource?
It was a resource.
Okay, and was it not, I guess, helpful? Or okay, sorry, so let me back up. So I guess I'm just gonna drop all my comments now. Because people have planes to catch. But I have some fundamental concerns with this approach, and I want to put that on record. I think what's missing, we talked about the public trust in the very beginning, but it's not considered when we start jumping into like where we start. What I'm missing is what are the existing reservations for these areas? Because there are reservations by DHHL. There are things that are knowable and not knowable within a time frame that we're working on. But I think it's really important, and I know this is taken out of sequence, so we're talking about sustainable yields first, but what is the current landscape of use and availability? Having that really clearly contextualized and identified at the get-go, and also not precluding, not jumping to the conclusion that we're going to get into contested case, but really people are tired of fighting, right? How are we setting a framework for conversation so that that won't be necessary? Maybe I'm naive and hopeful, but I think it's for me, it's an important place to start is okay, what's the current situation? And let's start first with you're talking about public trust is TNC and Kuleana, but let's put all of the public trust purposes on the map, including the DHHL reservation. What are the, if it's the Limu bed in Honolulu, that wasn't necessarily part of our consideration when we were very, very much focused on kalu farming. What are all of those first? Then we can take a permit for that area. I didn't see that articulated in the document. Maybe it was there and just not articulated. The other thing that has come up, and it's come up repeatedly in other water use and development plans, is not conflating municipal and domestic because they are not the same. And I think one thing the commission needs to do is clearly define what we mean by domestic versus what the consultant puts in the water use and development plan. Really setting that clear. And so, I want to make sure, yes, we need urgency, but I have a coworker who used to joke, don't have time to do it right, but we sure got time to do it twice. Let's not do it twice. Let's try to get it right the first time. So I'm gathering all the information as people have asked, and I think staff have been working on, but, not just from groundwater, but groundwater, surface water, usage, water audits. What else? I don't know, the existing documented knowable T&Cs, put it on the table and show the public we actually are thinking about all of their concerns from the start. And if we're missing one, come yell at us and tell us what we're missing. And then we can then I feel like that's a little bit more fully informed. Okay, I'll get off my soapbox.
Can I make a comment on that, on what you said? I'm assuming that you submitted this and the public is here to listen. And as to what happens next, you'll take the comments of the public that we hear today, and then you'll make a more informed decision. And then in the summer, you say are you gonna go out with more targeted comments, and we've done that, Department of Health has done that. And we go out to the various communities and we get their comments on, and then we're not on where we're going. And then we come back, we think about it, come back, and then in the fall, after you've gotten everybody's comments, you'll come with a recommendation. Is that kind of what you're thinking?
That is exactly what I'm thinking. Oh, and about defining domestic use, yes, we absolutely need to do that. That is something that we have discussed and could be wrapped into this discussion about how we're going to create a framework.
Yeah, and I want to say like domestic as a subset of municipal, right? Yeah, I think it wasn't reflected in the slide where tier 2.
Thank you. Thanks very much. I just wanted to commend you. I think you've taken a very detailed approach and a very well thought approach to a complicated, very complex and difficult issue. So I think you've got a framework here that may just work through this fairly efficiently, piece by piece. But it's a tough. Have you thought about the human resources you're going to need in terms of staffing and analysis to get this done? Because there's a lot of work here and a lot of it is going to be face to face. That's a question, I guess.
I've thought about it. Yes, I've thought about it. So we're looking at strategies to try to bring some people on to work just on water use permitting as their bread and butter every day, because we have a, small but mighty staff. They do many things. We don't have anyone who works just on water use permits. And so we are looking at bringing some people on who will work just on this, who can do this day in and day out, and even can do some of the work of, as Commissioner Cordova Viviani mentioned, laying out everything, laying out the landscape of use and availability before we take action on any of these permits. It will take time. I think, I would love to have 4 or even 6 people working on just this. It is constrained by the availability of funding and the availability of staff. And so it's all the more important to go and advocate for the resources that we need. But yes, I'm sorry, this is a long answer to your question, but yes.
Well, thank you, Chair. A good presentation. Thank you very much. And one of the comments that was sounded here today is taking a holistic view. And as part of your slides, like for the applications reviewed for both surface and ground by these hydraulic units, I think you need to put also what the flow rates are for surface, what the delta is in terms of frequency of high and low flows. And so that gives us a better feel for the applications and what kind of demands they're putting on their respective systems. And the same for groundwater, sustainable yields, what the current demand is or usage versus what the new uses tend to be, and then what percentage, and as you review that, and again, you'll give us a better framework to determine from a holistic view on the decisions. And I had the same question that Paul answered, is that based on the current staffing and the amount of work that needs to be done to accumulate this base data, is your horizon reasonable?
Well, as you've noted, as you may have noticed, I don't have a specific time frame. And I understand, it is very frustrating to have waited for so long for action to be taken. I get it. It's been a long time coming. I think
the balance that I guess we're looking for is that there is a sense of urgency in the community. There's a lot of demand pressure, and there's a real concern on supply. And for us to sort of handle it and take care of the, to me, pressing living needs of restoring the community. I think we need to be pretty candid and upfront and not to sort of lead them on or, sort of make funky decisions because of the pressures. And those are real pressures. And we heard it this morning, and we've been feeling it for a while as we've gone through the basic demand scenarios and supply scenarios. So anyway, good attempt. I like the approach. And it's just a matter of the sense of urgency and the resources that you can apply to meet that. So go look for low-hanging fruit, I guess, is it, folks? Thanks, Carolyn.
Where does fire pre-suppression and management, if anywhere, fit into this scenario, please?
That is a very good question. I think it should be, it's not here on my slideshow as a public trust use. I think it should be in tier 2. I think it should be considered way up top, because we need it.
This is hard. I know it's really hard. For me, I'm all about process. I don't know what the ultimate outcome is going to be. I do know that I think the intention when the Constitutional Convention met to come up with the water code, it was contemplated that the entire state would be a water management area. I think we're trying to get to that point. We're not there yet. I think we got to start someplace. I think this is a good starting point to get reaction. I think for me, what I realized today, even listening to a lot of our students, it's wanting to make sure we've got good, accurate information. So I think as part of this, what I'd like to see is, and I don't know how you do this, given the sheer scope of the permit applications that we've got, whether you categorize them, however you may do it. But I think for me, it would be helpful if I knew what those permits, at least a description of the different kinds of permit applications that we're getting. How many permit applications are we getting? What are they for? What are, just so that I've got an understanding of the scope of how we balance process versus the applications that we're getting. That would be really helpful. I'd like to see that included as part of, and I as chairperson have told Kira, I am dedicating whatever kind of resources the department has to provide her capacity to do what she needs to do. And I say that to all my divisions, that we don't have enough, but I understand how urgent in this particular matter, this designation process and our ability to timely move forward is critical. And I mean, I heard, it was one of the common themes for today was how many times we got to come here. So I think we have to find some way to move forward. I like, we would like to see sort of a table of what are the sustainable yields, what are the IFS, do we know as much factual information so that one, you provide us as the commissioners, but we provide the public the same thing. And whether we have a dedicated portion on our website that shows all of that, because I want to be transparent. I want you guys to know how hard it is for us as both the commission and staff to try to structure something. But I'd like to see if we can do a dedicated, whether it's a website or part of CWARM's website that's just dedicated to this process. And you give us updated information so that as we're moving forward, everybody is seeing the same information that we're considering, so that there is some transparency. You know, there are many legal minds that are here, that are literally in this room here, that either, I mean, all the way from Kapua to those who have sued us, those who may sue us, or those who may support us. I really would like to hear from you. What do you think? Tell us if you think this process is not, you know, you got some problems, tell us. Don't wait until we're going down a path and say, ah, I should have done so. I mean, I look at Jonathan too. Jonathan is a very learned, I mean, he's probably one of our key water experts that we rely upon. I would really appreciate hearing from you all in a very genuine way. And I'm not expecting answers today, truly, because okay. Yeah, he's probably writing a whole course on this for us. But I mean, I do challenge all of you. I challenge Elena, I challenge Wayne, all of you. Be part of our process and solution. Don't wait until we're down a path and then you sue us. I mean, you can still sue us. We cannot prevent that. We cannot prevent a contested case. We cannot prevent a lawsuit. But I would rather consider your mana'o now as we're developing a process, because I think if we're trying to find a process that moves us as that facilitates the ultimate solution. I mean, I see Mahesh, I challenge you, Mahesh. But I mean, I'm not kidding. I challenge you to come and look at what we've got here. Give us some ideas of how we can improve, how we can change, what we're missing. But I really do ask you, I implore you, be part, help us, truly help us. We're not trying to do this to, we understand the inequities. Please understand, we know, we get it. We're challenged with a history, and we're trying to find a path moving forward. Because it's not only for this, it's not only for Lahaina. There are other areas that we don't have designated. It would be helpful to have your input on process. Outcomes, we don't know. So again, that's kind of my mana'o on this. I think we have to react to something. And so I appreciate the time that you and your staff put into this. But again, transparent process, as much information, not only to the commission, but to the public. I need the public to appreciate how difficult this is and where the facts are. But I also ask those who are smarter people in the audience to help us, provide us your mana'o now about your comments. And it doesn't have to be today, although I know that Jonathan's ready. He probably, as soon as he got our agenda item, he was out there working on this. But no, mahalo for that. And no, thank you, Kira, to you and your staff. So that's my mana'o on this one.
And that is exactly why I am here before you today. We debate not ends, but means, right? How are we going to get to our desired result? What is the best way? Interim permits, maybe. One thing that I forgot to mention is that water shortage plans, we put in some legislation this year to try to change this, but it was not successful. Water shortage plans act on permits. They act on water use permits. So in a water shortage situation, we ideally would have permits in place, which is one reason to get interim permits done. However, there is the possibility of a water emergency declaration on the table as well. So anyway, something to consider.
Okay, so if there are no other comments I am going to lose 2 of my commissioners. They need to catch planes back to their respective islands. 4 of us will stay here. We can stay as late as, I think, 6. Our flights are back. So I am going to take public comments on item C2. So with that, Jonathan, why don't you come on?
Oh, I thought you were getting up to catch a train to Kapalua before I testify. Hello, my kako. My name is Jonathan Lee K. Schroyer. I'm here today on behalf of the Department of Mine Homelands to testify on the presentation that you just heard from your deputy director. I will note that part of my background includes both being an author and applicant on water use permit applications before this commission, as well as reviewing many water use permit applications in existing and new water management areas. I want to start with saying the whole idea of tiering is a really good idea and fundamental. And it was actually the commission's refusal to consider such a process that kept DHHL for almost 3 decades from having a successful increase in our water use permit application on the island of Molokai. Groundwater staff, director, and individual staff members insisted that DHHL's requested increase for pumping from our 2 Kahuluai wells was a competing permit with applications from Molokai Ranch and the County of Maui. And no matter how many times we insisted that maybe they were, as non-public trust users, competing against each other, but we were a public trust use of water, it fell on deaf ears until Deputy Manuel recognized that indeed there should be a tiered process, brought our water use permit before you. It was not contested by anyone. We were able to increase our water use permit allocation and provide meters to some homesteaders who had been waiting for decades when the artificially low permit was issued by the commission over 27 years ago. So the idea of tiering is a really good thing. That said, I think this process as it's been, and I'm sure there will be lots of good input from others, but this process needs to be low-meat a bit in order to be consistent with the constitutional, statutory, and case law duties that this commission has. And really specifically, how this commission is supposed to properly first address public trust uses of water. The whole idea of having a tier 1 where public trust uses of water are looked at is very good. But the Hawaii Supreme Court has noted again and again, there's no priorities among the 4 public trust uses of water. So why they're being proposed for splitting in 2 tiers is not clear to me, and I'm not sure how that would stand up to scrutiny. But even perhaps more than that, you have to really clearly understand what public trust uses are that you're supposed to be protecting before you prioritize them. And so there's a number of issues with what has been said in the PowerPoint, as well as in items B1 and C1 today that I want to address. I'm sure somebody else or others will more fully address this, but domestic uses, not as defined in the code, but as protected under the public trust, are being conflated with municipal uses. And they're different things. And so not all water delivered to single-family homes by a municipality are domestic uses, as seems to be suggested in both B1 as well as in the submittal. That said, and others will address it, I'm sure, I want to talk mostly about DHHL's rights, one of the 4 or 5, depending on how you count them, with pertinent uses, public trust uses. Deputy Kahane's presentation describes in a single bullet that the reservations for DHHL are adequate reserves of water for homelands are the public trust use of water. If you look at the code and what a reservation is, that's an interesting and significant error of omission. And I'm just going to read a portion of 174C 101A. Quote, decisions of the Commission on Water Resource Management relating to the planning for, regulation, as is the case here, management and conservation of water resources in the state shall, to the extent applicable and consistent with other legal requirements and authority, incorporate and protect adequate reserves of water for current and foreseeable development and use of Hawaiian homelands, as set forth in Section 221 of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. In other words, the water used by homesteaders now is a public trust use of water, not just our reservations. This is really important because, among other things, we have homesteaders in Lahaina right now. In fact, item B1, when it listed the supposed public trust uses of water on the County Department of Water Supply System, wholly failed to even note that there were homesteaders on the County Department of Water Supply System. So there will be robust debate, perhaps, over whether or not the domestic uses of the Department of Water Supply or the Department of Water Supply System contains actual domestic uses. I believe it is unarguable that they have at least one public trust use of water on their system. The use of water by Hawaiian homesteaders on Hawaiian homelands under Section 221 of the Hawaiian Homes Commission. So what does this mean? First of all, tier 1 should be all public trust uses. The county would be included at least as to the water they are delivering to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands homesteaders on our homesteads on their system. DHHL's uses and reservations should both be included, not just reservations. And when it comes to that, I understand the logic of looking at the Honokauai aquifer alone, and this was one of our problems, which was going to lead us to litigation, unfortunately, before B1 was pulled. When you move a well just beyond the line, right, that can still affect our reservations. And in fact, that is the exact issue that the Supreme Court ruled on the Viola case. Molokai Ryan said, oh, well, we'll just go across the line over here and everything will be fine. And the DHHL objected and the Supreme Court said, no, actually that will affect your reservation. Keep in mind that if you read your Water Resources Protection Plan and how the original boundaries were drawn between sectors, the big areas, and then systems, the little areas like Honokauai or smaller areas, Launiopoko and all the other areas, that sectors are supposed to truly represent more hydrologic boundaries. And specifically in the language of the Water Resources Protection Plan, the system boundaries are artificial lines designed to spread pumping. So they don't actually reflect a hydrologic barrier. So going 75 feet beyond the line doesn't mean there's a big steel wall going to the center of the earth and the pumping's not going to. With that said, I just want to note for the record a couple other small things on the PowerPoint. The precautionary principle is misstated, at least as it's quoted in Waiahole. As stated on the PowerPoint, it says the lack of full scientific certainty is not a reason to postpone cost-effective measures to prevent potentially irreversible harm to water resources. Just to be really clear, cost-effective is not part of the quote, effective is the quote. So I'm not sure how cost-effective got inserted into the idea of what the precautionary principle was. And secondly, specific to DHHL, the slide notes conditions of a water use permit. It ignores that a condition of every single water use permit issued by this commission is it is subject to the rights of the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. This is also an important error that was in item B1. In fact, item B1 said when the water, in one part, when the commission issues a permit, when it was contemplating issuing a permit for the Kahana well, it may need to adjust Maui Department of Water Supply's use or condition the permit on DHHL's reservation. It is absolutely conditioned on its reservation. And in fact, the code notes that all permits issued by this commission, whether or not they explicitly say so, are subject to the rights of the department. That said, the main thing in terms of the tiering, it's a good thing. Tier 1 should be all public trust uses, though. For DHHL, it needs to include our current uses as well as our reservations. And you need to, when you're tiering and looking at geographic areas, remember that the system lines are quite arbitrary. Happy to answer any questions. Thanks for listening to my testimony.
Thank you very much, John. Anybody else wants to come up and provide comments on item C? Yes, come on up.
Thanks, Chair and Commissioners and Kira. I agree with John. I think tiering is a good idea. Chair, I appreciate you calling on us to offer our input. And I just want to emphasize that the real experts on this are the people of this community. We have a lot of institutional knowledge in our hui about litigation that's gone down with the Water Commission in the past. And we've seen things go down in a variety of different ways. Support what Jonathan said about putting all the public trust purposes up top. I have questions about the benefits of doing interim permits or considering mediation. I know that these things have been used in the past and they sometimes work, but I'm admittedly a little bit cynical, and I think that either one of them could very well just lead to unnecessary delays to resolution and to people getting the permits they need. It's just a thought. The other thing I wanted to suggest was that, and I hear what Jonathan's saying about, the lines between the aquifer systems are artificial. But the Honokowai aquifer is severely taxed. And I think that if you want to start getting a jump on sorting out some permits that are going to need to be sort of haggled out, you should start with Honokowai and start with Honokowai groundwater and surface water. And then move perhaps north after that. One thing about Honokowai that I want to point out and also share some information, that's where the Lahaina wastewater reclamation facility is. And I try to raise this whenever I get a chance, because our office also is working on the NPDES permit. And so I just wanted to let the community know that there's going to be another public hearing on the Lahaina NPDES permit, addressing, among other things, the potential to implement the 3 to 5 million gallons of usable R1 that are dumped on the reef to kill it every single day, and to use that as a water resource for people. Whether you're gonna decide to use that R1 for like resort landscapes, I think there are people in the community who would love to use that. It's liquid fertilizer. It's rich in nitrogen and phosphorus. This kills the reef. It's been killing the reef for decades now. It's obvious that the solution to the pollution that's going into Paenanui is also a partial solution to the water shortage we got out here. 3 to 5 million gallons a day is nothing to shake a stick at. It's not going to cover everything. But you put that 3 to 5 million gallons into circulation for people to use, and guess what? You're not killing the reef anymore. And that's an obvious win-win. And also part of the reason why I think Honokowai should get some focus early on. Because the county needs encouragement to get that R1 system up and running. DOH Clean Water Branch needs encouragement to encourage the county to get the R1 up and running. So Wednesday, May 21st, same room, DOH Clean Water Branch is holding a second public hearing on the pollution control permit for the Lahaina plant that dumps all the R1 on the reef and kills it, instead of using it for beneficial uses of Mauka. And so I think everyone should come down here and let the Department of Health also know that, these problems are integrated. The agencies operate separately and often enough are completely siloed, but the reality is the left hand's got to work with the right hand. The county, this commission, Department of Health, got to work together, got to stop the pollution, and got to provide water to our communities. So those are my thoughts for now. Appreciate the opportunity, and I'm sure we'll have more to share as time goes on. Aloha.
Thank you so much. Anybody else?
John, can I give three words? Something I've learned from a environmental chemist who's worked in California on potable reuse. The 3 words are urban water cycle. And really the idea of closing it. So just Google that.
I'm a Lahaina community member. I'm also involved in many of the water projects that the Maui Economic Recovery Commission has been working on. And I just had a couple of comments I wanted to share. I appreciate Kira?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I appreciate Kira's proposal. It's creative and is looking for a solution that gets us somewhere. So kudos to you. I really appreciated Jonathan's feedback, and similarly, I think finding some kind of a triage is a good strategy, but it's figuring out how do we triage to really figure this wicked situation out. The community really wants to be involved in helping figure out this problem. That has been identified pretty clearly through months and months and months of MERC meetings that I sat through and many other people in this community participated in. We have an identified West Maui water management plan saying that the community wants to be more involved in the management of water for West Maui. There's also one for a VI dashboard, a public platform to share water data for West Maui, like you suggested, Chair Chang. So we're actively working on those things, and we've been working with some of the staff of CWORM. Thank you, Neil, for coming to many meetings, and some of your staff for helping us chip away at this. And so I really think the time is right. Like, there's some pieces already that are in place, and we want to be a part of this. I guess the one other food for thought I'd throw out, we're thinking about how do we triage. Really what we're talking about here is managing a water budget, right? We have lots of users, lots of data points we need. We do need to lay it all on the table. We do need like an audit. We need to figure out how do we balance this budget and where is the spending happening the most right now that maybe is excessive and not in line with the beneficial uses that are making sure the public trust needs are met first. Where can we trim the fat and reduce the spending of water in places in order to ensure that the public trust uses and the reasonable and beneficial uses can be met. The thing I'm concerned about with the proposal as it is right now is if we're gonna just go straight to the traditional cultural uses, but that starts to infringe on IIFS levels or other things because of other users that are already using water, and that's not gonna change until their permits get weighed on. We might need to look at that first, and figure out like, where do we adjust this budget? Where do we adjust this budget, particularly where water is either used in ways that is really not benefiting the general public, but benefiting certain profiteering corporations? Or where can we substitute water, like the R1 suggestion that was just here before me? That's something that a lot of us have been screaming for forever. We don't want it dumped on the reefs anymore. There's way better uses for that water, and it is a huge resource that is not being managed well right now in West Maui. And so before we even begin talking about how we're going to figure out desalinization solutions, first and foremost, I said it before this committee before, I'm going to say it again. First thing we need to do is improve in how we're managing water in West Maui across the board. I don't care who owns it, who owns the system, but improving how we're managing it, period. There's so much inequality in it, and it's gross. And I'm stoked that you shared the data points that you did so far, and I'm looking forward to sharing more of that so we can really see where is the water going, who is using it, and for what? Because I think the answers are not going to be that difficult once we can kind of see it all. And we can start to weigh and figure out, okay, bottom line questions, how do we make this more fair? It's going to be doable, and the community is here for it. So we'll see you whenever your next meeting is, and whatever process we create to engage us in the process, we want to be here.
Appreciate the optimism. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You bring up the notion of an audit. Chair Chang, who would do such a thing? Whose Kahana is it? Akira? Mahalo.
I think the clear answer is us. Yes, it is our kuleana. This is the reason for our existence as an agency. It's a big task, and we are looking at tools to do it. From things as simplistic as a spreadsheet to things as complex as we received a presentation on a tool that's being developed at Arizona State University that would allow us to kind of look at the current and the future expectations. Where do we see R1 coming in holistically, and the trade-off is just time. We could look at it, we could just throw everything into an Excel spreadsheet and try to balance our budget that way. Or we could try to look at a more sophisticated tool that would allow us to, see how the situation might change as we move forward.
Thank you, Kira. That makes me feel hopeful. I feel heartened by that answer. Is it feasible to have that as a start point?
Our
For
water
this-
budget?
The audit.
Yes, well, it will take more time on the front end. I just have to be honest and say it's gonna take us, I mean, it might even take us like a year, more than a year to put everything out on the table and start to balance our budget. But it's a worthwhile, it might be a worthwhile exercise to see where we want to start, cutting our spending first.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to say that I think I have to leave to catch my flight. So I look forward to hearing the rest of today's proceedings. Thank you all very much. Thank you for the hospitality. Elahaina.
I'd like to offer a suggestion, because I'm at UH, and these days it's insanely easy to make a map. Like you can drop in a spreadsheet and have an interactive web map in seconds. So I'm here, you have my numbers, and I think there are some possible sort of intermediate level, options between an Excel spreadsheet and like a lava lab. But that could be useful. I think there's some hacks. So I don't want people to panic and think it's gonna take like a year, because actually, there's some really nice data right here. And I think people think in maps, not graphs. Scientists think in graphs. Most other people like maps better. And I think it triggers some sort of spatial intuitive understanding that might be good, that then can be handled at these regional meetings where people, maybe you run scenarios or just try and work it out. But if we have the data, how can we get it to people on the ground so that they can start brainstorming? So I think there's some options.
Amen. And thank you, John, for Chair Chang, for also offering your support for the resources that this team is gonna need, because is not getting any smaller or cheaper to solve. And so it's my hope that we can overcome those challenges. And as a community, for myself at least, I'd be happy to do what we can to advocate to make sure we get the resources to do this, because we can't. Water is too precious of a resource to keep kicking this can down the road. And these are great people, but they are humans, and we do need to have the right enough paddlers in the canoe to get there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I see this as an investment. If we are really looking at other water management areas, I mean, we've got an application for Waianae on Oahu and other places. So hopefully, whatever approach we can come out here, we may be able to utilize that in other areas as well. So it is something that we do have to have some dedicated resources to. So, but thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else here? Yes, please come on out. And we are going to get to C1 because you have been waiting patient.
My name is Michelle Lincoln. I'm not an attorney, but I have represented myself pro se on a couple cases here on the west side, water being one of the issues. And other people in the community saw the merit of it, gave me a grant, and I got attorneys to take them all the way to the Hawaii Supreme Court. So though I'm not an expert, I do have 3 just thoughts to put out there that were part of my cases. So one is the recycled water. Of course, from my earlier testimony, I'm for fire prevention and agriculture, for food security for that usage. But I'm going to tell you why I think it's more important to pump it up the hills and across over towards through the Kuya lands, not just for fire prevention, but because of the nitrates in R1 water. It's great. It's R1. It can be used on any leafy vegetable, whatever. But there's still a lot of nitrates and pollution in it. And because we do need to protect our reef, if you're using it for golf courses, we have a lot of, the lava tubes and whatnot. The pollutions from golf courses are too close to the ocean, and it does not allow enough of the nitrates and the other pollutants that are in that R1 water to percolate out of it before it gets to the ocean. So it's not just self-serving, trying to protect our community from fire, but also just for the pollution for our reefs, which are protecting our shorelines from erosion. That's also a consideration, that the higher up it is, away from the shoreline, gives it more time for pollutants to percolate out of it. The other concern is we keep throwing desalinization around. Honestly, I don't know enough about it. I would like to see more research on desalinization and what are the pros and cons of it, because a lot of the places where it's super successful, like let's say Israel or Dubai or, places like that, they got deserts to dump the salt into, and where do we put that? Like, what are the negative cons? Like, it sounds so great, right? Oh, we're surrounded by water, but I don't know enough about it, but I think that needs to be part of the conversation instead of throwing that out as an option of, is it really feasible and safe for our environment? Because that would be something that if I find out that it's not safe, you'll see me again. And then the third thing is, I'm all for water for affordable housing, but I think we need to define affordable housing, because 1.2 million is considered like under HUD guidelines for Hawaii. That can fit into an affordable housing guideline, but 40, like the majority of the people on the west side working are only making $44,000 a year. Okay, but 1.2 million, even with double income, is not enough to do that. So when you talk about affordable housing, it needs to be truly affordable and it needs to be in perpetuity. Those I will support 100% getting water. But if it's the affordable housing that does not remain affordable for more than 10 years, or if it's affordable housing that meets the HUD guidelines at $1.2 million as part of that equation, then you'll see me protesting that also. So just letting you know that I'm not an attorney, but I take these things seriously, and I have been through the process a couple times on the west side. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Aloha ho. It's me again, Karen Kanikwa. From Honokoha. I'm not one of the smart ones in the crowd that you were hoping to come up here and give you a bunch of education on, but I am a community member. I'm a Honokoha resident. I'm a water user. So I do have some of that ike. I first want to say that I did think this tier framework was a bit confusing. So mahalo nui Aurora, because you touched on the tier 1 and tier 2 that was confusing to me. I do feel that the domestic users should be in tier 1 as well. And also still a little, this is what my notes look like. And things that stuck out to me in this presentation was no specific timeline. Ooh, ouch. That's scary to me. Also, thought about more staff. Ouch. Okay. It's been 2 years. We've been coming to these meetings for the water permits for 2 years. What is taking so long? I know it's a process. I know it's a lot of work, but again, we heard stuff today that we heard on August 7th. It's like, we don't like to hear things being repeated and repeated. We want to come here and hear results, progress. This is, not, oh, we should maybe do this. So I'm thinking about doing this. I'm thinking about getting more staff so we can get this done. Holy crap, maybe that should have happened like 2 years ago. And I'm just going to say this, you guys might get mad at me, but I feel like if Khalil was still here, we would have been way farther along in this process than we are today, unfortunately. That's just how I feel personally. Also, I wanted to make a note that in Honokoha, we have a lot of true domestic users. We're fortunate to be one of those that have a water meter. There's not many of us, but we do. So we have county water, and therefore we should also be in tier 1. Unfortunately, there are many times where there's no water coming out of that county water line. We've gone 3 months with no water coming out of the water line, but that's another issue. But anyway, I wanted to make that clear because, yeah, there are true domestic users in Honokoha. And mahalo nui for your time today. I promise I won't come back up here today. I still think, I still think golf is dumb, and I think that Kapalua Golf Course should have fake turf. Maybe that would be a solution to look into Kapalua Guy. Maybe you guys can put fake turf. They have it at schools. They have it all over the place. Yeah. Mahalo.
Hello again, my name is Gretchen Lozano. I live in Honokohau Valley, and my ohana worked diligently with our legal team to put together a WUPA for a couple of them. I think it's really important for you guys to understand the time and the resources that it took just to put together those permits. And it's also really important for you guys to understand, like, there's not a lot of people here in this room right now who did submit the WUPAs because most everybody left, you know? And I'm actually really glad my daughter, who was one of the Keiki who gave testimony earlier, I'm glad she's not here to see that we submitted that permit almost 2 years ago. And we are only now just seeing that you guys are just starting to formulate a plan, only now. I'm glad she's not here because that was devastating to see, honestly. And I appreciate the efforts. And I know that there has been like staffing changes and you only just came on in October. And I really appreciate your efforts to move this forward. But you guys really, Lahaina was designated as a special management area in 2022 and it is 2025. That is 3 years of these swimming pools in Kapalua all the way to, I don't know if they have swimming pools in Akumahaole, but they do in Laniapoko. I mean, those swimming pools have been filled this whole time. So like, and meanwhile, like Karen said, sometimes we go months without water in Honokohau, like months. Like after the fire, we didn't have water for almost an entire month in Honokohau. Like we just didn't have it. There was water in the Kauai, but there wasn't water coming out of our faucets. So as a domestic user and also like traditional and customary practices user, like please prioritize these WUPAs, like, and maybe you can put them, you know, the only thing that I have to say actually that's possibly helpful is maybe just drain these pools, find out who actually lives in these houses. And if there is nobody who lives there, drain their pools and put it back into the line and put a moratorium on the private users actually being able to disperse to second homes. They don't live here. They don't need green lawns. They don't need any of that if they're not there. I mean, maybe that's like, the people who actually live here are the ones that need the water first. So if there's a way to possibly do that, you know, that could be a first step. And then get to the permit, the other permits, right? I don't know if that's possible, but anyway, mahalo.
My name is Julie Wimber. I'm a resident of Kauai. And I just have a quick question, and this is my long-sighted view, is beyond this process, once the budget is balanced, what is the means of regulation, enforcement, and repercussions? I mean, are you going to be closing meters? Is somebody going to close meters? Are they going to halfway close meters when someone reaches their quota? Because if it's just a matter of increasing rates for water or fining people for excessive or wasteful usage, the ones who are wasting right now will pay it. They will continue to pay in perpetuity, and we can't buy the water back. I came from Southern California originally. There's a small island off the coast, Catalina Island. They have to truck in or ship in water for the residents there. Their fresh water is virtually non-existent anymore. We're a much bigger island and we have a better opportunity now. But if there isn't a means of oversight at the end, the situation will be the same. The rich will have the water and the poor will go without. Thank you. Thank you.
Want to add something for clarification, because Oahu's been a groundwater management area for quite some time. And I think what I've learned from Red Hill is often there's a confusion about jurisdiction. You know, there's state authority and then county. And so the utilities actually, you know, they're the ones who you most directly interface with, but we can, you know, allocate how much they can pump from their wells. And I think in the 80s, was it the 80s? I mean, Barry has this story about how when in those sort of times where the wells are salting up, and I'm going to look at like, maybe Brian can tell a story about it, but you know, like the systems got more efficient. They were like, well, we only have this much and we got to like fix all our leaks and we have to implement conservation strategies, and people did, you know? So I think like, you know, I think there needs to be better coordination, and it's good that we're having this. I just, there's different people who have different jobs and roles.
Right. Just wanted to, wasn't sure what, I kind of left the meeting because I had to get onto an important phone call, but, and Kalamai, if I, am not speaking within the boundaries of the current topic, but, I just wanted to reiterate that when you're considering reviewing the applications for water use, that the state of Hawaii has a responsibility to the traditional and customary rights of Kanaka, first and foremost. And that is all that you should do. That is all that you should be worried about right now. Because it is our usage of the water that should take precedence over everything else. Kahoma Valley, we've been bombarded by, like I said, a developer who thinks he has, just because he's purchased Kuleana lands, which I argue he did not. He purchased a tax map key, which is different from Kuleana lands, and so he does not have the same rights as my ancestors had. I own it, and I know that that is sort of the. I know that that is sort of the. I think it's up for debate. I know some people think that if developer buys Kuleana lands that he can absorb the pertinent rights if that property has a pertinent rights to water, but I argue that they do not. There's several reasons why, but the main reason why is because the only reason why Kawikeoli followed through with the mahele was because he had conditions to a mahele. The most important condition to it, I feel, when looking at usage from the plantations especially, or the rights of the plantations, is that they had to swear an oath of allegiance to the crown. And when they conspired to overthrow the kingdom, they forfeited their rights to any land even. Due process was not had for our benefit, of course, but our rights as traditional and customary practitioners, Kanaka Maoli families, Ohana from this area did not have the due process. When the plantation is taking water away from the valley, that ultimately our families can no longer grow our own food in the valleys. That leads to the fact that our families have to abandon their lands. And then while they have abandoned their lands, those lands end up in the hands of the developers or the plantations. And then when our families try to go back and try to exercise some semblance of traditional customary rights, We are told that we do not have those rights anymore. We are told that, no, the plantations say that, or the developers say that they own the land. Ole, our rights have never been extinguished. Never. Point to me where it has been. Point to me in our history where our rights have been extinguished. And we still have those rights. And so the state of Hawaii is responsible for helping to better the conditions of Native Hawaiians. How is losing our kuleana lands, losing our traditional customary rights, bettering our conditions? It's time that you align with our people, at least align with the needs of our community and align with the needs of Kanaka Maoli who want to go back and practice and go back home to their kuleana. So that is what you should be. I just feel that is what the priority is in all of this. And I'm not sure what a holistic approach means as far as the review process is concerned, but if that means you're going to take a holistic approach at the crimes committed to our kingdom and to our people, and how that has deprived our people the right to practice or the right to even retain our lands, then I would agree with that. Okay.
Else want to make a comment on C1?
Aloha again, Katie Austin. I did just wanted to say a couple of things, not trying to beat a dead horse. I am a Honokahau resident as well. I want to echo those of my neighbors and the struggles that have been faced out there for years, honestly. But at the same time too, I want to make sure that, I do like the tiered approach, but I want to make sure in totality when we're looking at the uses, if we're going through, and we've been talking about this 23% of what the county actually controls, right? Like if we're going through and we're seeing that, and you guys are seeing that the county is actually needing more than the 23% of their control, that you guys are going to be able to do that due diligence to find that water outside the 77. Like, we're not going to talk individually on this tiered of like, because you could say, oh, by the time we get down to all of these hotels in Ka'anapali, like we've already used all of this for our community, so maybe we need to cut them back, but their actual systems have plenty of water to, in their sense, to run that. So I want to know, like, I want to see if there's a possibility of adding in that tiered system, that it's looked across the board at that whole 100%, whether or not the county owns it. But if we're going to tier it, we need to look at like every single system, if that makes sense. So.
That was the intention of the process.
Yeah,
thank you. Anybody else want to make a comment?
Aloha mai kakou. My name is Devin Haya. I'm an Equal Justice Works Disaster Resilience Fellow for Maui Disaster Recovery with Native Hawaiian Legal Corporation. And I'm here testifying on this item C2, kind of just reiterating everything that Kapali just said, kind of. So, but I would like to kakou staff's recommendation to prioritize pertinent rights and Native Hawaiian rights in the first tier. However, all public trust purposes should be included in this tier, including reservations for DHHL and water in its natural course, which protects the life of O'opu, Opai, Limu, and more, that supports subsistence living in addition to the traditional and customary Native Hawaiian rights and practices. And to be clear, water in its natural course is its own public trust purpose, and we hope you will include that in tier 1. As you well know, water in Hawaii is a public trust resource with an obligation to protect Native Hawaiian traditional and customary rights and practices, as shown consistently in the Constitution, the Water Code, and decisions of the courts. Article 11, Section 1, the state's responsibility to not only conserve and protect Hawaii's natural beauty and all natural resources, but also to promote the development and utilization of these resources in a manner consistent with their conservation. Article 11, Section 7, the state has an obligation to protect, control, and regulate the use of Hawaii's water resources for the benefit of its people. As you have heard today, the people of Lahaina are requesting that you use every tool available to you with expediency to fulfill this duty to the public trust. Article 12, section 7 mandates that the state shall protect all rights customarily and traditionally exercised for subsistence, cultural, and religious purposes of Native Hawaiians. And of course, HRS 174C-101 states that the pertinent rights, water rights of Kuleana and Taro lands, along with those traditional customary rights assured in this section, including access by the holder thereof to conduct activities necessary to assure the use, delivery, and quality of water, including temperature and turbidity, that shall not be unreasonably withheld. And finally, in Re Waiola o Molokai, as Jonathan kind of mentioned earlier, the Hawaii Supreme Court vacated permit allocations made by this commission for, quote, failing to adequately to just discharge its public trust obligation to protect Native Hawaiians' traditional and customary gathering rights, end quote. So when vetting the water use permit applications, please ensure that these rights and all protected public trust uses are fully honored and protected in Tier 1. Mahalo.
Aloha Chair Chang, Commissioners, Deputy Kahana. For the record, I'm Kapua Sproat, and I'm testifying today in my personal capacity. I will unfortunately be dating myself here, but I have the great privilege of having worked on water use permitting, gosh, from Waihole to the EL groundwater management area to Navai'eha surface and groundwater management area, and then most recently in Maui Komohana, both in my prior capacity as an attorney at Earth Justice and then also as a law professor and the director of the Environmental and Native Hawaiian Rights Clinics at the University of Hawaii. Our clinic worked very closely with Dr. Ike as a hearings officer and with Dean, Rebecca, and so many others in Navai'eha for years, both supplementing the permits and then walking the pro se community members through the contested case hearing process. So I do have a little mana'o lessons learned perhaps about what worked and really what hasn't worked over the last 20 years or so on both ground and surface water issues in many different communities across our Pai'aina. I think our clinic really has been a resource for the commission, and we're happy to continue to do so. We've been coordinating with Dean and Kara on site inspections in different here, and Kara knows she can call me anytime. I'm happy to talk story about these things. I'm really glad that you came to Lahaina to hear from the community itself. My only disappointment is that so many of the community members had to leave before they had the opportunity to share their mana'o on this really important agenda item, because we had in the audience with us here today so many water use permit applicants from Honokohau, from Honolua, from Kahoma, Ukumehame, really, and beyond. And I think these are the people that, as you heard already with B1, and so I hope that you folks will take some of the mana'o that's been shared on those items that are relevant to C2. For example, the tiering. I think one of the things that I agree on the tiering, and Jonathan and Mahesh and others have already mentioned that's something actually that I've been harassing Dean about for some time now, because having been through Navai'eha and seeing how long it took there to get water use permits for the community members, 14 years. I'm concerned that if we don't have a tiered approach, we'll face precisely the same issue. I think that utilizing a tiered approach will also help to protect priority public trust purposes from being sucked backward into the contested case hearing process. I hear what Deputy Kahane mentioned about the opportunity to object, but depending on how the phasing is done, whether or not folks have standing to object, I think would be a real issue. And so I think that's important, and I appreciate that the commission is considering that. That said, as Jonathan and Mahesh and others have already pointed out, I think if we're going to do the tiering, we have to do it correctly. All public trust purposes need to be considered first before other kinds of public purposes, such as municipal uses. We've heard already from folks like Karen Kanekua and Gretchen and others who articulated very clearly the true domestic users that we have in many of these communities, in Honokohau, in Kahoma, in Kaua'ula. And so these individual household needs, which as you folks well know are defined separately in 174C, Section 3 of the Code for Municipal Uses, really need to be considered in the first tier. And that the aggregate larger domestic component of municipal uses are just a whole different beast. And so I hope you folks will consider making that correction. That said, as the commission did invite how you folks have the ability to be able to prioritize between other types of uses, both public trust purposes. And so you could rank between those as a commission elected to do, and I'm sure Commissioner Meyer recalls with a prioritization for Lo Ikalo in particular. So the commission can and actually has done that where appropriate. But I think if you take public trust purposes first, then public purposes like municipal will help to address some of the major disparities that we're hearing. Because one of the main takeaways I got from listening to all of the tremendous mana'o from the community is what a tremendous crisis Kahana is facing right now. And what a huge burden that puts, not just on Ohana, but also on the resources. And so another thing that I took away is I hope whatever tool will ultimately be deployed by the commission, whether that's interim permits or water shortage provision, that it's done as expeditiously as humanly possible. People have already been waiting, as you just heard from Karen and others, for more than 2 years. And I think especially with the impacts of the fire, any additional time just makes it increasingly difficult. And so to the degree that our clinic can continue to be a resource to expedite the process, we're happy to continue to do so. We're happy to continue to be in conversation with you folks. And I hope that you will continue these conversations with the community, because again, ultimately, they're the ones with the expertise. Mahalo.
Thank you very much.
Is there anybody else here?
Chair Chang, Commissioners, Staff Deputy Kahana, Kaululu'uai, testifying in my personal capacity. Everybody said everything. Most of it, I support the tiered system with the feedback provided from the previous testifiers. I just wanted to add one thing. I noticed on the maps in the submittal, right, there's maps using a color-coded system, trying to demonstrate the amount of water being used in the Honokauai and Honolua aquifers by Hawaii Water Service. And I think it would be really helpful to add in that color-coded system the actual totals of gallons per day being pumped, because using that color-coded system, in some way it helps, but in another way it kind of obscures the actual tangible number that is being pumped. And that is, I think, will be very informative for the community to understand how much water is actually being taken from each aquifer, and not just using that color-coded range system that's there. And then it can provide the public more information from the get-go to understand how much water is actually being taken from Hawaii Water Service and how much could possibly be available for other sources, and to decrease the load on the county, right, if that water is redistributed. So that's just a recommendation to add for that, right? Mahalo.
Thank you so much.
Can I ask a clarifying question? So what you're looking for on that map is just a total number of what all those colored tiles?
Yes.
Okay, just MGD. No, as an average or total?
Right, because it's the color codes represent what Hawaii Water Service has submitted in their groundwater applications. And so I believe the commission should have that total. I think it just would be really helpful for that to be available to the public in the interim. Thank you.
Is there anybody else here that would like to provide a comment on C2? Because I do have C1 that we still have to do.
Thank you guys for coming to Lahaina, testifying in my personal capacity as a community member. And I'm not trying to point fingers or anything, but I too was horrified to see the C2 presentation. I thought something had been going on, since the designation in August of 2022, where we were close to to making decisions and to see the presentation that we're still trying to figure out the process. I haven't been paying good attention because there's been a million things going on for me. But I didn't realize we're still trying to figure out the process. And knowing a little bit about politics, I guess some of my fears are like the next elections, like if there's a new governor and then there's a new chair and then there's a new first deputy, do we go back in time and start a new process again? And I agree with the tier structure, as they said. I agree with public trustees since being at the title. I'm so horrified if we're not building new affordable housing, and I'm not sure if you take into account all the entitlements and partial entitlements already onto the books. And that some of the entitlements are for luxury homes or luxury project districts. And you know, there was a slide that said a possible path forward and definitions of affordable housing. You know, realistically, we do need housing in every single grouping other than luxury second homes. And I know there's like low income, there's affordable, there's workforce, then there's market. But as I see it, there's two different kinds of market. There's market for our working families that don't qualify for the 140% and below or the 120% area median income and below. And then there's your luxury second homes. And while I'm not overly supportive of golf courses, I don't think that if the golf course doesn't have enough water to continue in the overall big picture of water allocations, then domestic use as luxury second homes should come in instead. And, you know, I remember when Kapalua Manco was entitled, or Central Kapalua, and they're entitled, but that's not what we need. We need housing for all the people that were displaced. And there's one project that's entitled that's about to lose its funding. And most of all the rest of the affordable housing proposals aren't entitled. They're not on correctly zoned land. They're not on land that's in the community plan. And the rebuild of those government projects that burned down, like Lahaina Surf, Front Street Apartments, Komohana Hale, David Malo Housing, just to name a few, Crossroads, and so on and so forth. The proposed rebuild isn't gonna come fast enough for the people with no place to live. And this, so the only feedback that I have is still horrified that the process hasn't started. And if laws or something can be changed that prioritizes homes that residents live in full time. Because if you're gonna stop the golf course and they're gonna build luxury homes instead, then it's still a loss. If the golf course is a loss and it ends and then you build luxury homes that people here cannot afford or live in, it's not anything better. And
you're not saying that that's our decision, though, are you? That's really a county issue.
We've already entitled it, not me, I wasn't the person, but it's been entitled. And I'm not sure if we cannot give them water and give water to affordable projects. I'm not a lawyer, I was a lifeguard.
Ask something, again, you know, not being from Maui, I think knowing what those projects are that are high value to the community of residents would be helpful. Because again, we're not as close or familiar to all of these issues. And so, I mean, I'm just curious, we keep alluding to a project that's going to be defunded. Is that, you know, who are, I mean, you know, and then we can educate ourselves on the issues, you know.
It is, it's affordable housing, the deal was they had 33 million until June 30th, 2025, and now their first phase, 240 units, is 100% affordable in perpetuity. I don't think Kapalua, Mauka, or Central Kapalua are high valued by the majority of the community. The county is also working on a 201H Kaiaulu no Napili. They haven't begun outreach yet. But it's on county-owned land, and they're going to try and do a fast track project, working with the same developers that are developing the two housing projects on either side of the bypass as you come into Lahaina. So they have a proven track record, but we haven't yet gone out to the community yet. And those will be for the 80% and below area median income if it gets a chance to move forward. Projected start date might be 2028 though. So, and temporary housing was allowed for 5 years. A commitment was made to DHHL from HHFDC in multiple public forums, although I don't think an MOU has been signed, that after 5 years, the HHFDC land that has the temporary housing projects like Kala'iola or Kilohana would be returning to DHHL with the water infrastructure. And, you know, it was emphasized that means it's returning to DHHL. So any beneficiaries that are living there currently would have to take up their regular space on the wait list. And all the non-beneficiaries currently living there, are we going to have permanent housing for them at the end of the 5 years? And if not, where will we put them? Because a commitment was made to DHHL publicly many times, and enough commitments to DHHL have already been broken. But
so I know these are really important, but I guess I want to bring us back to that this is really a presentation on the approach that we're going to look at, the designation process. So I'm not too sure if we're going to get into individual projects, but it would be maybe helpful as Commissioner Kagawa Viviani, just if we had a list of all of those projects and where they are in the entitlement process, but I don't think today we can make a decision, and that's probably a much more of a county issue than it's going to be a C1 issue, but it would be helpful to have that sense.
So I have one thought, that is when permits come up before us and there's an argument, you know, after the public trust review, there is an argument for reasonable and beneficial use. You know, that may be useful. I'm just saying, as a reasonable and beneficial, like off stream or as we're weighing competing permits.
and I'm not,
I'm probably not going to be on the commission.
and I may not be on the council at that time. But I'm definitely not saying measure once and cut twice, but we need a sense of urgency and we need to move forward, because I guess I had been under a wrong assumption that once everyone turned in their existing water use permit applications, things would be going on behind the scenes, and it seems as though we're still deciding on a process in 2025.
So maybe let me try to respond to that. So all of the deadline for the permit applications was August 7th, 2023. Fire was August 8th, 2023. I mean, we totally pivoted to Lahaina for at least the next 12 to 18 months. That was priority. It was Lahaina. So I think while staff, they had completed, they had accepted all the applications. Do you have an idea of how many applications are you guys looking at? What's the total number?
130 something.
130, and 130 of those applications, they can be divided, each applicant could have multiple. So, I mean, and I'm not making an excuse, but they were not just sitting idly. They were doing a lot of other things as well as trying to go through the applications, verify the accuracy of each of the applications. So I think everybody's trying to do the best. So I'm sorry that you're horrified. I think they really have been working very hard. We lost staff, no excuse. We're trying to build up capacity, but I think that, hopefully with this meeting as the beginning of trying to take more public input. I think we heard a lot of good comments today. I think Kira and her staff came up with an approach. Doesn't have to be the perfect one, but at least it created a platform for people to get comments. So we're working as diligent and as quickly as we can. Thank you. Okay, is there anybody else on Zoom? Okay, do you need a little bit of time to switch to Zoom? 1 minute, okay.
I did really respond. The other guy told me it's not justifying, but should I ask? Yeah.
Aloha, Director John Stufflebean, are you wanting to testify on item C2? If you are, please unmute and start your video.
Oh, thank you, but no, I'm not wanting to testify. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Okay, so we have no Zoom testifiers for C2.
Yes, give me a second. Sorry, this is I guess, yeah.
Did we lose the young man that was here on item C1?
here for C1. Is he outside?
I think he went, I found how he went to the restroom.
Oh, okay.
He has been patient all the time.
You don't remember, how he got what it was.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Okay. We're back in session. The two people who were on, the two people who were on Zoom decided not to provide a comment. Elena asked if she could provide a comment, so she's providing a comment on item C2.
If you put it on, it's on.
Hello? Okay. Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. Again, thank you for the invitation to provide feedback on the proposed process. I'll just share some high-level thoughts that a few of my colleagues have already shared. As Kapua mentioned, Earth Justice has decades of institutional knowledge, having participated in the Lai'ihā designation and water permitting processes, and there are many lessons learned throughout that process that we hope to improve this time around. We definitely support a tiered or phased approach to water use permitting, and given the protected status of both appurtenant rights and the traditional and customary rights to cultivate kalo, we do agree that the Commission should process WUPAs for permittees seeking to exercise their traditional and customary rights and or appurtenant rights to water. The primacy of these rights and the clear mandates in the water code require that the Commission process these WUPAs first. We are concerned about the mediation proposal, as this can and is often used as a tactic to further delay processing, especially of public trust permits. So we hope that the Commission will take that into consideration. I also wanted to note that one thing that was lacking in the presentation is clarity on the appurtenant rights determination process. And we have some thoughts on how best to proceed with that. In the Lai'ihā, it was the claimant who bore the burden of coming forward with the documentation to establish their claim. And we believe this time around, it should be a two-step process where the determination of the appurtenant water right associated with the parcel is made, and then the amount of the water should be quantified. And any burden of proof for determination of appurtenant rights should be on the plantation successors or others with relevant information, as they're the ones likely to have information in their possession regarding what, if any, interests were reserved. We also have some concerns that others have mentioned about conflating public trust uses and public purposes. Municipal uses are not domestic uses, and so we have to be very clear about the uses that are being prioritized and how. But these are just some initial thoughts, and we'd also be happy to be a resource, and we look forward to further opportunities to work with Deputy Kahana and Commission staff on a thoughtful process that's consistent with the law and the priorities established by law. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, last call. Okay, seeing none, we're gonna move on to item C1. Is that you, Neil?
Yes.
Thank you very much. This is a non-action item, so we don't need a quorum, but we will take comments.
Good afternoon, Chair and remaining commissioners. Neil Fuji with the planning branch. And it's been a long day, so I was instructed to be brief because of cleanup and getting back.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I will be quite brief. So the commission staff went over to on April 7th, we went to Lahaina to give a community meeting, and this is pretty much a similar presentation. So for those in the audience who've already seen this, I thank you for your patience. There is some new information. So what we want to do here today is leave the commission just a quick update on what commission staff has been doing to look at reevaluating sustainable yield in the Lahaina aquifer system or aquifer system areas. Again, this is reevaluating and not necessarily revising because we are still in that process. So real fast, kind of go through some of these things, going to give a little bit of background on why we are doing this. High level overview of what sustainable yield is. What are current methods that the commission uses to estimate sustainable yields across the state, and some new approaches that we're probably going to look at for Lahaina. We did have some questions from the community at that April 7th meeting, so we'll go over some of those, I guess, frequently asked questions. Again, this is going to be very high level. We're not going to go into any technical details of calculations for sustainable yield, but this is very high level briefing. Not going to get too much into the science. If we notice, if staff does decide to take an approach, I'm sure we'll have a briefing to the commission on some of those details in terms of sustainable yield calculations and so forth. Okay, so quick background, how we got here. Lahaina was designated as ground and surface water management area in August 2022. USGS released its updated estimated future recharge report in May 2024. And based on this information, the commission is starting to look at sustainable yields statewide. We are actually focusing on Lahaina for reasons of the permitting and issues with water in Lahaina. And then these sustainable yields will help inform groundwater use permitting, water availability, reservations, and so forth. So again, we're putting our efforts into Lahaina, given our limited resources. So the commission regulates groundwater based on aquifer systems. So this is a map, hard to see, of Maui aquifer map. The larger divisions are what we call aquifer sector areas. So Lahaina is in aquifer sector area, and the smaller divisions are referred to as aquifer system areas. Each aquifer system area has its own sustainable yield number. And that's how the commission has been managing groundwater, issuing permits, reservations, and so forth based on sustainable yield. Right. Really quick, kind of geology 101 in Lahaina. This picture credit or cartoon credit is from USGS Scientific Investigations Report 2012-5010. So very quickly, again, it's going to be a lot of review for a lot of you, but in Lahaina, three main types of geologic formations. You have caprock, just sedimentary deposits near the shoreline. You have the basalt lava flows, which comprise the basal aquifer, and then you have the high-level dike systems up Malka. The water moves from high to low pressure, hydraulic head. So generally, it's Malka to Makai is the groundwater flow. Caprock and the dikes can also act as a barrier from the water flowing because they're less permeable than the surrounding area, surrounding rocks and geology. We can't talk about groundwater in Lahaina without talking about streams. And, there is a lot of, in a lot of places in Hawaii, there's interaction between groundwater and surface water. So, we didn't do a stream presentation, but there's 11 major streams in Lahaina. As I mentioned, surface and groundwater are interconnected. There is some interaction. Many of the streams are losing in the lower reaches, and this is where the water actually seeps into the ground if you don't have enough flow. Okay, I'm gonna go quick. So what is sustainable yield? Again, this is very high level, but I'm just showing you what the sustainable yield definition in the water code means. Sustainable yield means maximum rate at which water may be withdrawn from a water source without impairing the utility or quality of the water source as determined by the commission. So that's the citation in the code. Sustainable yield is how we manage, the commission manages. This sets how much water is available in an area. And historically, or our policy, commission's policy has been to use the lowest sustainable yield, but there were some exceptions. The policy is actually precautionary, so we've been using the lowest estimates, usually, unless there's other information available. For example, on a case-by-case basis, the commission has looked at particular aquifer systems and had made some alternative sustainable yields based on some information, and I have it here. I'll just mention for the aquifer systems that have predominantly basal resources, the presence of an operational deep monitor well, and other publicly available hydrogeologic data such as retread studies, complete and significant records of historical pumpage, chlorides, and water level data, numerical model studies for establishing infrastructure safe yields, or other hydrologic and geologic studies reviewed and accepted by seaworm, groundwater inputs from adjacent aquifers, and so forth. So this is all in the the Water Resources Protection Plan Appendix F, if you guys want to read about this. But I'm going to go quick. So let's see. Right, this is a table of showing the sustainable yields for Lahaina in each of the 6 aquifer system areas. The commission has revised sustainable yield 2 times. Established once in 1990, revised in 2008, and again in 2019. So as you can see for Lahaina, it started off in 1990, and it's actually commission reduced the sustainable yields for 5 out of the 6 aquifer system areas in Lahaina. for a number of reasons. I won't get super into it, but you know, it had, staff and others had reevaluated some of the original, what we call D over I ratios, selected by John Mink, and, there was some, alternatives based on, the judgment of some of these hydrologists. So, let's see. Okay, so that's just to show that, you know, the commission actually reduced sustainable yield in Lahaina in 2008. What's the current method of estimating sustainable yield? So again, very high level. The commission uses a model. It's called the robust analytical model. And there's some benefits and liabilities to everything. Yeah. So on the benefit side, you know, RAM, robust analytical model, it's inexpensive, it's fairly simple, it requires only a recharge input, which is based on estimated initial water levels, so it makes it fairly simple. You know, the liabilities are that, you know, it doesn't necessarily represent real life, I guess, but, you know, it does assume a uniform basal aquifer. It doesn't account for spatial distributions of recharge or withdrawals, and it can't assess impacts to traditional and customary practices, nor can it assess the impacts to groundwater dependent ecosystems. It's hard to see that little equation over there, but that's the kind of the formula. You know, RAM can't assess these impacts to the traditional and customary practices and the GB, but it's important to note it does, the way the RAM is set up, it does allow about half of the recharge, total recharge in an aquifer to discharge from the aquifer, probably near the shoreline in the coastal area. So, you know, there is some accounting for that, but, you know, it doesn't actually look at the impacts and how much it moves. So, RAM 2 is kind of an evolution of RAM. You know, there's, I guess, one of the benefits, you know, we can use deep monitor well data to kind of refine the RAM 1, let's call it, estimates of sustainable yields. You know, and you know, some of the liabilities, I guess, it's a little more expensive, and it can only be used in aquifers or deep monitor wells, so it's like a double-edged sword there. You know, RAM 2 actually employs a, you know, little numerical submodel to estimate the minimum equilibrium hit. So it's very detailed, and I won't go into that because I can't. But just to say that RAM 2, you know, it does use a little numerical modeling combined with the original RAM equation. So what are other methods of reevaluating sustainable yield? So that first bullet's a reminder in the water code that directs or says that the sustainable yields shall be reviewed periodically. So that's what the commission has been doing since 1990. You know, everyone talks about models. There's numerical models, very powerful computer tools, and they have some really powerful things they can do. So it can simulate water levels, chlorides, and inflow and coastal discharge, you know, based on withdrawals and different recharges, different scenarios. So, you know, benefits, you know, you can actually build a model for real localized conditions. You can account for complex geology and simulate these scenarios and run these impacts over long periods, 30 years, you know, the computer can simulate that. Some of the liabilities, you know, these numerical models may not provide a direct sustainable yield value. It could be expensive and time consuming, and it does require reliable data to be accurate. So, you know, all models aren't perfect, you know, RAM or other numerical models. So it's really important to know that, you know, the models are only as good as the data that goes into it. So there's a lot of assumptions going on in a lot of these numerical models. But the more data you have and reliable data, the better your model will be. So what the staff has been doing in Lahaina, we're looking at existing, tools and studies and research resources that have already been done for Lahaina. For example, we call it the Lahaina model. It's the USGS Scientific Investigations Report. You saw that figure in the earlier slide. It was groundwater availability in the Lahaina district. Let's call it the Lahaina model of 2012. There was the USGS report of estimated future recharges. That information is available. The commission has also met with these experts or hydrologists. So we have had a couple of meetings with a group of hydrologists. We do plan future meetings with practitioners, traditional and customary practitioners, as well as groundwater dependent ecosystem experts. So that's kind of down the road here, not too far. There are some short and long-term options that the commission staff is looking at. In the short term, we are probably continuing, given the limited resources available in time constraints, we are thinking of continuing to use RAM and RAM2 in the mid to long term. Maybe a multi-model approach, combining maybe numerical modeling, new or existing with our RAM, and to come to inform the commission on what's the best way to get sustainable yield in a reasonable manner. So again, we'll be meeting with, continuing to meet with the hydrologists. We're going to initiate meetings with the practitioners and the groundwater GD experts. We want to have more data. There's, in some of these meetings with the hydrologists, it's pointed out that there's a big lack of data. So, we need to better understand the impacts of what the withdrawals are on freshwater discharge at the coast and the nearshore waters. Right. Next steps. So again, we want to meet with the practitioners to learn, what the practices are and where they are, if they're willing to share that. Also with the GDE experts to learn how the ecosystem interacts with some of the coastal and submarine freshwater discharge that may be affected by withdrawals and pumping of the aquifer, as well as surface flows. Again, we want to just have a combined meeting with all of the hydrologists, the practitioners, GD experts to discuss our long-term and short-term options for reevaluating sustainable yield. And then, additional model refinement, additional monitoring is definitely something that we want to initiate. And then, consider alternative management strategies, which, we're only starting to look at now. So we talked about adaptive management planning that was brought up at a previous commission meeting for Keaho. And then, things like safe infrastructure yields is another concept that would be informed by numerical modeling that kind of looks at, the infrastructure, where the wells are placed and things like that, and how much they can withdraw. And, any changes to sustainable yield or to this fundamental approach will probably need commission approval, or would need commission approval. All right, so I talked about some of these questions. 6 out of these 7 questions were asked at the April 7 meeting in Lahaina High School. And I want to share these questions and our answers, because we might not have had all the answers at the time, right? So here we go. So I'm going to go quick because we don't have too much time. So now, question number 1, has CWEM already decided its approach to reevaluating sustainable yields? And the short answer is no. Like I talked about earlier, you are considering different options and haven't decided really specifically the method or what recharge data set do we want to use, right? Do we use the USGS estimated future recharge of mid to end of 21st century estimated recharge, or do we use something else, right? if we have to do a comprehensive evaluation also of statewide sustainable yield, that's probably gonna require significant time and money. So, we're also looking at getting funding from legislature. Hopefully, the budget was passed, but we don't know exactly what's in it. Hopefully, some of that we can use to reevaluate sustainable yields. Maybe do some numeric modeling, more monitoring. Second question was, will sustainable yields be raised, go down, or stay the same? We don't anticipate sustainable yields increase, just based on our conversation with the hydrologist and looking at some of the recharge data, the new recharge data, and keeping with the commission's more precautionary approach to this, we don't anticipate that. Well, at least I don't. Yeah, again, based on the group discussions, current thinking, I think, is we haven't settled on it yet because we haven't met with practitioners and the GD experts, but we're kind of looking at, okay, we might just, give in grant, and some conservative recharge, meaning conservative, meaning low. Again, we must consult with the practitioners before we actually, move forward with that. Okay, number 3 is sustainable yield will commission law, hotels and resorts to use more water. Again, we don't anticipate sustainable yields increasing. Someone talked about reasonable and beneficial uses. I think several of us have talked about it. I'm not care if you want to jump in, but that's the commission definition of reasonable and beneficial uses. But this is above my pay grade to answer this one. But
Yeah, so if I can jump in again, here I am, your Deputy Director, Kira Kahane. This one is something that staff can't really answer on our own. So this is above even my pay grade in a way, because ultimately, any use has to be reasonable and beneficial and in the public interest, and that determination is made on a case-by-case basis. So while I can say as staff, I find it improbable, highly improbable, that we would ever, all else being equal, allow hotels and resorts to use more water. Ultimately that determination is going to be made through the permitting process by the commission.
Thank you, Deputy Hane. Okay, so number 4 question, will climate change be factored into sustainable yields? So I will say yes. And as an example, this USGS report that I've talked about and people have been waiting, it provides these estimated future recharge scenarios, or based on different climate scenarios. We naturally look at some of this information as we look to evaluate sustainable yields statewide, and then especially in Lahaina. And then, we talk about climate change and rainfall decreasing. It's important to know, and I have a hidden slide that I might unhide at the end, but the 1990 John May recharge used in the 1990 Water Resource Protection Plan is actually, the recharge is actually lower than some of this USGS future recharge estimates, and even for the reports drive climate scenario. So that's kind of interesting, right? So I'm not saying this is for across the entire state. For Lahaina, it is the case. And then the current sustainable yields are probably precautionary in general. Again, we haven't looked across the entire state, but for Lahaina, it's low. The sustainable yield, or the recharge estimates in the 1990 and 2008 Water Resource Protection Plan. All right, so who is part of this water professionals group, and how was the list decided? So this wasn't asked at the meeting on the 7th, but I think staff brought this up. So just to clarify, this group, it's called the water professionals, but they're more like the hydrologists. This group includes hydrologists from the USGS, University of Hawaii, the state of Hawaii. We have some private sector folks. And in those two meetings that included actually water managers from Maui Water Department. And mainly because they actually developed that 2012 Lahaina model, as you call it, and they're actually working with USGS to look at additional numerical modeling in 4 of the 6 Lahaina aquifer system areas. So it's important to have their kind of context and information. And the list of individuals were chosen as their kind of internal discussions. We looked at kind of the list of people who participated in the 2019 sustainable yield review process. And also this, you know, we talked about this. I talked about the traditional and customary practitioners and the GD experts. These are going to be a separate group. All right, so number 6, will groundwater dependent ecosystems and traditional and customary practices be considered as part of the sustainable yield reevaluation? And yes. So again, you know, we are planning to consult with the practitioners and the GD experts as part of this process. We haven't done it yet, but that's kind of in the process. I think Deputy has been making some early arrangements maybe for that. So we'll see how that plays out. And you know, in this water professional hydrologist group, you know, this was actually brought up. And the context was, you know, what are some of the consistent constraints that we must look at if we're doing numerical modeling, and how much fresh water is needed for these purposes, which, you know, we don't know, right? So that's an important thing. We need to do more monitoring. I'll also take this opportunity to point out that the RAM1, a regular RAM, robust analytical model estimates of sustainable yield. It does allow for approximately 1/2 of the recharge or the estimated recharge to flow, discharge at the coastline or into streams or wherever the water will discharge. So again, it's, you know, it doesn't take all the water for withdrawals, and it's you know, it's keeping some in the system for these other purposes. But again, it doesn't know, you know, we don't know what the impacts are to the amount. Okay, we'll see where wait to make decisions about permits until after the sustainable yield is reevaluated. And here is the handoff to Deputy. If you want to comment on this one, please.
Yes. So this was a big question right when I came on. And the short answer is, I think, you know, you've heard a lot of testimony today that I think corroborates the strategy that I've decided to take, which is we need to issue permits now. We have to do it. There are always going to be. Thank you. Yes, they're always going to be subject to the sustainable yield. You know, and we can make that a clear and express condition of our permits when we do issue them. But we may need to reassess water use in light of uncertain futures. I've discussed, you know, you've heard a lot today about alternative sources, especially R1. And so, you know, I think it's just clear that there's a lot that we may need to reassess. We may need to rebalance our water budget one day, but it's clear that we need to get going on these permits, even if we end up readjusting later.
Thank you, Deputy. So that's the 7th and last question that we'll talk about. You guys want to see the end slide?
That was
Okay,
wondering.
that's a yes. Okay, so you know, this is it's hard to see. I showed this slide at the April 7 meeting at the Lahaina Luna High School cafeteria, right? And it's hard to see, but this is just to say, like, there's recharge has been looked at a lot since 1990. And you know, it's been all the different estimates and what should the commission use now. If we're taking on a, let's call it, precautionary approach, it's hard to see here, but this is what they call the main recharge numbers. They looked at each individual aquifer system. So 73 mgd of recharge. Um, and we apply this, what we call D/I ratio. And this is the sustainable yield in, 1990, and this is, I mentioned, well, in 2008 and as well as 2019, it was revised, well, revised in 2008 and stayed the same in 2019, so it actually went down, yeah. And then, if we look at, it's hard to see, but those, the columns on the right-hand side, the different USGS estimates of future recharge, mid to end of century, looking into the future, based on different, climate models and different downscaling techniques and different representative concentration pathways of greenhouse gases, right? So they looked at what they call the baseline. Baseline is 1978 to 2007 data. They estimated recharge, and if we apply simply RAM, we have that number. 68. And then, they got mid-century, here's a dry scenario, right? So even if you apply simply to the straight to RAM, right? You're not using numerical models, you're using RAM, we're simplifying, but even with the dry scenario, and if we look at the sustainable yield, it's like, oh, it's still 52, right? And it's more than the current 34. So, that's sort of an argument for, not raise, not gonna go down maybe, but it ain't gonna go up, right? But it's being precautionary, unless we get compelling evidence and data to say, but that it should go up or down. Anyway, this is what this secret slide.
Can I, sorry, just in the
Please.
interest of time.
Yes.
So I think I'm just gonna, me personally, without a mechanism to explain why we can have declining rainfall, but potentially increasing sustainable yield, I would question that data and need to go back to USGS and ask, show us the map, because we should trace that. And is it an error? Because if rainfall is declining and evidence, we need to, and as I'm a field data person and philosophically, I struggle with modelers, because when the data don't reflect what the model says it should be, basically you have to go back and assess the assumptions of that model. So I don't want to
give you a really
focus, because I think there are important questions and discussions.
No, that's a great question. And, people have been like, oh, what's going on here, right? Well, so, when, preliminary, briefings, either by USGS before the final report was coming out, it was like comparing, hey, look, the rainfall or recharge is declining in all these areas. Well, they based that on this baseline, so it's relative to this baseline, right? So the baseline is here, and you got future is less. But if you, and yes, that would, if you compare, but if you compare it to like our 1990, let's call it the baseline, the actual recharges go up, right? So it's all relative to where you're comparing with, right? So their baseline was high, and 1990 recharge is low. So does that make sense? You're comparing it.
Yeah. I don't want to fixate too much.
Oh, no, I'm just giving, it's confusing and I'm not saying this is for the state, but just for Lahaina, this is what we're seeing. So we haven't looked at other areas. So I just wanted to point it out because a lot of people are like, oh, what's going on here? But I think the simple explanation is what your baseline is. And that's kind of, that's why I'm not, I'm not like a super scientist, but anyways, thanks for that question.
All right.
All right. Long meeting.
So I do want to, if there's no other questions, okay, yes, so I'm John. Why don't you come up first? You have been patient, thank you. For this particular.
Everybody's been patient. Please have a seat there.
Thank you. I'm John Helly, a research scientist and 24-year resident of Maui. I'm speaking as a private citizen, although I'm also a member of the Maui County Board of Water Supply and chair of the temporary investigative committee on water use permit applications. I'm also a special consultant to the state of California Department of Water Resources. I provided written testimony giving a more detailed discussion of my concerns and recommendations regarding our water supply. But I want to state a few things in public since your new briefings address many of them. I find both the briefing proposed approach to water use permitting for Lahaina and the staff report on the Kahana well declaratory ruling to provide valuable and apparently comprehensive picture of the situation on the west side. These are hopeful signs of a rational and meaningful regulatory approach that is forthcoming and facing reality in a newly encouraging way. In particular, they recognize the limits of our knowledge about the water supply, uncertainty about current regulatory limits, potential for irreversible harm, need for more monitoring data, and a cautious regulatory approach. Nonetheless, I continue to object to the use of RAM as a basis for sustainable yield determination, while also recognizing that you have to come up with numbers in the short term. Maybe. It's the first time I've heard that you might not have to have sustainable yield numbers to make permit decisions. That's news right now here today. So I personally, my first reaction to that is that's the first sensible thing I've heard about sustainable yield in a long time. The question will be how to transition out of the method of currently using RAM, and the recognition of the weakness of this method is a progressive step. The question will be how to transition out of the method and if the political will exists to support that transition. It will require new money and political support. Commission independence will facilitate that progress and diminish but not eliminate the political forces that will try to weaken it. Hopefully, our state and county leadership will recognize and support your effort to provide a sound basis for regulatory decision-making. Mahalo for that. I want to emphasize the presentation we just heard about RAM speaks for itself. It's complete fantasy. I would also like to encourage the commission to consider releasing the water use permit applications. As chair of the TIG, charged to review the water use permit applications. We could provide much more useful feedback if we had the permit applications to review and the time to write the report that we're required to by law to provide to the board before we make our review public. 10 days of response time after the release of the permits is not sufficient. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been a long day. Thank you very much, John. I really appreciate it. Sitting here, listening to everything and just your comments. I mean, I think they were succinct, but it also kind of reaffirmed sort of the direction that CWIM staff is trying to move into.
I think it's good.
Yeah, so thank you. I'm going to take comments on C1. Does anybody else here want to provide a comment? Come on.
Hello, Chair and Commissioners, Jonathan Mcgay Schroeder. I will make this brief and raise only 2 points. And I will only expect you to remember one because it's the end of the day. But if you can remember both of these, it'd be good. First of all, right, keep in mind that the only thing that RAM is supposed to protect is from chlorides rising in wells. And it's not doing that here. So debating over whether we have the right recharge numbers and the right sustainable yield numbers generated by RAM is missing the point that RAM's not really, it's not doing what it's intended to do, much less is it doing what it's not intended to do, like protect important groundwater dependent ecosystems like Mokuhinia. So that's point one. Point two, and it took me well over a decade to appreciate this. The way the Water Commission has approached sustainable yield is a policy decision disguised as a scientific decision. It's a policy decision disguised as a scientific decision. You get wrapped up in the equation. Which is and for years, this is the first time they're even talking about practitioners being involved, that we are only valuing certain kinds of scientific knowledge and certain experts. And third, that we're about maximizing extractive uses over public trust uses. Those are policy decisions. But the way it's always been described and included in arcane footnotes in Appendix J of the Water Resources Protection Plan makes it seem like it's a technical scientific decision, but it's not. It's actually very much straight in the realm of how do you fulfill your duties to the public trust and allow for non-public trust uses. Those 2 points, it's the wrong tool, it's a policy decision. Mahalo.
I see that now. But is it showing up on the YouTube? If someone calls. Can you go like this, Jonathan?
Sorry, there's
not a
a
process.
10-second lag, so I just.
Oh, okay. I think we're good then. Okay, so I think that's like, you know, the movie lights flickering back off and on. I think that's what that was. So is there anybody here who wants to make a comment? Okay.
We're good.
Okay, we look like we're good. So anybody else here wants to make a comment on C1? Oh, okay. Come on up.
Hello, my Kako again. My name is Devin Haya. I'm an Equal Justice Works Disaster Resilience Fellow for Maui Disaster Recovery with Native Hawaiian Legal Corporation, and I'm testifying on C1. So I was relieved to see the county withdrew its request considering the amount of issues in the submittal and primarily the discrepancies in the county water use audits with no provided reconciliation or clarification on water consumption, combined with wells that are not reporting and the commission's plan to not include development tunnels in the calculation of groundwater. I do appreciate the staff's plan to collect more data before changing the sustainable yield. Amending the sustainable yield upward increases the risk of permanent damage to our aquifer. And the county is already over allocating water in Honolulu, and the Honolulu aquifer is showing signs of stress. This is the second time now this month that Commission groundwater staff has stated they anticipate that the sustainable yield will not go up. Considering all the language in the submittal that discusses climate change impacts and worsening conditions, it seems impossible that the Commission would ever consider increasing the sustainable yield for an increasingly unstable water resource. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Anybody else want to make a comment? Oh, come on up.
Hello, everybody. My name is JT Hara. I was at the public information meeting, earlier in April. And I asked the question about what the accountability process is to verify the data, of well pumpage by utilities or operators. And this is not a knock at any specific operator or utility. I'm just trying to keep up with the numerical and RAM processes that are defining the sustainable yields. And I just wanted to confirm that information if that's true, that there isn't a verification process about well pumpage data.
It is me again. So yeah, your understanding is correct. It is difficult for staff to verify that the pumpage that's being reported to us is accurate. We currently operate on the honor system.
So in the situation that we're in, so the same way that like Miko or a utility has meter readers to go and read the meters for the data, the utilities are sending in their own information. So they're self-reporting.
Yes.
Okay, that's all. Thanks. I just wanted to acknowledge that discrepancy. Thank you.
It's on the record.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else here who wants to provide comment? Come on up.
So just for the record, self-reporting, I only use 2 gallons a year for my water. Self-reporting to you guys, okay? Hello, my name is Jeremy De Los Reyes. I am here to testify on
C1.
C1.
Okay.
Yeah, so, bring up my. So if we're talking about sustainable yield, we have to acknowledge that we're talking about our aquifer. So our aquifer, that the informational meeting that we had a couple weeks ago, Aaron had stated that the reason Oahu can hold so much water is because there's a certain type of rock that bounds the island of Oahu, and so less leakage or loss of fresh water. And so Maui does not have as much or has any. So if we go with that thinking, all right, if we go with that thinking, then we only have one aquifer in West Maui. USGS always states that we have different multiple aquifers in West Maui, right? When they drill, there are certain areas. So when we're talking about sustainable yield, that means when we provide South Maui with water, when we provide Central Maui with water, and our sustainable yield is going down, then they take in our water from us also. If we go with that statement that Aaron had made, right, that there's no rock, I'm trying to figure that out. Secondly, then we go through the tiered system, right, that Deputy Director had pushed for our permits. You know, this Hawaii State Constitution already has a tiered system. It's DHHL, and with the Kapahakaya analysis, it's cultural practitioners, and then it's public use. So we already have a tiered system, so let's follow that law. And then when we're making laws, and when we're using laws that has been amended, such as this example, we put in false verbiage into that law, and that's what you guys are basing your information on. I think that's grounds for removal. We'll assign this as part of the information you guys are using. And the last thing, the history of mismanagement of dealing on and our resources. It's a long line, a long history of mismanagement. If we just look at the fire and we look at the mismanagement of lands that led to my house being burnt to the ground and all my belongings, and having to see my auntie on a social media video dying, dead, that is mismanagement. So I think it is now time for dealing on seaworm to start managing better. You guys have heard from the community today of how to manage this resource. Let us be in control of the resource. Let us get back the resource, the water resource, from the private purveyors. then we can address sustainable yield and more so from updated data, not from something from 2002, 2012, or 1978 to 2002. Let's get real-time data before we make any decisions. That is all. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you very much.
Anyone can make a comment on item C.
Kahana again. My only comment is kind of building off of what Aurora was saying. I also use a lot of models. Models are only as good as, well, they're good for conversation, but when the reality doesn't line up with what the model's suggesting we should be seeing, really needs to be questioned. And I too hope that we can continue to talk about sustainable yield models and trying to find the best fit, but ultimately our management decisions should be weighing actual data much more heavily and not waiting for finding the perfect answer, because something as complex as a tropical island hydrological system can be very difficult to model, particularly when there's already a recognized and acknowledged lack of data points. But we do have data points that are indicating where certain things are at related to the way that we have been managing or not managing water to this point. And I think going off of those types of data points already suggest, no matter what the sustainable yield models might be suggesting, that we have major problems that's been acknowledged earlier in today's meeting. And that's the more important relevant information that I think we should be using going forward to make some of these existing use decisions first and foremost. That's my comment. Models are models. They're not perfect. They're very oftentimes very flawed. But we have data and we're getting more data, and if we could share that data, it'd be really helpful. So we can all be kind of talking about the same thing. Thank you.
Anybody else want to make a comment? Okay, seeing no other comments.
Question. Do I have? Yep, I know you guys gotta go too on a plane. So this question is for staff. Given that we know that there's high level water and basal, and that RAM focuses on the basal, that is really not maybe the most significant use, significant source. How do we assess the health of the high level dike and ponded water? And I'm looking kind of, just thinking about this, it occurred to me is like, should we be evaluating the health of the high level aquifer through base flow? I don't know if that's Neil or.
Yes, we should be. Wait, you're asking, should we be evaluating?
How do you think we should be evaluating the health of the high level aquifer? In part because we know that feeds the basal. So if Honoko'a is increasing in chlorides, and we don't know if it's due to pumping, is it possible that, you know, use of the high level of Moka, I don't know the architecture of say Honoko'a, but like, how do we get at understanding the health of the aquifers in?
It's a great question. I'll go first and then Aaron correct me. So, I think more data collection would be a good start. There's tracer type of studies looking at, let's say isotope. I don't know what's in, sampling what's up in the high level or the dike system, looking what's in the basal and things of that sort. So more data collection, I think, is necessary if we want to fully understand that. Right, Aaron?
I'm gonna do something people aren't supposed to do, and that's to compare islands. We have a similar situation in Windward, Oahu, where we have dikes that historically impounded quantities of water that are not seen anymore on the island because those dikes were pierced. 110 years ago, the Pioneer Mill started piercing our high elevation dikes on this island, and those dikes can no longer support the storage that they historically supported. So the question is, how do we evaluate their health? I don't know how you define health. We can estimate the storage capacity based on the dike structures. We have pretty good maps of the dikes and we know the areas that they're impounding water. But we also know that where you put a hole, the water's not going to fill up behind the hole. So I don't know if that answers your question, but
I think it's more of a open-ended wondering now that I'm on this island and thinking about like, wait, this is really different than Oahu, and we have an Oahu tool for geology that isn't Oahu. Like, okay, so what kind of tools do we need? And John Helly has his hand raised, but I think it's really important that we think about how we assess the health of our aquifer, because if the lens is like 3 feet, or I mean, if it's not helping us understand the status of the water in an area, then we need to measure the things that are going to help us get there. And then when we see them declining, we need to then have a follow-up action to properly manage. So I guess it's more of a hearing everything's made me think that we need to, how do we address the sort of the different architecture, and potentially it relates to the surface groundwater interactions.
the theoretical way is to bulkhead. But we have not been very successful at doing that.
Sorry, I'm trying to keep it on sustainable yield, but that's a fun. Yeah, anyway, so I kind of want to put that out there as people who are from this area can help us think through that. I'm sorry, doing the academic thing where I have a question. I mean, I have a statement rather than a question. I think that maybe the word we can think about in terms of if sustainable yield with RAM is not the tool, then maybe we need to identify the values that stakeholders have first and think about them as functions to optimize for. So if fisheries are important, then what's the necessary flow for that fishery to be sustained? We have another estimate of what other people think of as sustainable yield, and maybe the sort of ensemble approach or the multiple indicator approach might help us think about those multiple values. So kind of in response to Dr. Scheuer's comments, which we've heard, in different contexts, is I think we need to bring forth, the traditional and customary practitioners, and maybe not even interview, but there's like hours of testimony you could mine that already state what people care about. And start with that, like just, I don't know, I'm sorry, AI, like scrape the minutes and index them, then maybe it's already done. But I think doing that sooner is going to help us also run kind of the values-based needs assessment in tandem. Oh. Yes.
All right. Obviously, a lot to think about. I think we heard a lot from the community. There's a lot more that we need to understand, but I'm hoping everybody saw this as a good start. Getting public comments, hearing from the community about what's important to this community as we evaluate the water uses for this community through the water use permitting process. This is just the beginning. Again, I really look forward to engaging, having more conversations, whether they're offline, online, in meetings. But I would ask, especially, I'm gonna take on Kapua's offer, if the clinic can help us gather some of those comments. I think that what Aurora was talking about, to determine what those values are, to determine what is important for this community, balanced against reasonable beneficial use. I mean, I think we have to look at, what are some of the current needs of the community too, balanced against affordable housing, but yet at the same time, how do we look at you know, what is the appropriate tool that we use to measure, you know, how much water do we have available versus how do we allocate what we have? So I'm kind of like at, what do you say? I think I'm totally wiped out. I am holding it together to sound somewhat coherent, but I am wiped out. I've reached my exhaustion limit. So I'm sorry, before I start sounding incoherent, I really want to thank all of you for staying with us this long. Please mahalo all the students who participated in this with us. Please tell them go online, look at some of the presentations, both on sustainable yield as well as the process that's been outlined. Again, Mahesh, Jonathan, Elena, Kapua, really ask your kokua in helping us. If you have other, and we've been taking notes about some of your comments and recommendations. And John, thank you for your comments. I mean, I think let's figure out a way how we can collectively move forward on this in a very timely fashion. So with that, the final announcements are on May 20th, 2025 is our next meeting, tentative schedule for May, and then June 17th, 2025 for the meeting, in June. With that, having no other business before this commission, the meeting is adjourned.